Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back for episode 2 of the Game Show here. We have already done 5 questions. We've got another 5 coming up for you to see who is going to be victorious between T-Bone, Marsalek, and Ibby. Don't forget as well, you guys at home can potentially participate over in the chat. So drop your answers as to what you think is going to be the correct one. All right, so far, we are 3 contestants. We have T-Bone currently on 1 point. We have Marsalek on 4 points. And we have Ibby in the lead with 5 points. So let's get to question number 6. How many snowballs do you spawn in with on Vikendi? All right, time is up. Check in with the answer and see what we've got. Okay, 20. So T-Bone, what did you go with?
20. I got one right. Let's go.
Marsalek, what do you think?
I went with a 20 as well.
Nice.
I mean, triple 20. So let's go.
Yes, we're bowling all the way. Let's move on to question number 7. Back at the PUBG Global Invitational 2018 in Berlin, how many points did you get for a win? All right, time is up. 500 is the answer. T-Bone, what did you go with?
I had no clue. I just sent 110.
Marsalek, what did you go with?
I went with the 500.
No way. All right, Ibby?
I wasn't sure. I thought it was like 600-700, so I went for 600.
Right on the button. Question 8. How many guns can take 3 or more attachments, not counting scopes or canted sights? All right, time is up. Let's take a look at the answer and see where we sit. Ooh, 25.
Ooh.
What?
T-Bone, what did you go for?
Bro, I'm just lowballing everything. I went for 8. I don't even know what I'm thinking. Like,
All right, Marsalek, what did you go for?
I think I understand the question wrongly because I went with the same thing that T-Bone went. I went with 8.
Oh. All right, Ibby, how about yourself?
18.
Oh.
He's closest. That sounds like an Ibby point to me. Question number 9. How much back capacity does a mountain bike take up? All right, time is up. See the answer? The answer is 70 capacity. T-Bone, starting with you. What did you go for?
I went 75, but Pixel's going to hate me for getting this wrong, I tell you.
So, like, what did you go for?
I thought we were going for 3 bikes in the back, so I typed 200 in.
And Ibby, what did you go for?
I mean, considering, I went for 50.
Question 10. Which battleground is the Roni found on? All right, well, let's see the answer then. It is Sandhawk. So, T-Bone, what did you go for?
Sanok.
Hey! All right, Marsalek, what did you go for?
I went for Tego.
And Ibby.
I went for Destin. So.
All right, well, that is the end of this episode. Let's check in with the scores and see what's going on so far. And we are, as T-Bone mentioned, on the redemption arc. 4 points to T-Bone now in our 10 questions so far. However, in second place is Marsalek with 6 points and still in the lead. Atop the mountain so far, it's Ibby with 7 points. So that does it for episode 2. We have 1 more episode to go, 5 more questions to see who's going to be the champion.
Hello. I wanted to try that as a new intro. It doesn't work. Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championships. It is the grand finals. We're on day number 2. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. I got Avenger and Mark on the desk to start the day. Looking very dapper again, Mark, with the polar neck and the little pocket square. Avenger, I'm glad you put on a shirt.
The same jacket from yesterday, Mark? How many
It's not the same jacket.
It's not the same jacket,
mate.
Mark.
I'll change it in between the break just to prove a point. It's fine. Don't worry.
Between every game, just to show how many jackets you have.
I can do it.
I noticed it was a different jacket. I'm glad Avenger put a shirt on. So there we go. Everyone's winning today on the fashion front. You're winning because you get to see the best PUBG in the EMEA regions battling it out here. The top 16 teams. We've had an incredible journey to get to this point. Obviously, we had our group stages. It was a double elim, so we also had the last chance qualifiers, and now we are here. Yesterday played out pretty much how most of us would have expected, Avenger. All the big names sitting at the top of the leaderboard, claiming some wins and doing damage.
Yeah, all the big teams actually just winning the games. There was a level of dominance to these teams that we maybe expected, but I didn't expect it to this level here. The consistency is really coming through, and obviously today is really you're making the foundation that you're going to be sitting on going into the last day. So today is extremely important. You can have a massive day and you can catch up. You can have another good day if you already a good one, and you can set yourself up for a potential victory run.
Mark, we had some crazy moments though yesterday, right? Some crazy circles, some interesting battles playing out because of that. What was your highlight?
Oh, there's so many, to be fair. I actually really liked some of the early games. The mortar fire coming in from Don't Panic in towards Geeke at the base of the mountain. I really enjoyed that. I'm a bit of an agent of chaos. I love when someone can hit a shot like that. So yeah, I'll take that one for now anyway.
How about you, Avenger?
I mean, there are multiple moments. I feel like the Iro 2-piece, 3-piece, actually 3 knocks was actually one of the biggest kind of mechanical smart plays with like a side like push from them, especially like in the Miramars. There's multiple moments. I feel like the Beamy one was insane with the 4x spray. Like that was just next level. We had some insane mechanical skill moments that was caught on camera. That was really cool to see. But yeah, I think that the Iro 2-3-piece was actually sick.
There we go. So that's Avenger and Mark's highlights. I'm sure you had some of your own as well. I think what we can all agree on, though, is that the level of competitive PUBG we saw yesterday was really top class. I mean, Mark, I just think that a lot of these experienced teams are showcasing how good they are at pacing, at reading the game, and just doing some mad, crazy stuff that we get to enjoy.
Yeah, pretty much all of our games double kills as well, apart from the last one from Navi. So all screaming that people are not just sitting in the center compounds waiting for the games. Mechanically really well. I think some teams were disappointed about how they played out. We obviously got to talk with Beamy. That was a big example where they thought they could have taken more from actually that Miramar that we just saw there. And then there's some teams that just kind of worked really, really well. So a real mix, but for me, takeaway team-wise, FaZe Clan, like insane performance. We've already said they've got a point to prove, and I feel like obviously it's deserving that they're currently sitting at the top of the table because they played so well.
Do you think, I mean, I did ask the boys yesterday, we started with Kylaris and Toby on the desk of Engine, and this conversation happened about FaZe. The idea that not now being a global partner team has kind of lit a fire under their asses a little bit. Do you think that that is the case? Because I feel like we're seeing that now. There used to be a time where this team kind of played it really slow until the last day, but they came out swinging yesterday.
I've never seen James wanting to play TDM or make custom games where he's like doing spray control, shooting at like players. He's so hungry this year, I feel like, for James. It's really cool to see. So that's something that's really coming to fruition for FaZe. So yeah, it's definitely a motivating factor that you're not just straight invited here, but you can take it on the other side. Like Navi is invited. They're only 6 points behind Sam. So I think that really talks to like this year is just like the teams they come to play. The top teams are at a different level this year, and they leveled up. PGC last year, they were not close enough. Some teams were close, but they were not close enough, and they need to step up. And I think that's really what's really coming through for the first PC of the year. That's like you can see that bloodlust really coming through because they need to level up if they want to compete at a global level. And your first step is obviously here in the regionals.
Were you surprised by some of the teams that maybe we highlighted during the group stages, the likes of Grove Street and the myth of and their performance yesterday, Mark? Because I felt like maybe they struggled a little bit in the lobby.
I'm not surprised because we always know that this lobby, as Martin says, is really top tier. Okay, so I got an opportunity to speak to Needix actually after the games yesterday. He wasn't happy with his performance. They felt like they were playing slightly different. I think that all screams into that kind of point. They've come into this lobby with the expectation that's really high. And what I feel like, especially with a team we look like the myth of, they kind of just got to play their own game. It might go their way, it might not, but they're definitely disappointed. That being said, though, looking at the overall leaderboard with 20 points against their name, a win today and a good amount of kills is going to really level them up, that leaderboard. So they kind of need to not write off yesterday, but they have to do a full reset now and go, look, do you know what? We've got 12 games left. We need to at least get one, maybe 2 wins under our belt, or we get a win and some really high killing games and just maximizing those points.
Avenger, Geek Esports, I mean, what happened there? Because this was a team that we had hyped up quite a bit. There was a lot of expectation around them, and they did not have a good day, number one.
They had the pretty great game on Tego, obviously, where we're like, okay, it's huge, almost a clutch, another quiz situation. They had 9 points in that game, Sam. They got 4 in the other 5, which really talking big to, okay, they actually had a terrible day yesterday. Obviously, being last is terrible. One fantastic game to start things off with. They could potentially put themselves into like a top 10, but still, it's the consistency that matters. We're playing 18 games, and that's why you're seeing all the other teams. They are making sure that they're getting these kills here and there. They're getting, even in a bad game, we're seeing them pull, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points on the board in games where they're realizing, okay, we can't win. They're salvaging great, and you need to keep your averages up, and that's what's really been missing on Geeky. They only really had that really one good game or decent game, and everything else has been missing quite a lot. So that's really unfortunate for them. It's a little bit sad because we actually had, as you said, quite high expectations for them. I would say I would put them in a definitely a top 10, top 8. That could change. We are only 1/3 way through here of the grand finals, so they could come out with a bang and completely change their style. But as we say here, like our top 6, 7, 8 teams that has like a vast amount of experience, they have just been consistent. They've been taking the majority of the placement points, and they have been fragging out so hard that's just been not too much left for everyone else.
Consistency is key. There's 2 teams that are consistently good at competing here, Mark, but maybe not sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Gaming Gladiators and Twisted Minds, obviously favorites coming into this, I would argue, to take the whole damn thing. However, their style of playing in that sort of 6th or 7th place could actually work in their favor if some of the teams above them don't have those pop-off days today, right?
Yeah, no, look, we already know Twisted Minds making a comeback, especially in the last 2 games. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators, outstanding performance the whole way through PC, from the open qualifiers all the way through to the grand final so far. They do play a very unique style of game, and I think this is what this graphic screams to. The average points that Gaming Gladiators can put on, Sam, is high. They just need to look at it as not just a one day, one best of 6, and actually they've got 3 days where they're competing. Now going to keep the average points up as they go through to these final 12 games, you'd expect them to be a lot higher in that leaderboard, if not closing it out potentially with championship.
I mean, Avenger, are you expecting that average to increase over the course of today, right? I mean, this is kind of the 9.8, 8.9, that average is what they were getting in groups. It is where I would expect them to be sitting after day number 2 as well, so we should see that even out a little bit.
Yeah, if you want to lock in a top 3, you need to be looking at 9, 10 points average, right? You need to have insane consistency. If you want to win, we're talking 10 points average. We're talking like 181, 182 points, what we saw last year in spring. So that's really the big one. And I love these comparisons, right? The dark blue one is groups. Game Gladiators did extremely well there. Twisted Minds did well there. The only teams that have improved that we have on this graphic here is obviously Virtus Pro and BB Team. And those teams, they didn't struggle, but they didn't have as good performances here. So they've had a better start, and that's what we really want to see from these teams, especially in a lobby that's harder, and especially in a lobby that's more stacked. So they've come off to a flying start foot, kind of on par with what they were on for the group stage, but still, you need to be way higher if you want to get into those juicy PGS slots or insane amount of PGC points that we have in the top 2, top 3.
I think it's important to point out BB Team and Foot never made it through to the grand finals after the group stage, right? They dropped into the last chance qualifier. So that gives you an idea of where you need to be pushing. Like Avenger said, you've got to be sitting on the 9-10 point average if you want to be in contention tomorrow for the big prize money. That's really what's going to be going through a lot of these players' minds. So now my question to you, Mark, is what is the best strategy coming into this? Obviously, the circle always plays that dark horse. You never know what to expect. I'm presuming what's important is to ensure that you have that fragging capability in your lineup, right? You've got to have a player that can pop off for you, do a lot of damage, get a lot of kills, and get you some points whether or not you finish high in the placements.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you put the damage on the board. And this is a really interesting graphic, and we were talking about this at the end of yesterday, right? Because this is the most damage. This isn't actually the most amount of kills. You normally look at the highest kills, and obviously we'd have a big split, and a lot of these names are here. But the one that really, really stands out to me, we go back to that Twisted Minds, is actually Example. Example has put some huge amounts of damage on, but he's not quite converted to kills. He's only on 7, whereas everyone else in this is pretty much all above those double digits. So Gustav had a really good day. He's currently our kill leader. No surprise, obviously, that he's got the damage as well to back it. But Example for me is that takeaway. He's only got 7 kills so far, but he's still producing huge, huge amounts of damage.
Avenger, for you, I mean, do you think that this is going to be the sort of list of players that are still going to be making the difference for these teams today?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big impact players. It's lovely to see Gustav come in and have the top both kills, 12 kills in 6 games. That's 2 per game average here. That's huge. That's really, really big numbers here. And also putting up the damage to kind of boost. With just 6 games, I don't really want to take away too much from Example yet. He can pop up some games, and I would say Perfectix yesterday actually had some key moments where you're looking at it and it's like it's looking really good. And you can kind of take to that on top of this here, Hackatory has lost 3 kills and stolen 3 kills. Example has lost 0 kills and stolen 0 kills. That's really where it's been big here. For Nixie, he's lost 3 kills and didn't steal any yet. So there's like these big discrepancies that we really want to see, where you need to steal more kills and knocks from others and you're like outside your team, then that your whole team is losing, right? Otherwise, that's going to rack up over 18 games. Potentially, we're looking at like 10, 15 points total if you're losing this many, like this amount of knocks to other teams, because like it's just not worth it sometimes to take a knock if you're far away, if you're not going to be able to close it out or take it, like have an impact from it. So that's really one of the most interesting things here. Yeah, sure, Examples on 7, 5 behind Gustav. Like he can come out, start the game with a 6, 7, 8 kill banger. So over the games, it's the averages average out, right? And I think we're definitely going to be seeing that from Example. The question is, can everyone else keep up once we see a day 2, day 3 Twisted Minds that we know these guys, they are going to turn on?
So this is one for some of the old school PEC fans who'll get it. It's a very simple yes or no question, Avenger. If someone were to have a fantasy team, it was probably a good idea to put Gustav in them yesterday, right?
Yeah, or put 3 or 4 IGLs on your fantasy team as well. That's also a great idea.
Sometimes you end
IGL
higher.
Enjoyer.
Yeah, sometimes you end higher than the analysts when you do that weird strategy. It works. Gustav has firepower. So there we go. Top tip if you ever want to play fantasy. You know what else is a top tip? You need to pay attention in game to our casters. They have great soothing voices. They keep you entertained and they share all the good stuff. And they are ready and waiting to get going today with the games. Toby, Kylaris, I'm missing you boys on desk, but I know you're much happier on the other side in game.
We'll be back in a few, so don't you worry about all of that. And we'll also get to see these great individual performances coming out from all of these players, Toby. I mean, not only the guys that they've also highlighted, I'm also impressed to see Gladiators, Extents doing so much yesterday as well, carrying it through from the group stage. I'm excited to see them again today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a Levante show. It's kind of been a make or break on his part for a long time, so good to see him being joined by Extents. I mean, we know they're both very capable players, but nice that it's not just him to have to do all of it. I also have to say I'm surprised Martin didn't double down on the fact that top 3 damage dealers had 2 Danish players in it. Just saying, that's kind of cool, waving the banner. Maybe a Nations Cup team in 2025. We'll see if we get it back, or if Norway have stolen our spot for good.
Maybe. All right, back to you guys. We'll see you in the game.
Why didn't you bring that up, Avenger? Nothing
I knew
about
Toby
the
was gonna do it, so I didn't want to take his time from talking. You know, that's the key to it. But yeah, sure, they're good. But where's everyone else? You know, everyone else retired. Toby wanted to make a Nations Cup team. Like he would start having, like he would have to start playing for us to be able to have a team. You know what I mean?
Well, with that depressing comment on the
Yeah, I mean,
Nations
it's
Cup
just sad.
team.
We're like, where's all the good guys? Like Clip retired, like all these fantastic players we've seen through and through. Like they're not much, but yeah, Norway's had some producing some good talents, and also their regional and like local league. They have like hundreds of teams and players that are playing year out, year in. So Norway's been looking good. Also, we've been swapping around many times for Nation Cup. So let's see. Maybe it's not even Norway or Denmark this time around. Maybe it's Sweden.
Maybe it's Sweden, maybe it's Norway, maybe it's Denmark, but maybe it's actually time to talk about what we get to watch today, Mark. We are starting, I saw on Erangel, we got 6 games. Obviously, at the end of today, we'll have a very good idea of what that leaderboard is looking like and where the true fights are coming in. Are you expecting a change in pace at all at the start of the day? It's always the question I like to ask when we start, because I enjoy the pacing. I'm expecting a bit of aggression, I'll be honest, for today. Are you thinking the same might happen?
Agree. Obviously, we start with Erangel. We always find Miramar's a slower map to sort of kick things off, get into the flow of things. One, slightly bigger, so you can keep your head down. Erangel is the most played, so therefore these teams will maybe electrify us to start off with. Be interesting to see. Obviously, we ended up with a Na'Vi win. Twisted Minds obviously got a win yesterday on the Erangel circuit as well. So I'd be interested to see if one of those two teams come out and actually get performance, or will we go back to see actually Footy Sports get a good game number 1 and kind of hitter their performance for the rest of the day. So I think it's going to be fast. I think it's going to be aggressive because we are in the midday.
In terms of the quirky circles we saw yesterday, Avenger, there's a good chance we may get that again today. This
Hopefully.
is PUBG. You never know. I mean, how much prep do you think that the players do to ensure that they're ready for those sort of tough rotations that may come their way?
I would say Erangel and Miramar, they got locked down. It's really take on Ronda words. You need repetitions on these maps, and they're huge, and you need to experience them in a competitive environment. I would say, sure, it could be scrims. Ranked is not like tight enough. There's not enough players alive, but you need to experience them in the highest type of competitive environment, and you don't really do that unless you're playing, you know, qualifiers of PEC or other types of qualifiers into some of our global tournaments, such as EVC and stuff like that. So it's really rare, and that's why I love Tego and Rondo, because it's often just such a curveball when we're not having the bamboo / Neox factory endings. Because the other maps, they've just played so much, they've played them so through and through, and like there's just not a dip, there's not a ridge, there's no area of the map that they basically don't know. It's more about timings and priority and where you loot and where the plane path is that comes into a kind of effect here, unless we're playing on the other map. So yeah, that's really cool. I actually just thought of this. We're actually going to be the Miramar specialists. The other guys are going to be having Erangel all the way through. We're going to be casting Miramar, Mark. So that's going to be cool once we get into our last 3 games of the day.
You only just figured it out. I thought they'd done it on purpose. I thought the guys were like, nah, we don't want to do Miramar.
Yeah, the other guys need to do Erangel because that's what they know.
I've just realized that. Yeah, you'll be commentating Miramar and Tego every time, right?
Rondo today.
Oh yeah, you get a Rondo. So you do actually get a wild card. My mistake, because you're jumping around. Is that what makes those wild card maps quite fun there, Mark? Like Avenger said, the most of the teams haven't got the reps on them just yet. So it does allow us to see a little bit more of how they work in slightly more stressful situations.
And you sometimes see some of the additional teams, ones that we don't always get the win from. They normally will pop off on those sort of maps. Yes, obviously we've not had it so far. We had FaZe and Virtus Pro get the win yesterday, but easily a Geeke, easily a Mythos might bag themselves a win potentially, because they just haven't had the reps. And yes, we had a little bit of a crazy zone, especially on that Rondo where we went so far down, and it was such an open ending. It actually sometimes comes down to how much util do you have left? Have you got the cars? Are you able to kind of keep what you need, the utility in the trunk, surviving out? But I do like it. Obviously, we are going to be kicking things off in Erangel, so I have to wait and see. Let's
see how this game goes as we kick off day number 2, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. Day number 2 is going to be fantastic. Rough plane path to begin with, though. We're starting over Cerveny. We're going south here. And if I'm James and Tope right now, I'm crossing my fingers for a Sarky ending. We haven't had that forever. No, I'm joking. Probably not going to happen. Or a military with this plane path here, Mark.
It does scream out military, doesn't it? This type of flight path, north down towards the south, southwest. But you're right, it's going to be an explosive game because it does favour very much on that west side of the map. I do like Everest. Obviously, this can be helpful for teams like Footy Sports, Win or Die. They're going to be jumping out and holding out their area as well. Gaming Gladiators and Gatgum, they're going to be in a good area, Martin, to kind of leapfrog if the zone does decide to go towards the east. So we'll just have to wait and see. There'll be a couple of alternate drops, especially on the lower part, as we do see BB and Bushido all going away. Wouldn't be too surprised for FaZe to go grab that boat and just sail on down to Milta.
Yeah, all the cars on the northern road here, usually that's what they go for to try to get into Milta. Some potential drops obviously being contested here in the middle as well. Not too worried about it so far. I think it's going to lean out, but yeah, as you say, PBT and Bushido could be clashing a little bit on the western side of military base. Let's see what the first circle sees, and we can then slowly head over to the guys on the cast. We're going to have a pretty easy, very tiny chance that we're going to go military here though, Mark. So yeah, not too worried about this one.
I'm not sure about the military. If it does, it'd be a crazy circle. But I suppose it'd be best to hand over to the guys. James, Toby, take game number 7 away.
All right, just in case, thank you very much, boys. Of course, we here on Erangel. It's day number 2 of the grand finals for PEC 2025. And of course, for all of these teams, for the teams challenging the big dogs, they need to step things up today, Toby, because yesterday it was wall-to-wall elite performances out of those true names.
And there definitely are teams further down the leaderboard that came off to a pretty rough start yesterday that could do that. I mean, I'm looking immediately at Win or Die, Exhalation as well. And then, I mean, I wouldn't have said this coming into this tournament, but the Myth-Off showed promise in the group stages. If they can do just a fraction of what they did there, here, today, and tomorrow, who's to say they wouldn't make it all the way at least into something like top 5?
Well, they did a fraction of what they did there yesterday. Unfortunately, though, it was a very small fraction. So was that too much?
Yeah.
But yes, the myth of, or what did you call them? The rumor of yesterday. Yeah. They do need to book up their ideas somewhat coming into today. I mean, having as an arrow for yourself on an Erangel is a great spot to be able to have, to be able to propel yourself towards a circle like this. So yeah, maybe we can start things off hot.
And even more so this time around, they don't have Nixie sat there with them to take out Justus in the early game. Because I mean, if there's a donation to go out, I feel like for them, like their mental at the final game yesterday, they were one of the very few teams that actually tried to get to Melee Island. Yet they kept running into solos, completely caught out of place, where you can't. I mean, in no game prep, no good logic would fault you for not expecting a person where they did, and it happened like 3 to 4 times in the same match. So hopefully they've been able to mentally reset from that match. I know I have. So we'll see if today brings something better.
Well, whilst the drop was going on, I think it was Ibby was doing a little parachuting tussle with either Shipless or Schiller, trying to basically cordon him off, make sure he's not taking like some of the compounds that were just above their position that they like to drop in, and then that forced the Don't Panic player to go and get a vehicle and then rendezvous with the rest of his teammate, Solver and Rozhok. So a minor thing in the initial drop that was going on, but whenever you're a team at this level, you want to carve out as much room as possible on that drop, and that can be done just by threatening the idea of parachuting near someone and then just doubling back.
Showing presence alone, and not only that, but being a team that's further ahead, aka with less to lose in a fight like that, could potentially be something. But now, first rotation's already coming through. I mean, we see here Twisted Minds and Don't Panic driving past one another. A little bit of damage being done, but nothing big. Oh, CC, get back in the vehicle. I think he hit a tree there, but able to get going again. And also VP. Started to get going early on, but now they've all stopped. I don't know if they just joined up or if they're opting to set up an E-pickup. I think they're going to go back in their vehicles and keep on moving. It seems to me like they are. So a lot of teams on the move. I mean, kind of pre-4 minutes. I know we're in the 5-minute mark now, but started getting going early on, wanting something. Because, I mean, again, looking down at this circle center, outside of Pachinki, there ain't a whole lot to claim here, James.
Yeah, taking spots already. A defensive barrier set up by Na'Vi in these warehouses to stop teams, almost like a crossfire angle, just in case any teams would try and rotate across those fields near Pachinki. It's not a bad place to sit. And then likewise for Don't Panic, when you're rotating south past Mini Pachinki, you've got a likely candidate in mind of who might be there if someone's going to be shooting at you from that spot. So there was no way they were going to be sticking around there after everything is said and done. You don't need a kill feed to know what's going on. He has 450. 556. Okay, he dropped some.
Yeah, I saw him with no spares for his AK. I was like, oh no, he's so low on app. No, never mind. He's got enough. He's all right. He's all right. He just swapped to the other weapon.
I'm always concerned when I see that much ammo being picked up.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's a case of, okay, so how much util do you have in your bags? It's not going to be much if you've got 450 ammo.
Put it in the trunk. Get going. As football do exactly that as well. They see win or die on their rotation, so good for them to have that info to go with. And VP now again coming in from Severny, spotting the myth of they'll force them to push further south as well. So kind of to go back to what you were saying, and it's being shown here again, you don't have to do much to kind of force teams off, because of course with us being on day 2 of the grand finals now, a lot to lose by taking casualties early, and seems like teams would rather be safe than sorry, at least here in match number 1.
Yeah, 100%, especially if you've got a central circle like this, and then you're trying to take the compounds that are next to fields, which can obviously lend itself to a really good situation later on. Not necessarily some of the easiest ones to try and snag later on in a game. So all of these teams jostling for position as winner dies, going to be heading through kind of east of Gatka at the moment, looking for their own little spot. There's obviously some compounds there that would be great if it did shift over to the west side. And we have Grove Street coming in from miles away. 24 points for them yesterday. I don't think it was too much of a disappointment for me, considering the level of the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. I think if they breach into top 8, I mean, for a team like Grove Street, that while some of the players have a lot of experience competitively at this level of play, it's obviously limited. So it would be great if they can hit top 8, and then for PSC Fall, should they make it there, then they'll get something good going. Oh, Celtic. Little bit of a stumble around the rocks there. Needs to get back to safety because he does not have his teammates nearby. They're on the completely opposite side of melee base proper, but brave to go for the shots with 18 health there.
Very much so. Ducks back, gets the healing going. BB team here. I mean, neither team really wants this fight. Obviously, the south side of Military Island is going to cause you some delays when time actually hits for the next circles. Of course, those early circles don't really tick for too much to get things going, so you can stay here for a while. But, I mean, you've got GK camping that west bridge at the moment, or at least in a position where they could threaten to make a full bridge camp occur. So, yeah, BB team's just going to be getting out of there. They know that there's no point for this fight just yet. If Bushido chases, that would surprise me.
Yeah, I like the idea of BB. I mean, they knew they had one isolated inside the hangar, but once the remaining 3 members of the team came down to 45, they said, you know what, there's more to play for. We're not even inside the circle yet, so let's make a move and then play for later circles, because that's exactly what BB team likes to do. Play it slow. I mean, they'll gladly come into phase 6 with 0 kills, as long as they have 4 alive and a good spot in the circle.
Not bad, not bad. All right, so at least for them, the East Bridge isn't camped at all. So
yeah,
they're going to be happy. And I mean, ultimately, I think they've anticipated that, right? Extrapolated that from the playing path, from how everybody's probably going to be positioning towards the center. West Bridge, bad. East Bridge, probably good.
With that said, though, they should still stop. Make sure. Because there's been enough cases in this tournament already that East Bridge is not always good. We'll see if they do up to stop and play it smarter, if they just send it over hoping that nothing is wrong. As FaZe get a move on again, playing a similar playstyle to what they did yesterday. Good thing for them is this time around, the 4-way split Eternal Fire is now a 2-2 Eternal Fire, so double barns completely up for grabs.
I mean, how long has it been in a grand finals that we've seen FaZe start off this hot? I think that whether or not there is a correlation between happenings coming into 2025 or not, regardless of that fact, they look good, constantly being able to provide a threat, a proper threat, be they center, be they sweeping. And I think teams have really got to look out for them. We started yesterday talking about them, and me constantly reiterating the fact that I think that they're going to come in hot, and here they are.
Yeah. I think there's something to be said in the desk. I mentioned it as well. They, I think, it was a blessing in disguise that they're not global partner this year. I think it added the motivation needed in order for them to be able to play to the top level that they needed in order to go out and fully confident to be able to do just that. Circle centers up around Pachinki again. I mean, limited areas to play, and the majority of them available already taken. There is space out towards the east, so BP team will be happy with that. But with a circle, or with a city in the circle center, as we see here, it makes it so hard for the next circle, pretty much regardless of where we go, unless if everyone's just going to plummet into Pachinki. It's going to be tough rotating come phase 3.
And that's why one of the teams that I'm concerned about in terms of their 2-2 split is Na'Vi, right? They've taken the warehouses on that east side of those fields. They still have 2 in the middle of Pachinki. Yes, technically those 2 locations can cover each other. However, with a circle like this, with the kind of priority that people put on certain spots, if Pachinki becomes overflowing for some reason, then the 2 in Pachinki have to be cautious. If somebody on those hills realizes that there's only 2 in those warehouses on the east side, then they have to be cautious. So I'll be keeping my eye on what they do very closely.
Definitely. Yeah, it would be surprising if they managed to group up again. It's the only team we currently have not inside the circle at all yet. It's Grove Street out towards the west, and unfortunately for them, kind of the most occupied side of the circle, or at least most densely occupied part. I'll have to try and figure out how they are planning on moving in, because as we can see, I mean, they obviously don't have that info yet, but we can see it. It's slim pickings for what's available to them, unless if we get a very western hard shift here. They're looking to backfill quite extensively.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Is that EP pickup coming in yet? Okay, so yes, Bushido's is on the way, slowly but surely. Wouldn't be surprised if because, yeah, exactly. Just hard attack Pachinki. See what you can get done, considering how late you're coming to this. Where not late in the grand scheme of the game, just late compared to all the other teams that are already in position.
And that's the thing, right? Because, I mean, as we said in the beginning of it, with that first circle around the circle center, because you don't want to play Pachinki if you don't have to, there's only so many places available, and especially considering the fact that teams are still able to maintain the splits they are. I mean, you mentioned Na'Vi, Twisted Minds as well, maintaining their split currently. You just already know at this point. Yes, it's phase 2, but they're really into the whole program. So let's just try and see if we can get something to ourselves. Issue is the anti-air is set up in the city, and luckily for Bushido, seems like they'll all make it down to the ground safely.
Yeah, fortunately. I mean, you watched as Hakatori's damage ticked up on that. If he'd have got 1 or 2 more shots on that target, they're gone. Yep. That was close there from Hakatori, as well as Ferris, giving some shots as well. The rest of Winnow died just a little bit north of this position. But Bushido, as you say, down successfully. I'm impressed. I'm surprised they didn't take at least 1 casualty.
And it makes it harder for Winnow now as well, knowing that there's a full 4-man set just across the street, because they had their own small, skirmish with Lou and Example up towards the garage, towards the north side of Pachinki. So now they have to at least refocus how aggressive they want to play it, because if they want to commit south, take a fight towards Bushido, then they will need more firepower than just the 2. So now, from being we can aggress if we want to, they're kind of caught in a more passive position.
Not bad, not bad. GK is setting up their own emergency pickup as well. It's just Quizzy on it at the moment, location-wise, because the rest are a little bit further away. So this is going to be kind of a compensatory emergency pickup. If the circle shifts really north, and maybe Quizzy can get himself a spot. Probably not taking it with from this one, unless he just wants to get up, scout, come back down to the rest of his team here to see what's ahead of them.
Yep, loving the immediate rotation we see from Eternal Fire here as this new circle does pop. And of course, as you can see, if you have the map feed open as well, BP team instantly sees the 2 Eternal Fire players leave. They'll get a good spot in the Na'Vi compound towards the east. Towards Pachinki, though, for all the teams coming in the northern side, it's a hard time trying to group up. Fairest able to find Looker Rooks. That's crucial, because it could potentially allow for the remaining 2 Na'Vi players to get back to the teammates. Issue is, they're playing Minesweeper, blindfolded, trying to get back into town, and it's a hard push in. Low on his own for a while, but stayed. I mean, there's just too many angles they're exposed to.
Hit some blinders on that peak. Really good stuff there. So now our concerns about Na'Vi's split and then I'm eventually reinforcing towards this were kind of founded. As Twisted Minds been able to shut down a lot of that reinforcement coming forward. Virtus Pro has the trench, so that's an opportunity for them to do something with it. Although Batulians did have a cheeky angle, a high angle through that window onto the trench. You cheeky man.
Now, one thing that's exciting with what just happened here, because VP came in from the north and had their eyes completely fixated on that eastern side of Pachinki. Na'Vi, of course, sent 2 players from the double barns over to try and fortify, and that's players taken out of the air. And you would have to imagine that Manoctave falls down as well. He does indeed. Shots that come in from behind. So
Too
teammate
late.
was knocked, but should be able to get the rest here. The thing is, I wanted to say is double barns are completely free now, and I don't think anyone's aware of it. There was too much commotion east side of Pachinki that had everyone like kind of drawing their attention there, and the teams that could try and go out that might know that it's free, they have no chance of getting over there. I don't think BP team is going to try and scout down from there. I don't think Don't Panic is going to do that either. I mean, one of the most potentially, top tier compounds in this next couple of circles, if it does swing east, could remain free for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, if anyone's going to have information on it and then the potential of being able to move there, it's kind of phased. But they're already in the trenches over on that east side, right? So it's kind of whatever for them, I suppose. So I guess they'll be keeping close eyes on it. You can see all 4 of them currently are training their eyes on it to see what's going on. They even shot that way for just a second there. I guess testing the waters to see what's going on, but that they will understand that that threat is definitely a potential. Twisted Minds, they're going to be moving.
They might have seen it.
Yeah, I think they've realized.
Yeah, they might have. I mean, they were the ones that were getting knocks on Na'Vi, so it makes good sense that they're the ones aware. And what better team to instantly adjust and get themselves into a better spot? There were simply too many teams now inside of the city proper, so good rotation on them. As Sparta, well, that's what happens when you drive face first into a wall, my man. You get yourself knocked.
I like it by Twisted Minds. I like it a lot. I mean, if you're staying in Pachinki, yeah, and the circle comes Pachinki, great. However, for almost every other circle here, it's not great. So, and it does shift south. So, are they just going to get on their horses and get moving? It might be a little bit difficult. Maybe if they realize there's nobody really up the hill just yet. I guess, yes, Potato is currently occupied for a second, but they can still move there and maybe take a fight, as we do see now the myth of just trying to salvage some points here or there. Abdu, but he is slowly moving towards the lion's den, but I mean, this'll do.
This actually surprises me a little bit, the fact that Twisted Minds opts to try and commit to the
Me too.
To the trenches. Yeah, I thought they were going to try and take the fight. Don't Panic up over the hillside. They would obviously be coming into that fight at a disadvantage, but at least try and set up, see if you can fend them off, and then push south, like east around the hill. Rather than just fully commit into this. They're inside the circle here, but now barely. And look at all the util being exposed by FaZe.
There is something to be said that if you realize this north side is kind of vacant more so, and then the rest of them are on the other side, you could try and take that util warfare against FaZe, but FaZe has been on point. They've been ready for this. They've been watching that barn location for quite a while, as they know exactly where Batulins is. Jinx is looking for him there, goes for Perfectix, instantly down. Batulins is very wounded at the moment. Another one goes away of Jinx. No! Fex, oh no, he naded that way. A bit of a disaster. However, 2 are still down. It's only Fex and Gustav here to really do something against the others from the north side.
Could have been completely clean. Now it might end in disaster for FaZe and potentially for Twisted Minds as well. Example able to get one, but look at BP team now looking down in this direction. FaZe eliminated miscommunication in the push on through. I loved what James was doing. Try to get over, try to take up Batulins while he was reloading, but again, the nade had already been thrown, and in the heat of the moment, casualty from a teammate. That was huge.
Yeah, of course, we showed example at the beginning of the show, notable in the amount of damage he's done, but really not converting as many kills compared to some other players so far. But you know he's always going to be doing damage constantly, so the kills will come, and we already got a few on the board there. Twisted Minds getting rid of FaZe after just a bit of a haphazard, really. If James hadn't gone down, it might have gone completely different.
And not only do they take them down, but they get all 4 back alive. They were down to, like, 2, but 1 with 5 HP at one point. To be able to fully reset off of that is... They're counting their blessings after a fight like that, because it was not looking like it was going their way initially. There's Grove Street now, up on Pachinki Hills, trying to stay put. It's just Karam left alive, trying to backfill here, but he has the entirety of Gaming Gladiators right in front of him, and I don't think this is the way you want to go if you're him.
Chinky Hill's not a bad spot to try and wrestle away from people who you can then use it to try and shoot down a lot of other teams. However, the circle goes away from you. It's a very open run, a very open drive down this hill. As Levante is still holding on alongside here. Exhalation is moving in from that south side. Foot has taken that little crevice between these 2 hills along the roadside. Normally you'd think, okay, well, this is actually quite an exposed area, because from some angles it is, but with all the teams at play around them kind of covering that overall, teams crossing out or shooting, that could work out.
Yep, it's one of those you'll get top 5, but you probably won't have any kills by the time you get there. But believe me, Foot, don't complain about that at all. Everyone is looking towards the circle edge rather than the circle center right now. So for the time being, they'll be just fine. Sat down in the valley until other teams coming out of Pachinki or something like that will have to just try and send it to that middle position. In the meantime, Gaming Gladiators taking their time here. They have rocks over towards the northeast, so it makes sense that they're not over-aggressing here. But now to go back to what I was just saying, inside Pachinki, these teams will now have to try and leave. And wow, look at Rooks taken out by Perfect X from afar.
Tough stuff. Twisted Minds has a... They've heard a rumor, all right, that below them is just the Mythov player. So that might be their next stop if they do move forward. I don't know actually if they know there's something there. But anyway, Virtus Pro is still under siege a little bit here by Win or Die, as they realize they have to move all the way through Pachinki, take scalps, and then somehow get out of Pachinki. So there's definitely a timer above their heads.
Well, there once was a hill called Kill Hill, and it's named that for a reason, because look at the amount of casualties up there. We're looking at Leosh, but in the meantime, 5 teams are fighting. Make it down to 3 now, as it's just BB and GK left alive. Mythov now eliminated too, as multiple teams have all gone down towards the south. We stay here, though, with Presenti and Win or Die, trying to sneak their way on in, but we've just lost somewhere along the lines of 9 players on the south side mountain after BP team tried to push through into Don't Panic, but got completely caught off guard by the fact that GK was there as well.
Yeah, GK can come out of that in some kind of formation, any kind of formation, and they're going to be so happy with it, considering how far south they were of this circle after loads of other teams had already moved. So could be perfect for them to get something done after a bit of a disaster yesterday. Twisted Minds now on the move a little bit as well. They have already dislodged the Mythov. They are gone. And now Gedrock's here alongside Virtus Pro, still embroiled in this fight. Shots coming in from Beamy, still holding them out, realizing that they are against the blue. And it looks like Virtus Pro, or Beamy at least here, doing all right to hold on, but I think this is mutual destruction.
Yeah. Definitely Beamy, one of the last players left alive, and now Twisted Minds has joined the party on Kill Hill as well, as GK is still standing strong. I mean, they haven't been overly pushed from the south side. Eternal Fire prioritizing their position over potential extra kills up on the hillside. Let's see now if Twisted Minds has it in them to take down GK. They have 8 kills already. Of course, a little bit of help coming their way when they took on FaZe. Now, looking to take out GK as well. Will find the first one, but Batoons has to immediately disengage.
Does a few 360s, a little bit of a razzle-dazzle there, and gets the lie down for a bit of a heal goff. And at the same time, with Diffex down, looks like Spiro will be able to get him back up, while Quizzy and PWD getting themselves that alternate angle to try and stop any encroaching presence here from Twisted Minds. That said, Pitfix is driving on up here. Quetpa is far away from the rest of Eternal Fire, but I mean, they're holding what technically is some decent land here to try and make this work from the south.
Yep, a lot of kills taking place towards the north now as we bring the attention down towards the south. Here, Prone waiting this one out as Quizzy looks up towards the north, but here you can see, I mean, this is what Twisted Minds do. They come in, they assert dominance, they alert you to the fact that if you peek, a bullet will come flying your way instantly, forcing them to play into cover. And then even when you don't peek, well, they're just going to lobinate to your position anyway. And now finally, Eternal Fire starts to push out, and just like that, GK down to 2.
Poor Defex is going to think Batoolins is bullying him. That was... he was up, he's down, he's up, he's down. And Spiro here now does see the head there of Batoolins. Actually connects with the 27 damage. Not quite the headshot that he really wanted from all of that. But at the same time, the off angle could be big here. 2 to go down. This could be the death. Oh, he gets 3! Perfect stuff. What an off angle.
Initially, I thought, oh, you gotta shoot, mate, but then he saw the second, held his fire, spotted the third as well, and what a great transition from Pew, because that had kills all over the place.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Bushido are now trying to get themselves a smoke wall as far as they can. They forwards against Far. They know exactly where he is. Oh, another perfect one coming out from Metabay. Bushido somehow, some way, dislodging the threats that are stopping them from getting into that circle here. And now Foot is in the mix of things with Eternal Fire.
And that's the issue, right? The only way Bard stays alive is by assistance from the south side, but because the remaining players from Foot Esports have to fight off Eternal Fire, he's very much caught on an island by himself. Keep in mind, Rux, you can see it on the minimap there on the bottom right, is still alive. Could potentially end up having an impact here, but for now, it's just 8C against the entirety of Eternal Fire.
Can only survive down here for so long. The split here for Foot worked out to get them towards that top 5, as you were mentioning before, but now it looks like it's going to come crashing down. There's not many ways to really stop and thwart the threats that are coming your way here, 8C.
I would love to see Rox's POV in this. Who does he go for first? You know it's a solo on the left-hand side, or at least you should, with the 3 players pushing together around the north. If he lines up a spray here, if he can see this, there's a chance that Rox could massively help out Ace, because he has to have eyes on at least 3 Eternal Fire players right now, but he's not really getting his POV. We'll see if he's playing circle. Makes good sense. He knows that if he can stay alive here, if the next circle swings anywhere near him, that's top 3 guaranteed, as HC does get eliminated.
Yeah, and I don't want to call it tunnel vision from like Eternal Fire or Foot there, because you would expect the vast majority of all the threats from that hill to have gone down already. Nail Cop though does take down the map. We have Bushido versus Eternal Fire running into each other. This could be brilliant here for GK on the other side of things. If this fight goes absolutely bonkers, they can eventually crest and maybe put the foot in and get themselves a win themselves.
Again, this is yet another swing position where Rox could end up having a massive impact if Bushido opts to wrap west around and is running straight into Eternal Fire. Of course, you'd, kind of indirectly give the win over to GK, depending on how this fight turns out. But still, when does Rox opt to engage in this? Quetpa able to find Nail Quab. It's just a matter of time now.
Yep, GK on the other side just waiting for those knocks to come through so that they can find an opportunity. They would love to see some Eternal Fire knocks. Not necessarily wanting to go up against them 4 strong here, but Bushido is currently pinned in a little bit of a pocket here, whilst Eternal Fire is creating a barrier. Still, Rox the spoiler, still could have impact on all of this going down.
Sees all of him. He has Crosspick on the right side as well, but of course he knows as soon as he starts shooting, 3 people are looking at him and he's lying prone right out in the open, so he's waiting for knocks. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. As Blue now taking him, has Crosspick right in front of him. The mad first one to fall down. This could go hard against them. Quetpa finds one, finds the second as well, as all of a sudden it's Bushido in trouble. Quetpa able to find the third, shutting them down completely. And now it's Rock's time. The res is coming through, but he's going for the knock player instead, and it's Spiro over the top that catches him out. Eternal Fire do not know how close they were to disaster.
It took a team looking from east to west to see Rox there. A valiant effort, though, by Rox to stay alive for as long as he did. Trigger discipline, making sure he could get extra placement points on the board as well. But now it's GK going up against Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire does have 4 on the board versus the GK 3, but should be a little bit of a high ground advantage for GK. Now, does Eternal Fire try and wrap down towards the south here to try and circumnavigate some of that advantage that GK has?
Exactly. No lethal util on the side of Eternal Fire. A couple of flashes and smokes. Well, there's a single molly. I'll give Crossbook that. We'll see if he puts it to good use. But right now, I think for GK, it's about maintaining this separation. If this final circle does shift in their direction, all they have to do is wait for Eternal Fire to cross that open middle, which it does. They are effectively sat on the dot right now with level 3 gear, with P90 in hand. I think they're looking very comfortable here. 12 kills. And keep in mind, the way that they were taking on Twisted Minds earlier towards the east side of here, they have had to fend off against some really tough competition. But now it's between the 2 teams who were sat furthest down south while Pachinki was burning to try and see who's going to come up victorious here in the hills.
We are on P90 watch, and it's going to start chirping very soon if Spiro's got something to say about it. As Quizzy's still keeping an eye on it. As you can see, kind of where I thought that they were going to try and go for down this south angle. Seems a bit more preferential here for Eternal Fire, but at the same time, it's so open. They're going to have a really tough call to make here, because anywhere they go is going to be open to these high ground angles.
They're going to have a tough call, but one thing's for sure, Quizzy cannot fall. Eternal Fire knows they have the numbers advantage. They wanted to swing to see, just get a good lay of the land of exactly where their position. Now they know they have them all up the hillside. I do not mind at all Eternal Fire playing this one a bit more passive, at least initially, because if you land a knock, one has to commit to a rest, and all of a sudden you're pushing 4v1. Even just damage, you're knowing that he has to go back to heal. Now you're effectively fighting 4v2. Now is the time to make the run forward.
But will they get that window? Will they make sure that they can exploit it? And it doesn't look like it. They're still kind of sitting towards the edge here at the moment. Guess they are waiting for an eventual hasty move. The thing is that once the dot is down, once the circle starts pushing in from every single angle, then there is a world where sometimes you want to wait for that just in case there's a slight slip of some of the terrain that GK has to try and deal with, and it exposes them. Like if a tree gets pushed out or something like that, it could give you a chance.
I'm wondering if they have full information that it is a 3-man they're up against. I mean, they're playing this slow and it makes good sense. They probably would do that even with this information, but with how hectic the kill feed was through that mid portion of the game and GK were taking knocks their way while Eternal Fire was fighting themselves, maybe they think maybe they think there's a chance that it could be a 4v2v1, and if so, let that snake like initiate the fight on the top side. Maybe they get a knock, maybe they help you out. I think that could be part of the reason why they're hesitant. But again, even in a 4v3, I still like the way that they're playing this one slow, because they know that if one knock comes through, they have a great advantage. Now damage is being done. They should allow for Marco to push forward.
I do think maybe one team would have already found the snake, considering
you would imagine.
Terrain, like the south for Eternal Fire.
But they're still looking for it. They've been jumping around looking at the edge of blue.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. Smokes do go down. Quizzy.
Marco? Oh, they know now. At least they anticipated. Molly net tree.
Full fight forwards here very soon. We are narrowing things down. 2 minutes left on the timer, but everybody's becoming very exposed. P90 starts chirping. There it goes. Code Marco goes down 3v3 just like that.
One knock from Marco could have been game over, but not gonna happen. P90 remains too strong as the smokes come through. They're trying to find their way towards the east side here. The thing is, with these smokes being deployed by GK, they're doing themselves a bit of a disservice. They're isolating themselves from the fights, but great shots coming through from Quizzy. It was a 4v3. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of GK, but look at the health of Spiro crawling, proning around the side, trying to get an off angle.
It's going to be difficult for Eternal Fire to get anything out of this now. Still not flashes go forwards. They would love to try and somehow get them out. Oh, Crossberg popping up at just a slight pixel. Brilliant stuff by him to try and keep them alive here, as now it is that 2v2. Somehow, some way, Eternal Fire still alive.
They know where they have one. They don't know about quick press position, but now the flashes are coming through again. Eternal Fire had no lethal util to work with, but they are trying to effectively blind their players on the other side. 1-for-1 trade so far. Crossberg, though, still full health, will go for the reload. Now it's Pew. It's versus Crossberg. A lot of damage come through on both sides, but no knocks come through to Shed.
Ridiculous stuff. 1v1 and wow. They've done it. GK, after starting out yesterday terribly, a 16-kill win for them coming in from the south side. That's a blinder of a game for GK.
They literally doubled their point total yesterday in game 1 of this day. What a performance. To go back, I mean, watching the 1v3 by Pew in that off angle against Twisted Minds, instigating that entire push on through. Just incredible game from them.
Yeah, very well done. Very well done in a hectic game, a hectic Pachinki, hectic hills. Spiro with 7. Let's head back to the desk.
I do love how at the start of the pre-show, when we were looking at the overall standings, I was like, what's happening to GK? And look, they came out, they've taken the win, good on them. I mean, Mark, let's jump straight into the Eternal Fire GK battle that we saw there, because I thought coming into the Final Four that Eternal Fire had this kind of lockdown. What was it that GK was able to do to ultimately claim the victory?
It's a bit more of discipline on their side. Eternal Fire had an option, obviously, when they came back. They came up from the south side. They either was going to go to the east or the west. They opted to go to the west. They took out foot, and they put them on this hillside. Once the fighting happened, obviously, Gaming Gladiators was a problem. That really put the anchor on for them. Once they finished that fight stand, they didn't quite know exactly where the remaining team was, and they done really well. I don't take anything away from Eternal Fire because they played it slowly. They played the edge. Code Marco was holding that top side, but the discipline from GK was really, really well delivered. They could have overextended. They could have gone a bit too far, and actually, if it wasn't for Gaming Gladiators, maybe Eternal Fire popped over that ridge and caught them in the open terrain, but it was pure discipline to perfection, huge amounts of kills, and a great game for GK.
What did you think of our first match of the day, Avenger?
Yeah, what a hectic one here. Obviously, starting in Pachinki, way too many teams inside where it's like, okay, this is kind of a Hail Mary situation. We try to get in because we don't really have any other compound to kind of play. But then you have multiple clutch moves, right? We talked about Geek in the beginning. How are they only on 13 points? 9 of the points came from that one game where Quizzy almost clutched against Gustav once again. But here, 16 kills and a win. They doubled their points score in one game today compared to yesterday's 6 games. It's just next level. That's really the start that they're hoping for. And doing it from that position up against teams like Twisted Minds, that off angle we saw in like multiple occasions. Oh, that's just so well played. Unfortunate situation here for, of course, Effects to knock down James. James actually had a really great push, getting 2 guys down. And overall, it's just really the story of the teams trying to get into a good spot, trying to kind of play this edge or trying to survive in Pochinki for some situations. Beamy strikes again, gets multiple kills on this. And it's also another case of, besides GK, the rich getting richer, right? We are seeing Twisted Minds pop off in kills. We're seeing a lot of the teams that we're expecting to get all the kills on a good amount of high kill scores, get in and get kind of well done. But Eternal Fire step up too. I like what I'm seeing from them. We saw them last year, what they're able to do. Obviously, having lost a fantastic player is unfortunate for them. But Crossberg has actually stepped up in a role that is hard to fill.
We just saw it on your screen, but it was something that I really enjoyed there, Mark, was that GK takedown of Twisted Minds, right? That I didn't see coming, but I like the aggression coming out of them.
It was even the fact that he delayed. Right, there's one, there's got to be more. Hold. Right, there's definitely two. He got one, got the second as he switched over, and then he had to just wait. He knew someone was going to come looking his way. And again, it comes down to that discipline control. This is what I was talking about before, that they couldn't get to that next ridge. Unfortunately, though, Code Marker had an opportunity. For me, he was make or break in that fight there, Sam. If he got the knock, then it could have gone to Eternal Fire's way. But again, GK just held, and eventually, what a way to go for game number one. 1 versus 1. What more do you want?
I'm in agreement with you with the Code Marker thing. I think if he had stayed alive there and he had got one of those shots off, it probably would have swung in the flavor of Eternal Fire, but it wasn't to be. Lots of points on the board, though, for them, for GK as well. A fantastic start to the day as well for Gaming Gladiators. We only had that one player there, but it's going to get them those 6 points, as you can see. 26
Huge.
points. I might be wrong, so we all know that numbers aren't my strong point, but I do believe that is the highest first place points we've had so far in the grand finals, Avengers.
Yes! That's insane. Great math. I applaud you.
We heard.
But on top of that, I gotta say, Sam, to do that as a team, being off on the 16th place, that requires some insane mental fortitude, right? And that's really what these teams, they need. Like, they need to come in, step in, and do extremely well. Sure, Na'Vi had the 15-kill win, I believe, in game number 2. That was also popping off, but here, doing it with 16, doing it in a situation where you need to step up from the very beginning, otherwise you're going to get left out in the bottom 8 or even the bottom 5 if they didn't get going here. So huge for them. 2 other teams obviously on double digits is good, but Eternal Fire also getting started here is massive for them. It's also going to push them a little bit up here, now on 10th and GK on 9th after being on 13 points on the start of the day.
They were on the bottom of this leaderboard and they have pushed themselves all the way up to 9th just with that one victory. You mentioned it, Avenger, the mental fortitude, but the question now is, as Mark says, do they have the consistency to keep doing that and climb their way up to through that top 8? That's going to be the big move, I think, today that we're going to be keeping an eye on, Mark, is if they are able to continue with this momentum.
It's scary. I think GK can. What worries me, especially for those Foot fans out there in chat, is Foot unfortunately going to be looking down the leaderboard now and going, hey, go pick up the G coin. Make sure you guys go over there as quick as you can. But they're going to be watching backwards when that's actually, they need to continue looking forward on this leaderboard. So it's time. One game, as I said before, one game is in it. Any of these teams on the right-hand side of the table are able to get themselves into a good spot. Once you get in a good spot, you go claim your G coin, and then you find yourself at the top of the PC table.
Twisted Minds? I was just going to jump in there and say, obviously, Twisted Minds finishing not in the top 4, but still getting those double digits. That's one to be scared of if you're anyone else in this lobby, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in this case here, I just wanted to point out GK only being 14 points from Virtus Pro after that fantastic game really talks to how close our leaderboard still is. Sure, FaZe had a great day. Their average is good, but no one really popped off with like a 70-point day yesterday. So everything is still close. It's very doable still.
Right, gents, how do we think that our next one is going to keep going as we move on to map number 2? Similar sort of aggression, looking for these teams to come out there with that fighting spirit?
Let me answer this one then. I reckon we're going to see another team. I wouldn't be too surprised that Eternal Fire maybe gets aggressive in this one, Sam. They were stolen that victory away from them. Maybe day 2's about the not the household names. Maybe we're going to see all of the non-top of the table get a win underneath their belt. But I think Eternal Fire will be disappointed for game number 1. I'd expect them to come back for game 2.
So now moving forward, obviously, if there was a specific team that you think needs to kind of like pick up the pace a little bit, is there a name in the back of your head, Mark, that we should be concerned about?
The myth off. Love to see him win a game. I'd also want to highlight win or die. Both those teams currently sitting on 20 points, Sam. So for me, it's about, again, just prove. Geek's just done it. Just go get a win. Find yourself in that mid-pack. Go and do it. Win or die just haven't performed. They seem to be running into the phases, the twisted minds. They're getting chased down. The myth of kind of the same. I feel like they played that game pretty well, but they got caught slightly on that rotation. And unfortunately for them, they went up pretty early.
And Avenger, from your side, anyone else that you think needs to be worried a little bit about day number 2, or do you think everyone is still kind of in a safe space and just getting it on?
If you're not on 30 plus points now, you need to get your things going. It's still very tight here, even as you said here, 20 points in the bottom teams. One fantastic game, 26 points. You're actually in the top 8. So you're not too far behind just now here. With this circle and this start here, another southern side though, another east to west circle, and another chance of a military game here though, Mark, makes it a little bit rough for these teams, especially teams looting on the northern side. You have to gonna grab a car, you're gonna have to drive pretty far for quite long before you get into a loot spot and before you get safe.
It just feels like the playing path wants the military. It's like we go as close as we can every time. Grove Street, well, nicking one of the vehicles away. The east down towards that southwest. Again, there is some complexity around who takes what cars and where. We've got, what, 18 seconds before we potentially see where the zone's going to go. Multiple now on towards that military island. And I feel like Geek at the moment, Martin, they keep holding that bridge on the west. I think they're praying for a military island to maybe get some more kills under their belt.
Yeah, fair appears not a bad drop. We actually get a really easy and pretty north high east circle here for the Snaya being close. A lot of teams are going to have to move far here with foot landing late, then trying to get into South George. They're going to be super slow into the circle, and with this plane path they're likely going to be going into this northern part of this circle, trying to get a decent spot into this one here. So it's exciting stuff for such a difficult plane path for the majority of the teams. And then there's on the other side, you have multiple teams that are already kind of hunkering down in some of our high priority compounds here, Mark.
I do like this though, especially for teams like Foot. We're seeing them now. They're going to go for that really wide rotation. It wouldn't be surprised for them to go to their normal drop spot here in South George and then go north and work their way in. Also, on the other hand, VP, they might actually go back to their old lands of Yaz and maybe loot around and then pull back towards the city. It'd be scary for a city ending. I think we are going to see a lot of traffic in that middle, but I think it's going to come down to that kind of priority spot. Who takes it first might get the victory. But let's hand over to Toby and Galaris. Guys, take the game away.
Yes, thank you very much, boys, as we get into game 2 here for day 2. Where is Mythov going? Why are they all running? Why does nobody have a vehicle? What's happening?
So Grove Street took the hard spawn, Twisted took the random spawn, and they didn't even. Grove Street took the hard spawn and they just got really bad RNG with extra vehicles. Like usually in that intersection you have, what, 3-4 cars up and down the road? There was the one that Grove Street got, which now means that the myth of, I don't think Nedex has looted anything yet. He's literally run from the first compound to here.
All of them hadn't, I think, until just now. This is their first gun, so...
And they won't get cars because Twisted took the vehicles up here too. Well, Example's gonna... That's... Huh.
Right, it's not game 6 just yet, guys. Calm down.
He drove into a fence. It's all I could see. Yeah, there he is. Vibing. I'm not sure what caused it. But maybe it's better that we won't find out.
Yeah, you know what? It's example. I think we'll give him a write-off every now and then. Yeah. That can't be perfect all the time. Jeans also can't be perfect. Gets blasted out by Quetpa instantaneously. Here comes the reinforcements, though, to try and crash on him. It's only Quetpa here at the moment. The rest of Eternal Fire slightly disjointed from this. Nade's going to go out. Quetpa's going to have to do some dancing here to try and deal with that. Did that go through the window?
I don't know. It didn't look like it, but it did.
Yeah.
It get downstairs. Now Gustav falls down as well. A lot of util being thrown upstairs, though. Trying to get Quetpa down. Matt.
Nice.
Well, this position is great initially, but I was going to say you need to do more damage in order to stay alive behind a car, and it does just that. Fix down as well, and all of a sudden, it's just correctly left alive, and he's going to fall too. Quetpa and the Mad. Well, I get 4 if you can just have them 2.
FaZe had a great day yesterday. Today, our 2 engagements for them have really not gone well. Bit of a disaster to start things off for Erangel. We'll need a reset going on to the wild cards and then Miramar. But for Eternal Fire, brilliant start. 4 points on the board, 4 still up and running, good to go. Quetpa held off brilliantly at the beginning of that breach.
And looking back at the map feed there for a second, their timing. We talk again, I like to always bring up this point of how PUBG is a game of 28 to 30 some minutes. But in this case, that was a 2, 3, maybe 4 second timing, because the way that FaZe comes over the hillside and doesn't see Quetpa in the car pulling up in the compound down below. Had they been there 2 seconds earlier, seen a car drive into that compound, they probably wouldn't have gone. I mean, there's a chance that they could have, but they had no clue until right now that there was a guy here. And at that point, of course, you're already, I mean, max speed going down the hill. There's not really a lot you can do to stop. And then from here, it's just feels Batman the way they fight. I mean, we'll say, though, incredibly well moved around by Quetpa upstairs. Yeah. To stay alive for as long as he did to get the help coming through. But again, timing literally a second or two, they would have been alive still.
I'll never get bored of the audio of bullets in slow motion and then slowly sped up, so it like catches up to you. It's the Matrix, you know, the cool bullet time stuff.
Oh yeah,
love it.
Love to see it. Love to see helicopters in the sky as well as the third one takes to the air, making its way towards the north. We'll see how things are going to pan out as Marco. I mean, Eternal Fire, they were feeling it last game, so were GK. Now, this fight, I don't think that's going to end anytime soon.
Yeah, I think neither team really wants this fight. Get the defects up, go elsewhere. Don't start peeking over this again. Just wait for it. And then, but a lot of emergency pickups still flying on in. Don't Panic's going towards Yasnaya. We also have We Live Again coming in from Military Island, a military base, C block, in fact. And we'll see where they want to go as well. Dies watching that. See exactly that Yasnaya is going to be taken. These compounds are quite nice for a circle like this. You can just sit here for a while. Although that being said, you know that other teams are coming in at Yasnaya as well as other compounds right next to you. So it does limit your options about not only where you put your cars, so you want to cover those as quickly as possible, but they're also your choices to move. So actually they're pushing up against Twisted Minds. I guess they realized maybe they were also a bit disjointed with the 2-2 split, but reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, rarely would you ever sit 4 guys in this compound early on. And Winner Dies smart in reading this. Issue is they're taking their time in pushing it and effectively just allowing for Twisted Minds to fortify the compound. So already now, I think if you're Win or Die, you gotta reconsider. Wait, did we wait too long? We heard cars come in. Are they now a 4-man? Is this even worth it anymore? I think you go back north and at least wait and see next circle. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're disengaging. They just wanted to maybe see what's available over on the other side, but a lot of damage does come in return. Good thing for them is they're able to get back all 4 up.
I think it's a mature response, right? As soon as you hear those vehicles reinforcing the Twisted Mind spot, Batons is back off. Keep that 2-2 going, lads. I like that a lot. But so both teams making some smart choices. Nobody has to die right now. We can both live.
Smart indeed. Issue for Winner Die is by showing so much presence towards the south, it allowed for Gaming Gladiators to come in on the southern side, or on the northern side, I should say, and take the gas station down by the bridge. We'll see how they opt to try and maintain their split as Dante now out in the open as well. Trying to see if he can get an off angle. A little dangerous. We're playing around out here. We'll see if any more is going to come of it. His BB team, again, I mean, slow rotating out of Milta Power, have finally made their presence known down towards the north side of Milta.
Got to agree on the Dante spot. It's ambitious. I think he's going to get away with it. I don't think anyone's really looking their way just yet. I mean, the rest of Gladiators are lurking around, so could reinforce that if needs be. But getting him up might be a difficulty if he did go down. Meanwhile, to the south, you still have EK sat along the road and just trying to dodge some stray bullets here and there from BB. But I think they're just waiting for a circle shift, going to be weighing up their options. Do we go for a wide rotate from here if it goes north, considering we know that the middle is going to be clustered, or do we have to send it through into treacherous territory?
The thing is, right now, there are a lot of compounds that are absolutely prime real estate should the next circle come your way. There are a lot of compounds that could effectively win you games in this circle should the next couple of circles going your way. And there's too much risk involved in trying to A, take fights if you have one of those compounds right now, or B, try and split too thin if you have one of those compounds right now. So that's why you're not seeing a whole lot of fighting between teams in the open. It's just all the teams sat around here waiting, maybe praying a bit. to the circle gods that the next one will shift their direction, because there's a pretty much everything that is prime real estate is taken already outside of the far east.
Or you can make the big eternal fire plate, get yourself the emergency pickup ready to go for when this circle pops, and then make your gamble. So let's see what they go for. In just a few seconds, we will get that circle pop. And eternal fire, I think they've got their eyes dead set on Yasnair if this goes north.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine, or even further north than that. It does swing north, but it goes out east. Interesting rotations now going to be coming up. Of course, there's plenty of room to rotate because it's open field for the most part, but how fast can some of these teams that are already circle center get set up and try and ambush some of the teams coming in? Pretty much everyone is going to be swinging in from the west. Look at BB team. Look at EK all the way down towards the south. They know that there's real estate available towards the east, and they want to get there first. Eternal Fire ditching the pickup as well, knowing that rotating a vehicle this time around is going to be much safer. And then it's everyone out towards the west here, James, that needs to figure how do we avoid the traffic jam that's going to be liquid compound and west thereof to try and get something out towards the east.
I have my concerns about Foot's potential rotate in case they crash into a We Live again, because they may not have been able to fully anticipate that somebody came up there with an E pickup, unless they were keeping their eyes on the sky and saw people parachuting in, which you can see that from that distance prior. So it's just kind of little blips. Really depends on how eagle-eyed they were earlier. Yeah. Navi's going for a big wide rotate as well on that side. They might be the ones to run into Foot, but
everyone's just trying to get, I mean, effectively avoid the Yasnair, Yellows, Liquid Compound, Heaven, you know, all of that. They don't want any part of trying to rotate past that because they know it's been taken for a while and the teams there are all ready to go. They want to go east, seeing the plane path, seeing how the first circle's shaped up. They all know there's space over there. The issue is, it's only going to be space over there for so long because BB has already made it to Mansion. Geek is going to be over there in a second as well. Gaming Gladiators, too, going to be in that area. And with Foot and We Live Again in the vicinity now as well. As you said, for Na'Vi, they're backfilling hard, and they know it. So they're going to have to rotate even wider.
Yeah, exactly. You stole the words out of my mouth. Watching them go as north as they have done, I think Foot realizes that maybe there would be a team that would be vulnerable considering the way they're having to go. Because Na'Vi was so late, and Na'Vi knew that they would maybe have to do something a little bit more sneaky. But I feel like
to cut them off.
Yeah, well, they've got their eyes in the sky, right? They've still got the glider, so they're watching as this position is moving forwards. So maybe they can take a steal or two here.
This is the UAV that they need, Pixel. It's effectively like the police helicopter calling the car chase down below, giving them info of everything going on. You can see how they're trying to set this up. Vard is there. HC is with him right next to him. They're trying to funnel the Na'Vi players into these ambushes, but Na'Vi is reading it really well, realizing, guys, there's an enemy helicopter hovering above us. Maybe somebody knows something. We should just keep going north. We'll tank the phase 2 blue and play it safe. I loved what Foot tried to do, but even more so, I loved Navi's quick reaction to what just happened, because that could have been disastrous for them had they not read it earlier.
It was a close call, but in the end, just the passing ships. So they will survive, fight another day. We Live Again down to the south of their position, has already taken those barns alongside Stalber Hill, so that could be a problem for potentially Foot if they do get knocked by that or go a little bit too close to it. There's already been shots from We Live Again, though, that way, so Foot is going to be a little bit more cautious about moving past that. Na'Vi, having to drive up and down the rocky areas on Stalber is rubbish. It's not fun. So well done, guys, for not flipping your cars.
At least without gas, all they have to do is roll down the hills now. I mean, I'm surprised they even have gas left in their vehicles, considering how far they've been driving. As the circle does swing west, effectively to the one area everyone was trying to avoid. The issue is, well, now you got to go there. Pixel's going to fly down, see what's available. They know that they're going to be splits to some extent, but even at this point, I mean, where do you dare to go? You're sending in it blind for the most part, and here they come. The first send comes through as Extend's able to find the knock onto Nixie on approach. That's huge. Levante finds EB as well.
Very well done by Gladiators already here, as Virtus Pro is being dismantled. The split being punished heavily and quickly. That's what you got to do. You got to do it decisively as Gladiators, so as to not to give Virtus Pro any opportunity to rebound or regroup. And Rocks taking that off. And a few more shots coming the way of Virtus Pro here. They're not out of the woods just yet.
VP has got bullet magnets on their helmets right now. I mean, they can't peek anything without taking bullets straight to the face. As Lucarux does get reset, but of course, them down to 2 split in each their building. It's going to be a hard hold. As we live against Lucarux, it's going to be a tough hold for him on his own.
Yeah, Navi drives past, so they're not going to be too much of a threat. They want something a bit more deep into this circle. As Beamy, oh my god, Beamy, you've got so much work to do from this position, and I don't think you have the angles to do it.
Pufferfish as a solo inside another building somehow set up an opportunity for Lucarux to make things happen on his own, but you can see how they're playing this one. They had the headshot connected onto Lucarux inside the building as well. I love the timing of this sweep around. Even if the first person peeking wasn't intentional, the fact that they bait the attention one side, swing with a double peek over on the other, as good of an execution as you can have on this play if you're We Live Again.
Wrestling it away. That being said, though, it's on the very north extreme of this circle, so they're still going to have to get some move on later on. Beamy's still trying to hit some shots, and he does so. But again, as a solo, what are you supposed to do here? You're just going to survive, hold out, make sure they don't try and cross to your building. But even when you peek, you are susceptible to just no knock, just insta-dead.
The thing is, right now, I mean, for We Live Again, there isn't a whole lot of interesting things to look at towards Beamy anyway. So I think knowing that you've taken out 3 with these buildings, I mean, 1 shotgun upstairs and you can pretty much be doomed. I think for now, at least until the next circle pops, We Live Again should just kind of ignore Beamy. And I mean, maybe have 1 look for a potential double headshot, but ignore him until the next circle pops and just look east. Look towards the south, see what you can find. Is there a dip available? You need to kind of plan your rotations to come because, as you said, they're coming in the hard north with limited to no info of what's happening further south. And if this next circle goes south, well, I mean, there's no point in trying to take a fight to Beamy.
I was surprised Twisted Minds during all of that got away with their split, the 1-1-2 that they had. We're just seeing it on screen now. Example was in the west compound that was there. Lou's over in Wizard Tower, I think. And then we've got Craters down toward the bottom too. There were teams rotating past them, and I think Foot was one that was going to be trying to threaten that, but they decided to go straight into Yaz. And that split's helped out here for Twisted Minds. They do still have a little bit of an anchor point in this circle, but Alamo obviously very important now. As well as win or die's position, they're going to have to start defending.
So, James, screenshot this. There's 9 teams currently outside the circle. Where can they play?
Yeah, there's not a lot of black spots, is there,
There's
really?
like 1.5 spot. You have 1 crater, and then you have the dip east of Liquid Compound. Outside of that, good luck, have fun. Not only are you fighting in the open, but with all these teams with compound positions in place still, you are going to be peppered. We're going to lose somewhere along the lines of 20 teams with this rotation to come.
Yeah, and I think Twisted Minds is going to be thinking about this, right? Considering they're already in one of the craters, okay, probably one or two of these teams wants to leapfrog forwards of us and get in those craters towards the center. But Lou's already moving into those, so they're trying to fortify that position. But, okay, yeah, you've got the tower for the moment, but this isn't going to be in. You need to go somewhere else, boys.
I mean, it's practically excluding, literally, I mean, as much as possible. It just exactly excludes the Wizard Tower. It just exactly excludes Heaven as well. The issue is people can't move around Heaven yet because the team sat there is still there. So you got to be smart about this one as GK trying to pull up an Eternal Fire, successful in doing so as well. Eternal Fire do opt to leave Hall of Fame behind, will make their way further towards the north. They still have 2 players in Alamo towards the east side, and they too want to make their way over towards the Matt, who is currently kind of open territory, but could get just over the other side of this hill, and he will.
Yeah, I was thinking that we were just going to take this side of the road and then play from there. That being said, as you say, DK can be able to see them quite easily. Gladiators now crashing in the side of Heaven. But, I mean, you need to dislodge the people in Heaven to then take the underneath of Heaven if you want to play the rest of this circle. And they are getting absolutely smashed against this. So that is going to be them going down. I'm not even going to hype that up. That was just clinical. There wasn't much chance for them there.
The whole lot you can do now extends on his own, seeing his teammates go down. We'll have to just wait this one out. I like how Navi is playing this one, but they have We Live Again now coming in the northern side. They have to be ready for this play. They cannot all tunnel vision the east side. Issue is, how do you fight the teams to the north when you still have a team set inside Heaven waiting this one? And you have a team set towards the south in BB looking your way too.
An important move for Shido trying to make it, as they know that Heaven cannot be sat in for a long, and more shots come in here. Great shots from Ferris. That was a Panzerfaust from Beamy against Don't Panic, and we need to see a replay somehow if there is
And
one.
he dies.
No
a
way.
1v3 Panzer takes out the entire team just to fall immediately after. Now that's a way to salvage. That's the only points that VP got this game off of one Panzer.
Somehow Beamy does it again. Did it at PGC, doing it here. Beamy's crazy. The Danes, they're crazy. Wow. But let's see where the circle goes. Ooh, to the road.
And now this is where you want to dislodge Bushido as fast as you can. Issue is, I mean, with everyone sat so close to each other, you can't really do a lot to impact that. BB team, they can lay low, they can chill for a bit. Extends dies to blue. Gaming Gladiators out in 13th. And now, I mean, this east side fight is going to be huge because for whatever team wins, should they come out with no casualties somehow, you're going to have so much space while everyone in the west are going to be fighting one another.
Navi's gone down. More nades rain their way. I mean, they blasted through and took this spot quite early relative to all the other teams actually even still being alive. And it was always eventually going to get kind of crushed down on and be nade bait for the most part.
Yeah.
At the same time, GK doing all right down to the south and dislodging Eternal Fire from the one spot that they could play. They knew this backfill was going to be a treacherous one coming in from GK. A nice spray coming out from Spira, and Diffx will take down Crossberg. That's once again, these two teams colliding.
And I mean, for GK, they played this one incredibly well too. It wasn't even that bad a position from Eternal Fire to try and take this fight from, but they had their numbers counted completely, and now they can fight their way further forward. They have a foot inside the circle now as well. Same thing can be said for one of these two teams once this fight comes to an end between Exhalation and Grove Street. In the meantime, Sparta, solo player left alive on the side of mid up. He's gonna die to blue. Yep, there you go. Yep. Oh no.
Two wins. There's an 8. Oh, well. That's rough.
Unfortunate indeed, as he will fall. Twisted Minds will have to try and play without their IGL, push further inside the circle. But now that this fight between Exhalation and Grove Street is going to come to an end as well, Grove Street can hop up and use the hilltop to their advantage, making things even harder for the teams inside, depending, of course, on what BB team ups to do.
Alamo has smokes towards it. Maybe the potential for a little push forwards here for Exhalation, but they need to make it. I mean, where they're going to go, any way they want to go, other than Alamo, is also kind of dangerous. But now pushing up against the win or die compound, instantaneously nades up against that smoke. Perfect stuff coming out from Leosh to greet them. Double blue.
Yeah, could have been much worse with the nade as well. Could have had all three of them, but somehow T-Bone and Pixel quick enough to spread out after the vehicle got in place. They'll be able to stay alive, at least from the initial nade barrage. We'll see what Twisted Mind's up to do in response to this. They know the fight is taking place in the north. They know that this position is inside the circle. I love this get drugs off angle outside the Halo. Maybe that can catch them off guard. Foot, that is. Wants to try and put forward, and indeed it will. T-Bone, first one to fall.
That was almost a quad blue, by the way, but Foot is pushing forward. Fortunately, T-Bone will go down completely from his own nade. And now a big spray coming in from Gedrox. Can't quite fully connect with Pixel. He does do enough damage to be able to have the follow-up. He's already down here. Lou, from the opposite side of all of this, is going to be the one to get that trade going. And Foot will fall. Not easy to be able to make that push all the way through these fields. Win or die prevails in the compound.
And again, timing for Twisted Minds couldn't be better than what it was here. I mean, they had a chance to Pigo and take the fight south, but instead they go great. The Liquid team is fighting south. We can just use the north side of the hill to get a little bit of high ground, peek over towards the north and set ourselves up better. And now they get to pick and choose what they want to do. They can wait out Grove Street. And good timing on WeLive again to cross over here when they did. They knew the win and die were fighting on the west side of the compound, so they come in, force themselves into the east side, try and play from there.
I mean, while all this has been going on, the one quiet factor behind all of this game has been BB team. They are... I would love to see like a little over... Oh, well, here we go. Because they've got a rock, they've got a few cars to themselves, but nades are going to come in from GK. GK is feeling it right now. They're using the utility brilliantly. They're able to take these trades with guns brilliantly. Now a full smoke wall going out from BB team. They realize they are going to be under siege from this push coming in from GK. GK needs this position.
Yeah, they definitely do, and they need to get it done quickly as well, because Bushido is towards the northeast, and they're looking down in this direction as well.
They're driving.
Yeah, they're pulling up to this one. They're trying to leave. I don't even mind this play from BB team. They want to get away. They want to try and get somewhere safer. They know that they're going to be nade bait with multiple teams coming in. So try and see if you can get yourself some cover out in the open. Moldog is going to play for Circle, and the remaining teammates are going to join him.
I think it's wise. I think GK was putting on too much pressure, and as you're trying to peak GK to try and slow them down, you're then exposing yourself to other teams that are looking your way while all that commotion happens. Windseye on the north side still trying to figure out what they're going to do against We Live Again, who has leapfrog forward of them. Twisted Minds did get the Toolins up, so they were for a moment kind of 4 strong, but he's already gone down now. So still now 3. What's Grove Street south of them looking their way. It's only GK that's 4 alive after already having that win on the previous game with 7 kills too.
Yep, they're feeling it. They're feeling it for sure. Leosh up on the roof was unseen. Good thing for Matt Negative is that he's able to trade that one instantly, because that could have been a lot worse had not been able to do just that. We'll see as Gedrox throw the molly and see if maybe he can make some more space for himself as he tries to push forward. His teammate will fall. Percenti could potentially get to him as well, trying to make his way over towards him, but not quite there just yet, as this building is just, yeah, as destroyed as can be.
Do we have the kitchen sink to throw in here as well? What's happening? Let's just keep going, I suppose. Nice little peek there from Gedrox to try and finish this off. He does realize there's a shotgun in hand, though. Doesn't take it. Man, Nukative will shut it all down alongside with the shotgun. And so We Live Again still alive up in that top spot. And for a circle like this, when you have Grove Street pushing up against Geekay, Geekay might find themselves a little bit sandwiched here if they take a fight against Twisted Minds, as Grove Street's still trying to sneak up on them.
Look at where GK is looking. None of them are aware that Seifu made it out from the south side alive. So this could be dangerous. Quizzy does find example. This might be the perfect chance for Seifu to get a knock, depending on how this one turns out. If a knock goes the way of GK, maybe he can push forward, because so far he's gone unnoticed.
Always concerns me. The circle goes to the road straight away again, so it's going to act like a river. And basically, it's going to be down to who's got enough util smokes, maybe even some foldable shields here and there. When we kind of really narrow down to the end of this game. But GK still holding off. They're doing a brilliant job. Quizzy did a good job against Twisted Minds. Now Seifu is gone, and that is because of Bushido basically kind of covering that angle here for GK. 9 kills on the board. It bears repeating. They are on a roll, and if they can kind of continue this momentum throughout the day, we'll see them join that top pack no problem.
They had 13 points when we started the day.
Insane.
Now they're in the 50s. That's absurd. As Perfectix does, make sure to keep them humble. Iroh there to join them as well, setting them down to just 2 up. Spiro and Pio trying to make something happen. I like this repositioning from Nailcorp down towards the south side. I mean, Bushido knows they have the entire east side to themselves after all the fighting that they were doing earlier. They've already dealt with their semifinals. Now it's about trying to set up here and maximize the potential points gain in this game here.
If they had Heaven, then as soon as they dislodged Na'Vi, I mean, of course, they were trapped between 2 teams. Nailcorp hit another banger of a nade. Now on their side of the road, they are sitting pretty. All they have to do, as you say, in terms of waiting this out on this other side of the road, and then they'll just fight off against whoever comes across.
Even if they get players knocked, there should be no chance for those knocks to get converted to flushes, especially with where they're currently set as Perfectix. Oh, he'll say thank you for the damage done from the other side. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough. Lou does get him in the end. Twisted Minds down to just Lou and example. See the angles that they have across the street. It's so hard to do anything against it, because if you try to wrap towards the north, BB team is there as well. They have a full circle control at this point.
Yes, they do. That Celtic angle up at the north, brutal to deal with, unless he does get knocked, and then that'll be fantastic. But yeah, there is an arm in hand. That's a potential saving grace, but they still need to deal with the fact that Perfectix is south of them. I think the overall Perfectix is probably not really focusing on the idea of them, though. Just trying to stay alive down there. There's actually 2 from Twisted Minds. The nameplates were stacked.
BB team playing 3-man whack-a-mole. It's not easy, and if anyone had a mortar, that'd be 3 kills easily lined up for any of them, because BB can't really go anywhere. So Bushido here trying to bait the attention, trying to force some knocks. The issue is they are split, so should BB get an opener on Bushido, that could destabilize the card house very quickly.
Still some potential here for maybe a shutdown, but I mean, whether the public likes it or not, Bushido is in #1 right now. That they have been unbelievably consistent from yesterday into today as well. They've been playing with a fire underneath them, and now they're looking to round this out with a victory.
See if they're gonna get it again. If Celtic falls here, there's no one coming to help him. Same thing can be said down towards the south with Nail Cup. There is a chance that should Ira fall in the middle, one of them can try and go back and get the rest, but they then know they're giving up very, very important space to opposing teams, because immediately BB team will try and make a run forward. So Twisted did manage to get reset up to 2 alive. They have to move. So do BB. But in all fairness, so does Bushido.
Still waiting for that crest. Still waiting for them to just bridge that little dip here. Slow and steady. They've still got 40 seconds before the circle fully closes, but then that does push them out of this little angle. And you can see already Blue, as soon as he peeks on over, as soon as he gets pushed where the circle barrier is going to be, instant hit.
The issue is for both Twisted and BB, they can't just look towards the east. They have to eye one another as well. It would be best for them to just say, let's fight the east side first and then deal with one another. But of course, you can see here, it's not going to be the case. Smalldogs able to find one. Best of luck finds the other.
Nice.
And now it's a 3v3. The road is the ending point. Util still massively in favor for Bushido, so let's see what they can make of it.
One good thing for BB team is they were allowed to get away from that rock. The fact that Celtic was pushed off of that north side angle meant the BB team has a bit more room to work with, and that was paramount for them to try and keep this game alive.
I'm surprised they all up to go towards the north. I mean, they want to set up smokes, but perhaps we saw that there were no smokes available on the side of Iro. Maybe that's what they're playing with. They want to have all of them next to each other so they can play to the best of their... Yeah, no smokes whatsoever. They had a really hard time fighting out of heaven, taking on all those teams there. So it's going to be a very open fight for them. Interested in seeing if BP still has smokes available, because I don't think they used a lot of them when they were sat behind the rock. The cast kind of granted them the cover that they needed. So the smoke difference between the two here could be what's going to win them the game.
Yeah, it becomes about a terrifying kind of game of reactions, because both teams are going to be lying down as close to as they can to that road before they eventually get seen by one another, and then it is going to be just a Mexican standoff between 3 versus 3, unless nades hit, because that's a lot of damage already going the way of Bushido. BB team is making a run for it here.
It's like playing battleships, but you're on one of the boats seeing all the artillery coming. It's kind of terrifying. You're just waiting until one of you are gonna be the target of one. But we'll see now. Bushido staying prone. Nate splashes lopped on over, thinking BB is closer than they actually are. So a lot of util, if not near all util, deployed already. Again, curious to see what BB has to work with. Now the push does come through, and they will be able to find the first.
And found the second as well. Iroh's gone down. It's only one remaining here, Celtic, but he falls. BB team will save it. They've been in this little dip, this side of this road, almost all game long, and they come out victorious. There were so many threats coming their way, be it PK trying to take them out, retreating away from that. BB team on top. Impressive finish.
I mean, and again, knowing exactly what to do, when to do it. They had arguably one of the best positions early on, but when Bushido came down to fight them in that dip east of Liquid Compound, they said, nope, we can't stay here. We can't fight on multiple fronts at the same time. Get in the cast, play for a ruck in the open. And that setup granted them the win in the end. So nice understanding of when to aggress and when to default back to safety.
Definitely so. Well done by BB team. That really makes them join that top pack at the moment. Let's head over to the desk here. It's 8 kills going the way of BB team and the win.
8 kills for BB team. They take the win, as the boys just mentioned. I will talk about their win in a bit, but what I actually want to focus on is Geeke, Mark. Oh my gosh. I actually thought in the mid game that they were probably going to win this one as well. They get into the final 4. So much aggression from them. And the reason I'm focusing on them, because this is the team that was sitting stone last at the start of today. And now, with the way they are moving, I think that they've quite happily pushed themselves not into the top 8, but even further up that leaderboard.
Confirmed. I think it was the shock. You spoke about it earlier, didn't you? It was just a shock. They were sitting so far down the leaderboard. The expectations were high. I think Martin, you called it top 8. I think they could even have been higher personally. They've clearly scrubbed off yesterday. Like, it happened. We need to move on. They came out of an explosive win game number 1, and they were looking good, Sam, for a game 2 victory. I was worried for Seifu. I thought he was going to cause some damage, but Bushido, well, they dealt with him. But then obviously they found it difficult to get into the very late end of the game. A really good play, though, from BB team. More importantly, they held on to their utility to be able to close it out.
Let's talk about that BB team win. Martin, I mean, going into that final 4 fight, what was it about their positioning, their util, like Mark mentioned, and all of those things that made it so easy for them to clinch that victory?
We gotta mention this first, though. Eternal Flag completely wiping FaZe Clan, putting 0 points on the board for FaZe Clan in 2 games in a row now. But yeah, difficult circle. This area here, like south of Yasnaya, you have so many kind of hard compounds to breach. You have to play in the fields, you have to play around it. BB team played smart. They actually had the spot that GK managed to get a lot of kills from, but opted out from it because they got pushed out and they wanted to maintain a position inside that next circle. So insane for them to play like that. Also, very, very high focus on cleaning up the kills, right? That's really the name of this game for me here. You had so many teams that had very, very high kill numbers, stacking it up at the top.
You're seeing those high kill numbers come in, though, and I would argue, Avenger, that it is because the more experienced teams like the Twisted Minds, GK, have realized that this is an easy way for them to farm the points, right? Is to play a bit more aggressive and don't miss your shots.
Yeah, I definitely think they're very coherent about saying and knowing in the kill feed, okay, we have a Teemo here, they're hurt. If we go 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3, we're going to be coming out against that. And that would be huge. And BB surviving this kind of onslaught here from GK actually surprised me a little bit. They're able to kind of disengage and maintain 3 players alive. Yeah, but GK, what a step up for them here on day number 2. Imagine if they had a great day number 1. They would have been in like 90, 80, 90 points now at this point. That would be insane. But yeah, they got completely destroyed by a combination of Twisted Minds utility, Bushido utility, and a third-party situation. A little bit unfortunate for them, but really well executed by Twisted Minds.
We do need to focus on Twisted Minds, though, Mark, because this is a team that is vastly experienced, one of the best in the world, and they have steadily been racking up the points as well these last 2 games. While they might not have won anything, you can see them climbing up the leaderboard, and they do come in with that aggressive play, which works in their favor.
Yeah, it is about aggressive stance, and I think that reflects in the kills they're getting overall. A little bit more in the placement points for this round, but I thought this game was stolen away from them slightly. They were chasing down squads, they were working their way in on circle, they had great utility usage, but unable to get the massive conversion, especially in this round. But I think that's all subject towards the zone. But overall, Twisted Minds, as we mentioned before, the consistency is there, but it does sort of swing towards the side of kills. Placements struggling a little bit and definitely haven't got the wins, especially today, that they might have wanted.
4 teams with double digits there for points, which is going to change this leaderboard up immensely. Look at that BB team, a team that came in through the last chance qualifiers, now currently sitting in that top spot with 66 points. And GK Esports, who started the day on 16th, 2 games, Avenger, and there they are sitting in 7th. It is going to get very competitive, I rate, in the top 8 and specifically in the top 3, right?
And 10 points dividing 1st through 6th place. Yeah. Talk about how close that is, right? Na'Vi and FaZe didn't really manage to have a fantastic start in the first 2 games, which is opening up the door for everyone else here, Sam and Mark. Like, this is just the opportunity for all these teams, and they're taking it. GK took it here. Obviously, the team, they're also catching up a little bit. Still very close. Only 20 points as well from 2nd place down to 9th. So it is definitely still everyone's game here, especially in our top 10. One good game, you're in the conversation once again. And obviously in the bottom here, check out the G coins, guys, in game. Make sure you grab them fast because there's a limited amount.
I love it when it is this close, because I do think, Mark, when 1 team or 2 teams have kind of just completely gone ahead of everyone else, it means that last day, sometimes that last game can kind of finish early on. We saw that obviously with the last chance qualifiers, but here we have such an equal spread of talent and in the region, all fighting in the top 8. Do you think, as we move away from Erangel now and obviously moving on to Tego, do you think that there will be a breakaway, or are we going to see those teams still fighting in the final 4, final 5?
I think it's going to get worse, Sam. I generally think it's going to get worse. There is, obviously, with Na'Vi, with FaZe not having the best start, we just need a game in Gladiators to maybe get a win. Maybe a Foot comes back. Maybe an Eternal Fire gets a win. And that leaderboard just continues to get closer and closer. You got to remember, we're not just fighting for the money. We're not just fighting for the PGC points. We're looking for the invitations to go through to the LAN, right? We've got 2 global partners. Obviously, you scratch them out. So at the moment, we're looking for BB, Bushido, and FaZe. Like, I think that's a lot of what these teams be focused on. Day number 2 is kind of the setup now for the final day. And look, if BB team gets another win, if they level themselves up, be really, really good. But for me, at the moment, I think we'll be looking for some of those other teams on that right-hand side of the table. Maybe we see a Foot Esports pop off. Maybe we see another team get a win, and it's just going to make the table even more chaos.
They need to get some wins, though, because they can't allow those top sort of 5, 6, 7 teams to start just sponging up the points, Avenger. We don't want a battle where it is 8 on one side and everyone else is kind of just... They're just there for the kill points for the top 8 teams, right? So we're going to have to see someone step up Eternal Fire, Foot Esports from the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think it's been too bad. We've seen multiple teams kind of take on the top teams that actually won multiple times. And that's also one of the reasons, Sam, why I think this leaderboard is so close, is the top teams are not wiping the floor with our bottom 8. We have a lot of contenders that are able to hold themselves in multiple situations where we see 1 versus 1s, 1 versus 2s, 1 on our bottom 8 team. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, as the other guy said, and as Mark said as well, once we get to take on Rondo, this is where the fun begins. We're going to see some of our mid-pack teams have an even bigger chance at grabbing some of this.
Mark, what time is it?
It's time to take over. I can have my words there. I love this map. It's the southeast up towards the northwest, right through the middle. Teases us Martin now with a potential island in that northwest corner. Most teams will be okay. Most will have their primary drop spots. There'll be a few that will be extended out just to try and get those cars. Be cautious though. This zone, please don't go to Godok.
It is going go dog, Mark. Like, that's exactly what it is. Like, this plane path is screaming, go duck, and you can see here Grove Street, Bushido, Game Gladiators, We Live Again, BB Team, even Exhalation and Foot. They're loving some Northwest action here, and it makes a lot of space for all the other teams kind of to get into a decent situation. If we do go Northwest, we're gonna have a lot of teams that have a longer rotation, longer time to get in, and potentially teams gonna be fighting on the way here. This is really the case for War Leader once we started today. But Mark, it is gonna be this little bit of a bait ending here with the river going through the middle. Somewhat of a yin-yang, not exactly the perfect yin-yang at this point here. That's like a 62.72 to 38% on the north and south side, I would say at this point here. Just throwing out numbers here. It's about a 60-40-ish, I would say. But yeah, still difficult. We do have plenty of bridges in action though here, Mark. They're all of them of the important ones except for the shipper one.
I think it is key to identify that some teams are going to try and get across early. Expect the bridges to maybe get locked down, closed. But I'd be interested to see actually, Martin, how many people stay on the south side. But before this kicks off and before you answer that one, best throw back to the casters though. James, Toby, it's going to get spicy on Tego.
Thank you, boys. Yeah, strikes me as more of a 59-41 overall. But anyway, moving on, as you do have the Mad, somehow Eternal Fire almost always finding themselves in these early skirmishes, early engagements. And now it's the Mad's turn to try and hold off as EK is rocking on up. Where's the rest of Eternal Fire? Are they on the way?
Oh, that's a jumping Saiga. They saw him. They saw the top. And where's the swing? Boom. There you go. That's a 1-for-1. Good. 1-by-1, I should say. One jumps to get the attention, baited. Doesn't even matter. It takes a bit of damage. The second comes around the corner with the Saiga in hand. As clean as can be.
Finished off with an SKS. Ugh.
Like to see it. Like to see it. As 8C, K2 in hand, a gun we don't really ever see, is trying to make his way down towards Gaming Gladiators. I think he heard that vehicle there. Now he's going to see one as well. He has no spare ammo. And Extends seemingly does not have a clue that he's there.
I'm looking for Pixels through the bush.
Yep. Too bad for him. Pixel is all the way in Yongshan.
Were those Pixels shots? Who knows?
Oh.
No, I don't think they were. I think they were actually an RV shooting that way. So the rest of the foot is actually on the way here, down the road. So Gladiators have got a decision to make. Do you sit around or do you wait for this? Because they're coming in hot. They're coming in fast. Extends already takes damage here from Vard on the drive-through. And that is a perfect start here for Foot to just shut this double down.
Yep, I love the setup. I think 8 was like, oh, I guess I don't have to do anything. I think Vard was initially just going to work as the bait to allow for 8 to push up and catch them. Vard, you got to reload, I mean. There you go. To kind of catch them off guard, but when Mark can hit double headshots like that. Oh, it's another one as well.
No.
Wow. I mean, Foot kind of playing from behind in 9th place right now, knowing they need to get top 3 to make it through. If they're this warm coming into Tego, who's to say what's going to happen this game?
He was fortunate that there was a tree and then also a shack that was going to be in the way of the line of sight. Because if Vard kept shooting them shots, he was gone. So Foot trying to get things going. It's crazy for Foot, really, because we see them as a good team. We always see them as a team that kind of just doesn't barely make it to a next round or an international. But they're in 9th with 44 points. Now you're thinking to yourself, yeah, but they're good. Look at the shots they're able to hit. Look at the positions they're able to take up. But the top of this tournament, we said it yesterday, is so close with stacked names, stacked lineups, that even a team like Foot, who's doing all right, by no stretch of the imagination, and they doing bad, but they're outshone by just titans. And we have too many titans in EMEA. That's the problem. Too many of them.
And it's the matter of consistency, right? Because they started out the day yesterday with a 12-kill win on Miramar. Like, you wouldn't have it any other way. That is the perfect beginning to a grand finals. But then you have a 1-point game into a 2-point game, and then an 8-point, sure, but then another 0-point game. Or a 0-point game, I should say. So 3 games where you get 1 point, 2 points or less. If all those games had been at least just 5-point games, you could add another 14 to the tally. All of a sudden, you're set in the top, maybe even into the top 5. So it's those ones that really end up hurting when you know you're capable of getting the big wins, but you're also throwing 0-pointers in there.
Definitely hurts. So we're now on with Bushido here, who have, honestly, for this grand final so far, I have to be candid about it, they've surpassed my expectations. I did not see them getting this high, but they have done. They've been consistent. Now, one thing I was talking to you about in the break was the fact that whilst, yes, they've done well, I think maybe there's a higher propensity for this team to falter through a 3-day compared to a BB team, a FaZe, a Twisted Minds, a Na'Vi, all the teams around them. For them, if they lock it down all 3 days, that I would be unbelievably impressed, all things considered.
Yeah,
and there's a lot to consider.
Same thing could unfortunately be said for BB team. I mean, 2-day champions, 3-day, not always so much. Hopefully for them, they do manage to pull through and stay in top 3, making their way to PGS, but time will tell. There's a lot of hungry teams on the hunt. Of course, Twisted Minds, they don't really matter in the PGS conversation because they will not take one of those 3 slots. So should they finish in top 3, it's going to be top 4 that goes through. But for FaZe, I mean, VP on the hunt as well. It's a little different story.
So, are we getting Godoc?
Well, we didn't yesterday. So I think it's about time. Statistics has proven that we should definitely get Godoc. If not every game, then every other. Of Takeover, that is. That's Foot. Well, already getting points on the board early. Now blessed with some level 3 gear. Is it a DBS grade? No.
Even with it being slightly buffed, I had a game today where my friend rocked up to a crate. He was like,
you know what?
A crate! And then it's like, oh, it's a DBS.
But you know when you want the DBS?
Oh.
When it's a Godoc game. I'm just saying. If you're prepping for the worst, you might as well bring it along as Iroh. Hat, Seifu, completely lined up. Easy nade, easy flush. Grove Street will play this one as 3.
Too much info. Taking him out super quick. And Voxel moving away from all of that. Doesn't want any of it. Head back to Palace, tail between your legs, and get back to the rest of your team. Replay.
Oh,
ooh, the nade. Ooh. Perfect stuff coming in. Ooh.
106.
106.
Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. They knew exactly where they had him. Lopped it over. I mean, it was in between the 2 rocks that were there. So Nate couldn't really be placed any better.
Abdu plays himself a bit better because Exhalation is going to hold that off. He cannot be just rocking up there with this already taken. So we're also the boom coming in from a reinforcing angle to see if he could shoo them away, corral them away, maybe shepherd them into a different location. Or maybe shepherd some of those shots into Nedex, but it doesn't really connect too much. 32 damage done eventually though. Now from some more shots coming in his way. He's trying to snake. Just bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. He's
so
out.
far successful. The boom had 2 more bullets. Maybe they would have been the difference maker, as Nedex just wants to stay in line of sight, my man. Get yourself to cover. Able to finally do that as the myth up now. Forced to reconsider their rotation path as Exhalation able to force them to go further down towards the south.
Yeah, we've seen the myth of just north of Godoc, looking to find a way on in if they can. They might end up running into those crates, actually. That'd be a nice little pickup for them.
Definitely. This one could still easily swing south. Fortunately, we do have a lot of bridges in play and in the area. But you can see people just waiting. I dare you to pull up FaZe. I have a Panzer Faust in hand. I'm waiting for this. Be ready. It's going to be Cinema. That is, if they turn around and go for this. James has spotted Spyro up on the hillside. I think they were trying to bait. Are they actually going to go for this? I think for now they're just staying up here. 27 seconds to go. No reason to hard commit to a compound find should this circle shift north.
Maybe. Take over for a second, Toby.
Oh, I will. I will take over. As we see James back on the, at least just reparking his vehicle. Make sure and scout what's available up front. Cannot see the Eternal Fire players with that 4x. There are... Is it a car spots up there? I think it is. The Sheila
back.
Taken out. So welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back as the new circle pups. And James, where are we headed?
There's only one answer. Not go dock, damn it. But at least we're at the bridge where you can do the jump. So maybe Navi's going to do that, and they are right now. Fantastic.
We don't get to see it. It's simply too hype for cameras. Cameras can't contain the amount of excellence that would be on screen. Seeing all of Na'Vi flying across. Oh, there you go. Actually, we do.
Hey! Way! All right, cool. We saw one.
Yep, there you go. Skip. On to the next thing. Thank you, observers. As we move over to Quetban Eternal Fire, who again, I mean, you saw teams eyeing this compound for a while. And for good reason. There was no movement on their side. Issue is they're now running into confrontation, and it's the same team they were up against in the previous game. Eternal Fire really is the kryptonite to face today.
Big difference, of course, is Eternal Fire actually has one already down thanks to that fight from Geeky earlier on, so maybe FaZe can do something about this still. Quetberry is now down, as the three are still going to try and move around this right-hand side to try and target Crossbow. Crossbow, though, holding this angle as much as he can. It only connects a few bullets to that. He's going to charge up a nade, see if he can get that done underhand, through the window, retreat back. Doesn't connect too much. Gets a little bit of chip damage here and there, but Code Marco's moving around that left-hand side wall to see if he can get an off angle.
And behind him is Geekade joining the party. Diffix running over the ridge line there. You can see him in the distance, trying to get a good off angle on this fight. It's all a face. Committed to the buildings now. They're all inside. No extended mech for Crossberg to work with. Could end up with him going down because of it. Will fall. Doesn't get to get the second player down. Correxy taken down though. So at least for them, they stay up as 3 now. This is when Geeky helps to engage. It's just Marco left alive here. Door opened. Peeks for info. Trying to get him down, but here they come pushing on through. Spear able to find Fex.
It might be the perfect timing here for Geekhead to mop this up and get some free points on the board. Nate goes through that window. Another one's going to be charged up here. Gustav could potentially be in the line of fire. Spiro takes down the 2. And they don't exactly know where he is. Code Marco on the other side of that door. Around the corner here. He got the wrong way. Oh, Gustav does take him down, but Spiro will shut it down in the end. There's only Code Marco left. Foldable shield, but he is exposed to an angle there from Diffx. Is he going to get shut down? A little shot. Just the reinforcements should shut this down here from Code Marco.
Very well could. Just the one there. They have the numbers, but the numbers ain't here. It's just Spiro trying to stay alive. Now the teammate is coming. You can see he's trying to buy time for his teammate to join him. Daring to peek with 5 bullets. Goes down to 1. But EK stays alive. Now in 6th place. To compare, FaZe started the day in 1st. And GK is sat now just 6 points behind them.
It's madness. It is madness.
Wild. GK started the day 48 points behind FaZe. They have caught up 42 points today, and we're only 2.5 game in.
I mean, hopefully they keep rolling this way, right?
Wow.
Like, it's definitely a team of, I'm not going to say a team of rejects, but it's a team of that came together from other teams that we know every component was fantastic on those teams. It just didn't fully align with those big names, the Na'Vis, the Twisted Minds of the past, the BB teams. But they're a terrifying force that has the potential to truly rival those top spots.
And I mean, you say you don't want to call them the rejects. I think there's a really good storyline to having them be, whether you want to call them the rejects or the expendables. I mean, they are definitely just that. They were the ones that were left behind for options that teams thought they had better. And now they get to align themselves. So much info amongst these rosters with the teams they've played on in tournaments past. So it was bound to be something good if they could align all the information that they have available with the circle. Swinging now towards the river once more. And Exhalation trying to get a read on what's happening in front of him.
Big move from Win or Die. They're going to have to thread the needle here against some of these teams. They're trying to mosey on past the don't panic position, who don't look like they want to take too many shots just yet. Maybe they were going to take some shots at the stragglers at the back of that convoy, but not to be the case. They're just going to let them go through. See where they go. Bushido might be running into them straight away on this. They're out the cars first, so there's an opportunity here for Bushido.
There is, but look at what's happening behind them as well. VP is here as well. Bushido finds themselves what they thought was going to be a straight-up 4v4. Now in between 3 teams, and they're feeling the hurt from it. Down to just 1 player in the blink of an eye. Look at Rooks. Great angle here. It's now win or die, starting to take casualties as well.
It makes sense. The desperation of trying to take this position.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows these next circles are going to be shifting towards this direction unless something crazy happens because of the amount of water that's still in, because of the lack of a mainland that is still in. And Twisted Minds is trying to solve that puzzle over on the mainland. So is Geeke. Geeke is swimming while this is going on.
Yeah.
And this fight is not done just yet.
Not at all. With how close the leaderboard is, it's pretty terrifying that FaZe is out already. And Bushido is down to just one. Twisted Na'Vi BB team clapping their hands at the opportunity of being able to catch up here.
Yes, they are. The emergency pickup's not really doing too much while this is going on. If he is down, smokes go down to try and help him out, but there's still more lethal util coming in forward. Hellemaiba was thinking about going for that blue zone. He does actually throw that forwards. Not really connecting with too much. They pick him up, get him out of dodge, and Virtus Pros looking to totally recover from this.
Yeah. Should be able to. Everyone's contesting them towards the south. Should be all right. This Global Army, we saw him yesterday, or the day before. No, it was yesterday, lining up some good mortar shots on Miramar. Blind mortar shots, that is, too. So we'll see if he can find some more here.
Well, when you're that close, looking at the grid, if you just set it to the 120, the 121, the minimum range, then you might be able to connect here.
Yeah.
It is very, very close. I'd be terrified if I was win or die noticing that a mortar is being set up at that range.
Definitely. Let's see now. It's Gaming Gladiators. It's always a little terrifying when you're sat outside the circle and you see teams successfully get past you without being taken down by others. Because you know you're the next one that has to move, and now there's just more threats posed in front of you. Exhalation, they've been trying to dislodge teams around them all game long, but while they were successful against teams earlier, we saw them take out a push off in the mid off. Now they find themselves in an awkward position, entangled with both Foot, BB, and Gaming Gladiators players around them.
Foot across the road. Covers their angle quite a bit, unless Daboom's got something to say about it, actually. That could definitely be the ace that they need if Foot looks to put some aggression on. Likewise, though, at the same time, Gladiators is moving into a spot where they could potentially set up ahead of all of those teams down to the south. Oh, sorry, to the north even.
Yeah.
As Geeke has made landfall, so they're on. And BB team is trying to take that spot, that little kind of lip against that road next to them.
And this is why they're doing it this early on. They know the importance of getting across before anyone is set up on that shoreline. But now we go towards the west side. This is a huge fight as well between We Live Again and the Myth, potentially with Grove Street joining from the south, because the winner of this fight is going to have a ton of space to work with. Great util being deployed by Abdu here towards the east side of this fight, as Justice is trying to reset himself as well. The Busboard peeks over, finds yet another one. I think that's the third knock for him in this fight alone. We'll see if he can get the full four, as he's going to try and fall back, you would imagine, to try and fortify and help out his teammates. But here comes Grove Street.
Exactly. You got to take this fight and take it fast, especially if there's going to be another team reinforcing and putting on the pressure, putting on the hurt. And now they do see an easy steal, an easy pickup. Ooh. No, not even, actually. As Mortar did go down on Gladiators. They're shut down by Global Army in the distance. But yes, this is still for Grove Street. I thought they were going to get a little bit more of that, but seemingly not.
I mean, even if they don't get the points here, they just need these teams eliminated. They need the space for themselves. And Mosport is continuing to put on such a clinic performance in these up-close fights. Nice molly lopped over by Nedex. Doesn't connect onto Mosport, though, able to get back fast enough. So now it's a 1v1. Nedex versus Mosport. Nate does connect down to 16 health. This smoke is just about to fade, but the Rock is there for cover.
Not bad, not bad. Abdu's going to get up from this. Where are they going to go, though?
Yeah.
I mean, as you say, there needs to be a winner from this. Mospod takes Abdu again. Is he going to throw the pan? He is going to throw the pan. All right. Oh, no. Oh, well. Nedex shuts him down. Well done. I can appreciate the pan effort.
Oh, I love it. I love it. He knows it was going to be a tough one nonetheless. Tried to go for it. Not going to happen. Same thing happening for Foot here towards the north. It's always going to be hard to get through these fields, and full Exhalation to come out victorious. Not just that, but actually with quite a few players up. That's pretty impressive. They are committing to rest as it is phase 4, so it's going to be hard. I'm not sure if they have jammer packs on. Can keep them up, but no, they're falling as we speak. And now Nedex feeling the pressure from Grove Street. They fully commit to this push on through, and there they go. They claim it. They claim the west, and they did so with the players still sat towards the south. Grove Street has all the room in the world to maneuver now.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Very good carving out of room for them, considering they need a lot more points on the board. Lou doesn't have much room to work with at all. Na'Vi crashed across this bridge quite a while ago. We watched them fly on over, and they've positioned themselves in such a way where, well, Twisted Minds kind of came in behind them, eventually having to wrap around that north side and get across, because they were one of the only teams that were stuck on that mainland, along with DK. And now they've kind of been decimated, basically, of Twisted Minds. It was always going to be hard for them coming off that mainland.
Spotting one in the distance there might have just helped. I was just going to say, if Effectix able to find one by a second as well. Almost gets the foot. Oh, wow, that would have been even more terrifying because Ferris took out his teammate. They're down to just one. Look at that, Lewis. No, he ran out of health.
That is a shame.
He had one medkit left.
If he'd have somehow got closer and got nades in these two containers, that would have been insanity. But no, he's gone. That car's moving. That's weird. Stop car. But Lou is not moving any longer. Twisted Mind's down.
Oh, they get to live with this scare. So hectic. Almost just like that, they're taken down. Goes to show the importance, the value of what they're fighting for here. A couple of small mistakes made. A fight like this could cost you a lot as this fight up towards the north. Big one as well. Fighting for the north side position. Look at how much space they would have available for whoever comes out victorious here.
You'd imagine Win or Die has got a lot from the crates that have come down around them as well while this has been happening, as don't panic. Now pushing up against this to try and win this out against Presenti and Hello My Bad, but I would say that initially Presenti and Hello My Bad had a bit of a terrain advantage, but now this push on up, it's like Win or Die might fall victim to it. Here comes Shitless as well as CCNX. I was watching CCNX doing some streaming this morning. And now 3 alive here for Win or Die. The man advantage might be enough. He's right next to that crate. He's so close. Oh, perfect stuff.
Good spray on the top. Presenti there to get the second as well as now you can see Na'Vi able to reset after the fight against Perfectix. Will be attracted by Geeky. They got a knock on one early, but Stozit's got him over his shoulder. We'll try and see if they can get to this rock for safety, but the circle's going to force them to keep on moving. Sancho is just ahead of all of this, and he wants to get safe. Hearing all these shots down towards the south, he's like, no, 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 guys, go the other direction. I want to just chill in the north and get sub 5 guaranteed.
There was a time where in the middle of the circle, that high ground, there was like 3 teams trying to challenge for that top position on that high ground. But now everybody's kind of said, wait a minute, this might be bait. Because it's still kind of open to a lot of angles that you would be going down for. Sancho has fallen. Win or Die, looking to rack up some points. They're still only in 13th. But at the same time, Geek still alive, still taking shots. They are so deep into today. It's unreal.
You might be speaking too soon because VP is setting up an ambush, or at least trying to position for one. But I think Quizzy has figured out what's happening over on the other side. Yep, now he's spotted Nixie just over the top there. So they now know they have them just ahead of them. As Hakatori comes sprinting over the hills up towards the north. Instantly finds the double. And just like that, Win or Die down to just Hello My Bad. That is not what you want to have happen. A hungry Na'Vi coming hunting from the north.
They're on the warpath. Nothing's going to really shut them down here unless Geek decides to do something about it. But I think that whilst they're watching north, a lot of their eyes and attention needs to be focused down on that south. There's still a 4-strong VP down there. I think they realized that because of the way in which the circle shifted, Na'Vi is going to be at a significant disadvantage getting up on this high ground unless they were to try and make some wild rotate on that west side. So that might be some of their thought process as they watched them go for that cross with all of those smokes. They know that they probably don't have that much util left, considering how many smokes that they saw them use.
I love the repositioning here from VP as well to say, great, we forced Geek further towards the north. Now we can go back and make sure that no snakes are creeping in behind us in Palace. Because as you can see, I mean, Bushido still with 1 up. That's placement points guaranteed for them, despite being pretty much obliterated in the very early parts of this game. And then, of course, Grove Street down there as well. The issue could potentially become, though, if VP gives up too much space to try and clear out Palace. That's gonna grant Geek the high ground and potentially a win with it too.
There are, of course, some overhanging angles that they've taken very nicely. Nixie and Ibby have got, well, Nixie especially has got a nice spot there. I mean, I guess it's now time to drive and see what you can get done. But you will be going past the Na'Vi. You'll also be going past potentially the Grove Street guns, barrels, looking that way as well. They're still just in the car in the blue. I think they're trying to just wait something out. Maybe,
put on tools that were simply too good to leave behind. I respect it. You gotta wait for the chorus sometimes. You can't finish it right before. So he'll be sat there. I don't even know if he has any first dates left, but he'll try and heal it through. the best of his abilities. And yep, mid-base been seen. Vaso, tack, comes through. Not enough to get him down, and now he has to move as well because the circle's pushing them in. And look at this. VP in good position, but Lookarook's caught in the open.
Oh, perfect overwatch here by Ibi, instantaneously answering Vaso as soon as he goes for the spray. There was, I mean, a few bullets did whiff on that spray, so he could have gone down, but Ibi really pushed there.
He has 18 first aids. He's jamming. He's having a good time trying to stay alive, and what better than seeing all these teams fight in front of you if you're sat in the car in the blue waiting this one out. Karam now prone down, trying to see what more he can make happen. He's inside the circle, but in between two very hungry teams as Na'Vi now push into first.
They've played a blinder as Na'Vi, considering that they had to come across. As one of the later teams to get to this, a spread through these smokes. Again, if you're looking down on smokes, you can sometimes see people quite easily, but not exactly the perfect angle here for Beamy.
He missed him.
Wait,
he missed
he
him.
didn't realize he made the transition? No way. Oh, okay, now he realizes it. That was way too close for comfort. He should be gone. Yes, he will shut down Meta Bay. He found the perfect window to make that transition from smoke to rock.
Found him, but because it took him that extra second, that's Bushido netting himself an extra placement point with Grove Street falling just before now. Lookarooks and Virtus Pro can turn their attention towards the north. They have Na'Vi already wounded. Lookarooks is in a great position to get damage on Hello My Bad Falls, as well as EP once again peeks over. Nice trading of attention there on the other side. Spots the last one as EP finds his third. Make it 4 total for the tall Dutchman.
It's amazing for Virtus Pro, but Toby, we might be witnessing one of the most insane rises in PUBG history in just 3 games alone, because GK now is on the warpath themselves. Diffex already takes down Lookarooks, falls back to try and get some help. No, Nixie does take him. 3v3 to get things going.
They're realizing now that all these players are here. Quizzy needs to come fortify. Pew and Spiro cannot go on the offensive here. You can see he's getting in a vehicle now as well. They're realizing, wait, they've put all their all their eggs into the west side push. And Quizzy, look at this, he's starting to isolate. Spiro, nice throw of the nade there. It's going to put them down to just the 2.
If this happens, this is one of the most insane starts to a day. Insane, considering they were dead in the water at the end of yesterday. Good start from Beamy, though. Takes down Spiro next to that bush. And still the 2v2 does remain here. Virtus Pro trying to get maybe 1 up. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They still have 1 down. Can't really get to him.
They think they're both there. They are sure that they're fighting all of them on this front, and now they're starting to realize, waiting. Oh, Beamy spots him. That is so crucial. Incredible play for Beamy to get the second as well. Look at him jumping out of the chair. What a heads-up play from the veteran Beamy. No one else would have peeked backwards at that time. You know you have an opponent just on the opposite side of that smoke, but he does it and reaps the rewards. What was that?
That was a good Tego right there. That was a good Tego, especially towards the end. I mean, yes, Virtus Pro gets the win. You cannot deny where we're at with GK, though, considering where they were at the beginning of the day. But Virtus Pro, with this is going to be one of the closest regionals we've had today in PUBG Esports, and it all comes down to moments like that, Toby. What an insane game that was.
Kailash just said it. This is probably one of the closest PECs we've seen in a while. And I mean, damn, like GK coming out, the comeback is real. And then Beamy just popping off Avenger. That last fight, walk me through it, because I think anyone who was watching, maybe they missed some of the action. Let's discuss how VP was able to claim that victory.
I mean, shadow stepping through a little bit of a bush to get the surprise, right? Like, you just jumped at him like a snake from the bush there. I love that. Beamy 6 kills again, another game where he just pops off and have a fantastic game. But yeah, you can't neglect GK. They had a fantastic rise here in day 2. If they had won that game, I think they would have gone from last place to first place in 3 games, which really talks to, again, how close this lobby here. But yeah, BP steps up. Difficult Palace ending here. You have this high ground that works really difficult to kind of, you have to get out of Palace. Low ground, someone has to defend it. VP decided, we're going to hold out every team that comes out of there. We're going to try to get some of this loot, the crates that came in. And they actually managed to survive full 4-man strong to hold out any Palace player that came out of there. So that's really well executed by them. And then PK and VP kind of decided, okay, Na'Vi does not win this. And they kind of burgered them a little bit and sandwiched them and made sure that nothing too much happened from this one.
Just so much confidence from both of these teams, Mark. That for me was the big takeaway, is how confident they were in that end game and how confidently they both played it.
Yeah, I really love, obviously, VP. They moved over fishing camp. They pushed into that sort of hillside, but they kept on going forward and then back into Palace. And they come back to Palace to go, oh, there might be someone back here. It would just look like VP was eager to get as many kills as they could do. And it just felt like Beamee's game. It'd be great kills from him. He worked his way around. This sort of peak was to perfection. Puts himself from 1 instantly up towards 4. And then Beamee, here's his shadow step in. Activate. Surprise, I'm here. And he continues pushing forward. And I was worried, though, Sam, at this point, because Quizzy was a bit too far away. Maybe that's one point that Geeko maybe need to work on that last closing section. Maybe Quizzy was just a couple of steps too far. But he obviously was in the lower ground. Beamee turned around, caught him catching, and then it put it down to a 2 versus 1. Really, really strong game from VP.
VP, Geeko, Na'Vi all work away with double digits of win or die as well. That's going to change that overall leaderboard in a big way. We've spoken a lot about what Geeko has been able to do, going from last place and pushing themselves up the leaderboard. We have to talk about who ended in first place yesterday and the fact that they've just not had a very good start to today. Avenger FaZe, they've been out first twice now.
Yeah, it's 0-0 and 2 points in 3 games, and that's a whole different story, though, to the other teams on the left side here. They've gotten pushed down to 6th now, and they're actually starting to separate themselves from the top here. Our top 7 still close. 18 points is nothing here, Sam, though. We gotta point out Geeko from 13 points to 68. That is just next level. 26 points, 13 points, and then 16 points in this game here. Talk about getting your average up to a respectable level here. That's just insane.
What is it about this team, Mark, that just allows them to do so damn well time after time?
They've got a point to prove, haven't they, Sam? I think the guys at Outcast, when they put them as it is, they got a point. Obviously, Diffix is left part of Na'Vi. He's obviously been picked up by Geeko. They've got to then try and prove themselves as well. And they didn't have a good start. You've got to come into day number 2 worrying about that. Actually, hold on, was it me? And was I potentially at fault? This is why I find myself on the team. But this is deserving. Geeko have gone from the bottom all the way up to this leaderboard is insane. If they would have closed it out, they potentially would have been on the top. And if not, they will be looking to drive themselves forward. I think there's a big question now of the other teams. There is a potential we're going to see a gap starting to form. We keep talking about these teams on the right-hand side. We've seen it. It's possible to get onto this left-hand side of the leaderboard, but if we have another game where someone on this left side takes some high kills and takes a win, unfortunately, might start to see a divide going into sort of day 3.
So we get to spend a lot of time here talking about players and giving our opinions about how they're doing. Now it's your turn. If you're in the chat, you get to have an opinion about our talents and how they play, because we have an episode of Shootout coming up.
All right, so the 2v1s for talent versus our pro, Quizzy from Geeko Esports, went all right, apparently. So now to test him even further, because we're ridiculous human beings, we are going to do a 3v1 breach attempt on Quizzy. And we have been designated that we can only be using the barrels here. These were Quizzy's choices to try and make this happen. So without further ado, let's get to it here. 3, 2, 1. Avenger, lead the way. So ridiculous.
I love how he's gone really quiet as well.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Where is he? Where is he?
You have to put some comms in it.
Yeah, where is he?
Okay,
Orange ping.
Nice.
Orange ping.
Yeah, keep the ping down so it's nice.
Item.
I hit him. He's in orange ping.
He's still there. Okay, yeah. Wait. We trade.
Upstairs.
Dead.
Left room. Orange ping.
Ready?
Yep.
That's it. In the box. Come on, corner. He might drop down.
Dropped.
Go on, Glass. You got him. Got him, mate. You can't, mate. He's feeling the pressure already.
He's lying down his throat! Oh, well played, Quizzy. All right, so we were unable to beat Quizzy 3v1. That prone at the very end got me. But now it's going to be our turn to do a little bit of a defense on a compound and see if Quizzy can beat us. This time we're going for deagles and red dots only. No helmets. So you got to be very, very careful about how you do things. So let's get it going. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, he's
Going to be a silent pull-up, maybe? No, no, no.
Try again.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, he's too hit. He's too hit.
Oh, he's got an angle.
He's 1 HP. 1 HP. I popped the tire. He can't get away now. Both tires. He's absolutely no chance getting.
Keep an eye on the left. Keep an eye on the left.
I'm
on the left.
right.
He's on the right, on the right, on the right, on the right.
He's right, yeah. See him? Ah, look at that. Beautiful. You got
I never thought you could hit me so much times in the car. But...
1-1 for the 3v1s. Let's see if we've got a tiebreaker. All right, currently it's 1-1 here in our 3v1s, and now we have gone for another breach. Quizzy has chosen that, so we are going to try and breach once again and see if we can shut down Quizzy. 3, 2, 1, we are going. To be noted, we are using Augs fully kitted.
Let's get him.
Shot the car.
That's
Other side.
scary.
Oh, I can't hear either.
Oh, he's outside.
Well, you guys are just throwing.
It's all on you, Avenger. I won't give up though. Wait a minute.
Get the concentration Avengers face.
Got him.
Wait a minute. Hey! That one was a lot easier, apparently.
Oh, you can't kill your own teammates like that.
All right, well, that is it. Congratulations, Quizzy, on another win here. And that is going to be us done for now. Make sure to keep watching more here at PEC.
time for Sonic. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonic. And Onyx though, absolutely gets the open shot on the find, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that. He gets all four of them! Absolutely crazy moment.
Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Me bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back. I hope that you had a good break. In the break, I had Kylaris giving me some motivational words of wisdom, and I'm feeling so inspired. I'm ready to carry on here at day number 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring 2025. And we've done the little switcheroo. So Toby and Kylaris now with us here on the desk. The entire story today, Toby, is Geeky, right?
Yes, they have been playing incredibly well, and it's good to see some of the bottom teams fighting for the top. I love how when we came into game 1 of the day, I said there are some teams in the bottom that could fight their way up. I mentioned Exhalation, I mentioned Win or Die. I didn't mention Geeky, and look what they did. So good on them to show me that they're there to be talked about too.
I kind of want them to do another mad run on Rondo, Kylaris, so that they can take that first place, just so we can go. They went from last to first, so in one day. That would be insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're already in crazy territory for them, right? Considering what they've been able to do across those three games. However, if they keep it going, we might be in for one of the most magical days in PUBG Esports history when it comes to this kind of rise. And I'm here for it.
It's been a really fun day. We've had some crazy games. We've mentioned Geeky as well, Toby, but I mean, any other standouts for you? For me, I'm just going to jump in and tell you what my standout was how close everyone is, especially at the top of the log. I mean, so every single game just really feels like it matters more than ever before. I mean, for you, are you feeling the same way? Is there other standout moments?
Oh, yes. No, I mean, I am completely with you on that, looking at the leaderboard here as well. And that's the thing, right? For Geeky, they know that, yes, we had a blinder of a day thus far, but we're still so far from done. Like, we're only effectively halfway through the grand finals right now. And just look, I imagine had they not gotten 13 points on the day yesterday, right? They would have been way further ahead, and you need to be that, because we all know that coming in to tomorrow, some of these veteran teams will come in really, really hot. Twisted sat down in 7th now. That's probably not going to be the line tomorrow. Same thing could be said for FaZe, potentially BB as well. And with Virtus Pro and Na'Vi, how they're currently playing, I mean, there's no saying how many points they're going to garner. So if you're Geeky, yes, it's great to be up there, but you still got to keep it going.
We are halfway through our grand finals, Kylaris. So now is the time, if you are sitting from 9th to 16th, you've got to start kind of, I suppose, pulling finger and making sure you find yourself in the end game, because very soon the gap between 7th and 8th is going to get bigger and bigger.
I guess Geeky is proof that you can do it. It is doable. Yeah. There's a world where you could make it happen. However, for a lot of those names through that 9th through 16th, I think our standard veteran PUBG fan looks at that and thinks to themselves, yeah, okay, I know why those names are there, right? They're not the top of the pack in EMEA, and unfortunately our region is very, very stacked. That being said, like an Eternal Fire, for example, they've got themselves in good positions. They've just lost a man here or there. They could quite easily be one to try and rise up the ranks. Foot, of course, even though I kind of went on a little diatribe about them in the previous Tago, but they are also one that could do it.
Can they do it though? Kylaris, I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith in Foot. I feel like after last year and now what we're seeing, and they had such a strong start yesterday, and it feels like they just lack consistency. Do you think that they have the potential to get themselves into, say, the top 4?
If things align, yes, but I think our region is just too heavy. And with the pace that the other guys have set so far, and with the space that people are not giving them, we said it at the beginning of yesterday's show, right? Like, if they get space, then sure, yeah, they can make this happen. However, whether or not that space comes to them, it remains to be seen.
They've got to make the space themselves, right? Not wait for it to come their way. We've got 3 matches left for you tonight. We are going to be going to Rondo very soon. Obviously, Avenger and Mark waiting in the wings to take over with the commentary. What are you expecting in this particular match, Toby?
Test track. That's all you get. That's all I'm expecting.
That's all you're expecting. All right. And how about you, Kylaris?
Well, there is that, I suppose, for Rondo, right? But Rondo is one of those problems that people have to solve very quickly. I'm expecting the haunting presence, the phantom that is the Pico over and over. If you get 4 Picos, do you suddenly break the game? We're about to find out as we get ready to Rondo, as we have match number 10 underway here, Toby. And one of the best playing paths for all of these teams to get things rocking.
Yeah, I mean, you can go pretty much wherever you want. That being said, I mean, if we are to look back, and I know it's a test track in Neox Factory, but if, I mean, the last 2 days are anything to go by, then we've gone east. Pretty hard east, as a matter of fact. So maybe that's going to be on the cards here once more, as it doesn't seem like any team is really doing any big audibles to get there early outside of GK and Grove Street, who would have been out there anyway. It's really pretty nice spread across the board, which I guess you can only expect when you have teams playing like this.
My eyes will be on FaZe. Time to wake up for FaZe, of course. As, obviously, there will be this challenge for Test Factory and Neox. So, personally, I don't think you mind it, Toby. I think we should go over to the casters just in case it's the traditional Twisted Minds versus Na'Vi breaks out. So, let's go over to Mark and Avenger.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, we are here. We're going to be rondoing it up. And James, usually ready to rondo. We get way more fun stuff out of you. Pull out your bongo. Let's go to rondo. Like, where's all the jazz here? Now you're on the desk. You're just chilling. Where are we going to be casting the games, though, Mark? We're going to be having some fun with this here. Pretty easy playing path, though, here. Really opens it up.
It's all you. Rondo, bongos. That's you, mate. Honestly.
You love that.
It's just from Quizzy. And don't even start. They've got another victim to come underway. No helmet, though. Limited amount of ammo. And GK, well, they definitely want to be on the top at the end of this. Maybe they'll be drumming the bongos.
What a fantastic comeback for them here on this game here. That was just next level. For me, like, this start and turnaround, probably the biggest turnaround on a 3-game session here for any team in a competitive scene here, after being, I would say it's past being underdog at that point, Mark.
Yeah, again, come back to that shock, right? Why are they so far down the leaderboard? They're in 16th place, Martin, and they just completely scrubbed off. Maybe Geeky only prefer a best of 12. They were like, hey, game 1 was a bit of a practice. Maybe it was a scrim, guys. We got some stuff to work on. We watched the VODs, came back, and show us why. They've got a superstar lineup. I think the question is, with a new team, can they gel? Can they perform? And arguments today sort of dictates that they can.
Yeah, and another argument to be made is that yesterday in 6 games, Spyro 1 kill. Today in 3 games, Spyro 15 kills. Remember, yesterday's top fragger in 6 games was Gustav on 12. Spyro did 15 in half of that. Also, Beamy 12 in also 3 games. Yesterday he had 11 in just 6 games. So it's really a huge step up. Obviously, we're looking at, like, we got to look at averages. We got to kind of spread it out. But still, that is some insane performance. And one of the reasons why we're looking at VP at top here, obviously with 2 wins, Mark, that's a huge factor for them. EK just being 7 points shy of hunting down that first place. Just yeah, completely different. I did not expect FaZe to only have 2 points in 3 games as well. What a complete downfall for them. Now that we're halfway through, we can kind of expect, okay, yeah, if we're doubling everything up, that's what you should be seeing here. So we could be seeing at something like 160 points or so for the win.
The win comes the win from the Krafton. Please pull up here. And great knock. Shootout does get Hober down. And what is this position? Was caught just on the outside of the compound, but able to get to cover. Mad, a little bit further afield. Another one as Moss will fall. Very difficult. 1 versus 1. We'll grab that. Whoa! 2 exchange. Anybody's down to 1 HP, Martin. No helmet remaining. And WL8 on a slight split.
Yeah, this is not the start you want to have after this here. Ship list at the JS9. CCI. Probably might be worth trying to get this in there. Mad Negative finds him, though. The barrel in hand takes down Shipless now. 2 versus 1 in this situation. Do they get the res off? That's really the big one here. They're going to be swinging around. Global Arm with information here. Yeah, they know the rest is going on here. Nice CCI. Actually, don't panic. Managed to get We Live again here. Unfortunately, a little swap here for this one. But yeah, they are also going to be managing to get the rest up unless they get pulled up on. I don't think so. But they are inside the circle here, Mike. This is somewhat priority area, actually, in this first phase.
Let's give some kudos, though. That was Global Army all day. I know he wasn't taking the shots, but the fact that he was able to peek around and give the information, they made a snap decision, stick the res. 2 guns on 2. Well, it worked in the favor. WLA, unfortunately, great collapse, great shots, though, and great hold. But it wasn't be enough. If you are DBNO, if you're down but not out, you still can be a big factor in the game. Global Armor showed us why.
I love DBNO. It's just knocked for me, Mark. It's been knocked for 8 years now. I'm gonna continue with that, even though it's the correct term. I love it. I love it. It's good. And I like you're so correct about it, because that's exactly what it is. You're down, but you're not out. Oh yeah, we get the replay here. I love that. That's huge, Mark.
Look at the information there. He's just leaning forward. Complete information gain. Great play. That's what it's about. And you're right, there's no one else in the third party. So able to get the reses back up. They might have been knocked, using your terminology, but it was a really good play from them. I want to go back to VP though. VP looking really strong today. And we always talk about VP. If they don't really have the momentum, then they kind of struggle. I feel like they're kind of coming out of that for me at the moment. They've done well, had a couple of good games. Today's definitely looking stronger, looking better. So they close out day number 1. Day number 2 is looking to continue that consistency. Those average points for VP. Hopefully they will continue as we will transition on the final 3 games here before we close out this evening in towards day number 3.
Yeah, and what a survival here for Don't Panic on this western side here. This is actually like the whole area around Fangtong. There's so much unplayable. 8C does get the flush onto a doozy on the other side here. Exhalation currently inside Fangtong. And they're just going to be pulling up here. It's not really worth fighting for any terrain once we see that second, third circle pop, because it is very predictable to play around this area. There's so many pillars that are considered unplayable that it's going to swing away from. There's some lakes it's going to swing away from as well. That's why we see a lot of the teams that have really good information and really well aware of how this kind of area plays out. They're going to be playing it a little bit slower, Mark. They're going to be playing kind of more information game, try to get into a better spot for the next circle, or maybe even play slow towards the edge.
Yeah. Going to talk about the edge, Wood or Die, working their way in now. GK need to work in. Jaden City's torch still taken by Grove Street. Likes a BB team wider rotation. Footy Sports though, taking a bit of the high ground. Won't be too surprised to see multiple teams up in the gliders. As you know, this map does favour them. Some people do really sort of gain the information balances. Talk about information balances though. Gaming Gladiators, well, have a loot from Twisted Minds just on the other side of the hill on the downs turn, but with a Panda in the back pocket, you can exchange and get that off quickly. It might be damaging towards Twisted Minds. It's this little 1 versus 1. Oh, he's actually put it back in the car here, Martin. He's gone back to pick up the QBU, and he's got a QBZ as well.
Yeah, let's see here what he can make happen here. Information is...
Does Lou know?
Yeah, I feel like there's some information that's been shared here between the team. Yeah, definitely looking in the right direction. Gets shots in. Really good shots connecting. Loses a helmet here in Levante. He's just going to disengage and try to get away from this. Probably has to try. He doesn't even have a first aid, actually. Only bandages. So now smokes go up. Maybe try to bandage a little bit and then jump into the car and just get away from this one here.
Rest of the guys not close, are they? Very wide split. I think that's the information. Great shots from Batulins. Did take the helmet. He does get the bandages on. I think Lou's just trying to figure out, maybe, surely he's not by himself. Surely there's other players around. That's Twisted Minds. Continue to stay on their tippy toes and keep activated. Batulins now looking in the way of Dante. Lou, well, gets back in the car, not making the push. Just disengages slightly. We do bounce the other side of the zone. This is on the south side. It's Footy Sports, though, trying to stop the opportunity for Na'Vi to get away, but they already have, if he's in a different car. So Footy Sports is clearing the compounds, gaining more information. Na'Vi on a bigger 2-2 split, but both these teams, as I said, very much on the south.
Yeah, they are going in there slow, and that's exactly it, right? If you don't have priority, if you're not going to get in there, make sure you get looted. Make sure you get the exact setup and all the utility that you want for this. And stack it up, and then once the second circle pop, you can be driving. You could already be in your car, kind of driving towards a location that you have maybe scouted out, or coming in from the side. Again, a lot of the teams already very, very condensed in the center here, Mark, and that's really the big thing, right? Because they are aware you need to get early into the locations here, close to Fangtong. Otherwise, you're not going to get any of the prior spot that's going to be happening here. Circle is going to be closing shortly here. We're going to get a pop, and then we're going to have a great idea where we're going to be ending. It's going to go super hard west. That's a very, very rare ending here. Usually they end north of Fangtong or west-south of Fangtong here. A lot of these teams, they're going to be aware of the compounds that are south of Fangtong, have super high priority because of these pillars that are still in play, Mark.
Yeah, it's the information, right? Die sitting up there as well. The rest of the team's got to rotate their way around. Won't be too surprised. We can see on the map here that Footy Sports are going for more of a south. Pixel leading the charge. Na'Vi going to opt to find GK coming in quite late. Do worry if we do see some teams sit on the outside edge. This is, again, a terrain, a zone, which we definitely don't get a lot. And it's so much unplayable now. As Bushido takes the shots on Vex, and he will fall. FaZe really not having the day. The magic is not falling for them at the moment. Bushido, look at the strike again.
What a rough day for them. Like, that's just Fex knocks James on their angle. And, oh, James turns it around on Medibay, though. Now shots are coming in from the other side. Twisted Minds here joins in on the fight on Bushido versus FaZe here. They are outside this circle, trying to fight their way in. Currently in not anything high priority or anything, but just trying to do some damage. Get in, poke a little bit, maybe get a kill or two, and then get out safe with all 4 alive to then later meet a damaged team. And Nedex, though, gets Salik down, flushes him as well. Also the boom, and now Exhalation. They are damaged and hurt here, Mark.
Damage and hurt. We need to salvage something here, because TMO are looking to try and leapfrog, take the position away. And this is a centralized zone as well, so both these teams sending it in to find a bit of cover. Sancho, initial shot, the spray goes on to Spartan. Puts him down to 1 HP as he does look. Nedex though, oh, taking a shot from behind. Was worried the Twitchy Finger might have pulled the trigger on the Panzer, hitting the frame, taking out his own player. But disciplined enough to get back in towards the compound, and TMO will keep launching the shots over to Exhalation.
Yeah, bruised and battered here. Sancho has to heal up. 2 players only. Exhalation, second last place. Actually, the 2 bottom teams fighting for this. This is important. Need to survive this. The myth of they need the points. Currently the only team outside 30. Pyro here trying to shoot a little bit at Twisted Minds. Bushido down to just 2. Currently in 4th place. Have turned it around very well for them. This super stacked finals lobby here. Engaging on this compound here. They're aware that Bushido's going to get hurt. They're hurt already. Now they want to hurt David even more here, Mark. They know that there are probably just 2 men left if their kill feed tracking correctly here. Twisted Minds. And then they could be striking, getting some easy points here in a 4 versus 2.
Remember, this is how we saw Twisted Minds open up the grand finals, chasing down teams, ensuring the destruction, annihilation. Teams having to run like win or die. Bushido's now on the other side of it. Twisted Minds just trying to gain the information. Blue does check off the building. Back towards the south side though. Looks like Esports overlooking, overwatching to Na'Vi as they've collapsed their 2-2 split with the zone shifting heavy towards that west. Again, Store on the south side of town, so open terrain to play. A few dips and crevices. PWD, well, comes into the line of sight. And he just does enough. Maybe just to, hey guys, we're here. You're not pushing this compound.
Yeah, next circle pops. It's gonna pop Central's actual almost donut here. And Feng Tong is still in place. Southern compound's not that effective here. And majority of the zone is already kind of decided. This area, though, has a lot of very flat, barren land in between the compounds and the town here, Mark. So it's gonna be difficult to play. PWD still in the UNV, trying to get some information here for Geeky. They are hunkering down on the southern compounds. Could maybe get more. I like what Gaming Gladiators are doing. They're taking this western side. Twisted Minds also moving in, slowly approaching this circle here. They're waiting. Maybe they're not 100% sure where this next circle should or could be going, but they want to have their backs free on that northern side, northeastern side. FaZe, though, close to them. Could be getting a little bit closer and maybe do some damage to them in this location, Mark.
It's difficult, though. It is difficult. Because the guys, they've got the hill, they go over the top of them. Maybe Bushido, who haven't left the compound, causes them damage. Talk about moving their way in. Well, Grove Street losing the zone. They gave up the unplayable in that west. They now look on forward, and with the glider flying over their head, and the compound's been taken. So Grove Street might opt again for a little bit more of a west approach on this zone. Seifu, well, moves into that position, using the high ground. He'll be scouting forward, but now picks up Gaming Gladiators. So he knows the opportunity, and great shots come back. Dante says, hi, this is definitely our terrain. Seifu, move on back the other way.
Yeah, pushing them off this already in circle 3 here. They want this terrain to themselves, and as you can see here, all the observers showing it, there is not much covering between them and here. A few rocks, a few trees. There's just open shots here. Panzer in hand, though. Could this be a doomed breach from the get-go? It looks like it so far to me. Extends, more shots coming in here. Oh, good connects on Extends here.
Great.
No, another one finds one. Karam, though, turns it around. Grove Street are completely demolished here, Mark, here with the Panzerfaust and things. And they're going to get the rest off easily, and they're going to have and maintain all the control of this southwestern side here with the circle closing in 50 seconds.
I think because it's so barren over here, they had to push that way. And unfortunately, though, Gaming Gladiators were there first. Well, Blue falls down. Good shots though coming. Gustav actually gets the steal. He's a little bit further in though. So obviously with Twisted Minds rotating their way around, Bushido coming in quite late. They look to try and take advantage of the other team looking towards Twisted Minds. Doesn't quite get the connection as Bushido will now pull in towards this southeast corner, just outside of the town. But Twisted Minds and FaZe pretty close at the moment. We're too surprised if those two teams engage.
So many teams still really kind of waiting a little bit to see where this next circle pop here. Obviously, it is going to go away from this western part here, unplayable red line on this side. But the question is, does it go north? Does it go south? Does it go hard east? A lot of teams inside Fang Tong, a lot of teams are in that east and northeastern side, but it does go a little bit south. It does go away from Fang Tong kind of main area, sitting very center onto BB team. GK has some decent amount of control on the south side. Foot has to fight potentially Na'Vi a little bit later here, as you see. Virtus Pro has to get in, Mark, here, and I don't really know what their plan is here. Are they going to try to swing around, maybe take the compound away from GK or engage in a fight on that? I don't know how much information they have available to them from that. FaZe Clan, though, taking some more shots towards Twisted Minds. They're also outside the circle, also have to make a move here with just 3 players alive. 2 more kills in this game here, effectively doubled their points today in this game after only having 2 points in the previous 3. Exhalation finds Global Army, nice! Well executed here by them, but knocked on their side. It's just left to Pin here at this point.
Yep. Pin might get the option with that knock now to get the exchange. Oh no, he runs straight into a molly. Bad timing.
Burning.
You okay? Into the back room. Level 3 vest. It's going to potentially help him if they do come to push, but that molly has stopped him getting the res, so not quite the exchange. Pin might have to take the fight now. And don't panic. No, this fight's been going on between Exhalation and TMO for a while, and they come crashing into the side of the town. Great blue zone nade, and Nedix looking eager to use the Panzer. He's now driving forward.
Yeah, this is a full W, full send situation. You can get a lot of damage done here early on with this TMO inside Fang Tong here. Multiple teams are going to be engaged. The real good spot is if you're south of Fang Tong, you could be farming, or if you're that last team inside Fang Tong, and you could be the last team to kind of leave. There's a lot of points available to them. Perfect takes some nice shots. Example also connecting onto Gustav, pick him out of the car. Talked about kills needed for him. He's really been showing up so far already, and Twisted Minds not really been in the usual locations that we see them in, these high priority spots where they are fighting. They're taking edge, they're playing it slower. Now Gaming Gladiators looking to defend another one here. Do it or die, pulls up, Getrox find one. Nades goes down here, Mark.
Exchange, 1 for 1. Oh no, they put up, and they just cruise on by. Gaming Gladiators rolling down. Nedix does launch out that Panzer. As we see Exhalation do fall. Don't panic, just above him now. Will or die had to take that position away. This is where we have to stretch forward. Take the zones away. Will or die eager to try and keep up. Great nade. We'll get it confirmed. Leosh, though, is here still on hand. Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, now down to 2. He's on the outside edge. I think they're just trying to get the information. Hello, my bad. Let's jump up and over just a little bit. Dante comes by. He swings the shots. He's down to 1 HP. And hello, my bad. Cool, calm, and collective. We'll put Dante down.
There's just not enough smoke to be covered here. Rock's already taking some more shots at win or die. Connecting a few as well. Next circle is going to be popping. It's going even further away from Fang Tong. BP team is laughing at the moment. Should be defending from this one here. Gaming Gladiators, decent amount of kills for them, but don't just one player. It's not looking too good just yet. It's also a third party from DK. They actually put themselves up into a pretty decent spot here of the high ground on the western side. Could have some more impact. Abdu finds layers as well. Nedix confirms that. And the Mythov gets it rolling just a little bit here, Mark.
Yeah, I think it'd be disappointing seeing Kike stealing the kills. Hello, my bad, obviously was stolen away. Deluxo, final player. Vox just on the outside. He's going to split the bus. He goes for the peak. The other side, waiting the inside, but it's all kind of calm, collective here. The storm is approaching. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like, will be disappointed they took the more of aggressive approach in towards that sort of northwest corner. But it is going to be down to the town.
Ooh.
Oh, great nades come out. The Mad puts down Karax Zibi. Well, finds himself up against the wall, just double checking on the other side, puts a nade over the top, but not too far away. Doesn't quite get the connection. And Eternal Fire store 4 strong. Trying to find where the remaining players from VPR.
And they're trying to sneak in here on that southeastern side of this They could potentially get some points from it, could be farming a little bit, but I see it's kind of a hard situation for them to get out of it and get further in. This is the salvage, try to get as many kills as possible situation and see how far they can get. Otherwise, they're going to be sending it blindly into the likes of Na'Vi or Foot that's holding the eastern side. Good utility uses here for Eternal Fire. Almost gets Lookarooks as well. That could be the one from Crossberg. Not sure if it's going to connect just yet. But no, it did not. Luca gets the first aids off. And now stims are used. Energies are popped.
Martin, after this, the winner of this, if they do continue to fight, they're just going to roll into a sneaky duo of Bushido, who have been laying in wait. Turn off up, and they do have a look back the other side. They can hear the commotion on the other side of the road. Without the additional knock from that last nade coming through, VP would have got those numbers back up. No kills just yet. I think VP are playing the right location, though. You're right. If they would have played into Na'Vi or Foot, would have been ensured destruction. Talk about Foot. They did get knocked by Monoduck to BB holding that central compound. They're eager to get some kills on the board. None so far just yet. And the compound, well, it's about to erupt here as Bushido will try and defend off VP and Eternal Fire.
I like this from VP. Like, they're holding outside the wall, trying to kind of force the other teams fighting each other. Code Marco finds Nail Cup. West side of the city. Sparta finds CCI next here, but Virtus Pro is really holding this control here. Kind of force these teams fighting each other. Well, meanwhile, Na'Vi and Foot still fighting each other. Soset finds a knock onto T-Bone. Turok's trying to push ahead here. Finds a shield. That's good. Could be used later. Next circle is going to pop shortly here. We're going to have some more play limited. It goes really far away from this area here. So now it's just about get as many kills as you can and see how much further you can get into this next zone here. VP full force standing, looking strong. They're going to have to fight. Two teams here. Foot Esports out in 10th place here, Mark.
Yeah, it's not good for them. Only 1 point on the board. You're right, though. I do like what VP are doing. And this is a salvation game now for a lot of these teams. How many points can we maximize the amount that we can get on the board here? With the Famous, well, that will hopefully help. Not when you've got BP shoot you down to 1 HP in the back. On the other side of things, though, the other side of the town, where Twisted Minds are pushing in. TMO been here for some time. Great shots coming through from Perfected. Abdul will go down. It's not confirmed just yet. Global Army, well, he's going to fall to the hands of the Famous. And Batulins, Dorito on the roof. It's going to be a good hole for them. I like, again, this feels like two disciplined sides here. Twisted Minds on one. They're controlling their side of the street. And looks like Virtus Pro looking to try and do the same.
Yeah, Lukaruk finds Nail Cup here from Bushido. They know it's a different team now with this information obviously coming down where they are fighting. Good location from the example. Takes shots here from Diffix. Sponsor steals it. Important here. Twisted Minds under a lot of fire here with GK holding the outskirts of the city. Farming so much damage and potentially kills later on. Sparta finds and flushes Batulins. Mad finds Lookarooks. The fight on the other side of the city is happening as well. Don't panic. Also engaging onto Eternal Fire. It's a four-way fight inside the city here. Diffix putting out so much damage. Could he maybe steal as well? Crossberg steals it. And Diffix can't get out of dodge with this one. 4 players alive. And now Don't Panic out in 7th. Eternal Fire. More fights happening on their side, but they decided to cross. Nice shots here again for the Mad, Mark.
Insane. Insane. It is ensured destruction. They are just farming points at the moment. VP trying to catch the last of Eternal Fire as they scrabble across the road at the moment. The Mad, the final player for them, might have to dance the dance with GK. I feel like this is a completely different team today. Unfortunately, people fall down. It's phase number 6. This is stinging. Beanie, though, king of the blue zones. Maybe he'll have enough meds. If not, he's going to steal it away from the remainder of VP.
Yeah, there's like 15 dead bodies around him. I'm not too worried about how many first aids he has. It's well calculated at this point here. He can knock a few one off them here. Eternal Fire, top 5 kills. Good for them here. Really good effort from Matt. Soset finds PewDieD a little bit too greedy maybe from GK's side here. A little bit too aggressive, a little bit too eager. If they could stay 4 guys strong, they could potentially have taken on Na'Vi in a different way. Na'Vi with 3 guys left standing here. BB solo, the Mad from Eternal Fire solo. The BB team with 3 alive, 0 kills at this point, I believe, yeah? Or was it 8?
8.
I didn't see.
flash from the back. GK, like, PWD was left there for his home device. They are going greedy on kills at the moment. Navi, well, they're going to try and tighten up now. They know there's 3. They've taken 1 as well. 5 kills for them. Ferris is down. That's a deployable cover. So the Rito as well provide an element because he's looking to cook the blue zone nade back towards him.
There he is.
And VP, well, will fall. Beamy goes down in 5th place. Maybe the meds run out. Got to be cautious though. Get flaxed in by the Rito. Seen that happen a few times already. But we are down to our top 4. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Great shots though. Spirit causes the damage. Divix looking to try and keep the angle, but the blue zone was going to cause more damage. That's going to allow this team to push on forward, Martin.
Yeah, this is just super well executed. Nice shots though coming in from Navi. Can he connect onto Quizzy? Can he turn around? Divix finds Hackatory now, just down to Soset.
Oh my god.
BK, they have just started this so good. Demand though for the third party. Nope. Quizzy gets found by Phil first. Now it's a 3 versus 2 mark.
Is a 3 versus 2. Geeke destroyed Navi in open terrain. They used their own cover. Now they roll into the defensive line. 3 versus 3. They won't be able to get that res on. BB will have the man advantage now, looking for the confirm. Doesn't quite get the connection, though. Diffix moves forward on towards the smokes as the util dump starts to move in. BB should be stacked. They've been uncontended safety in the compound for so long, and the zone keeps on giving.
He has maybe some information on Molotov moving forward. Molotov though turns with the AUG headshot onto Diffix. Spyro left as the last player. He arm in hand with the 3 gear. He's swinging on the right side. Information's already out. Shots are coming in here. Spyro, he's gonna get completely roasted here by Molotov with a BB team with 5 kills in the chicken dinner here, Mark. What a way to say, okay, we grab this compound and we take an easy circle. Let's try to see if we can close this one out for BB team. And they managed to do so here with 15 points to boot. Important safe victory for them.
And they moved there quite early as well. Big shout to TMO, obviously able to get the kills, so it was a really ensured destruction of Martin, as you called it. Those teams, especially on the north, when the zone went south, they were like, look, this is it. We can't really get much. We've got to try and maximize the amount of points we can from Rondo now. And we saw some crazy shenanigans on both sides. Really like that game. Let's go back to the desk before we move on to the sandy dunes of Miramar.
A second win for BB team today, and they played PUBG the way I like to play it, which is go find a nice little place to hide and wait till the end game, Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? 17 minutes in that compound in a circle where I think they probably don't have as much kind of experience, considering that it was so far west for all these other teams. You could see everyone's committing to like Fongtun or a compound. It was only really Geeke that was actually committing to those hills towards the very end of that game, try and get it going and have some options. But hey, BB team had the right compound. BB team gets the win.
It's a big brain strategy. Always works.
Yeah.
50% of the time. Let's talk about the fact that Rondo is so much fun, though, because we spoke about this with Avenger and Mark earlier, and they were mentioning, Avenger specifically, that a lot of these teams, they don't have enough competitive time on Rondo. So it does make it a little bit more entertaining for us to watch, because a lot of the time they haven't been able to, like, in the same way like with Miramar, Toby, where they kind of know exactly what rotations are coming, they prepped for anything. That doesn't happen here, and we got to see that around the mid-game, that these teams are having to kind of learn this map with us.
Yeah, it's amazing that not only do they not have, as much playing time on the map as a whole, but we also got to go to an area of the map which is practically unexplored, in at least in competitive Rondo sense. Very few games have gone that far towards the west, and yeah, we got to see a new part of the map, and in the grand scheme of things, it looks a lot like the rest of it, but it's different hills, it's different dips that you have to try and locate to grant yourself some cover, and it causes for moments like this where there's no good reason for Grove Street to think that Gaming Gladiators would be set up there, and the same thing going the other way.
Yeah, I think a lot of players probably have good experience in Fongtun, even some of the compounds south of it that we were previously mentioning. But when you go west of that road, where you're seeing Gladiators, you're seeing Grove Street make those rotations and try and pivot around, I was screaming at my screen. I'm like, I really don't know how the terrain truly looks west of that road. Obviously, there's a big flat area and there's a hill, but what cover is there available? And Gladiators was very willing to commit to it. Didn't quite fully work out in the end. And then eventually it was Geeke that had to move on over here and was trying to control big swathes of it, even with Diffx, firing mortars off from this location. But it really kept a lot of the teams out from Fongtun from that point on. And it was the ones outside that got the pick of the litter.
I think what was quite fitting as well, Toby pointed it out while we were watching the game, is that the final 5 teams, the top 4 teams on the leaderboard were in that mix, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's just speaking, Toby, to the level of competition that we're seeing here. And what we're also seeing is the likes of the Myth of Don't Panic starting to get some points, trying to fight back to find themselves some space maybe in the mid-pack of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom teams are starting to claw their way back up. Of course, I mean, great example of that is GK Esports to find themselves yet another double-digit finish. And it's getting scary for the teams that are in the mid-pack, who are now starting to see the teams below them catch up, but also see themselves slip further away from the top. Because as we've been saying, it's only the top 3 that goes through to PGS, excluding, of course, Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. So right now, I mean, if it was all over today, right now it would be BP, GK, Eternal Fire looking very strong with these performances that will look to try and build onto that for the games to come.
Also very noticeable, Sam, from this game as well, the fact that it's not a huge win, right? Almost every single one of our wins has been 20 plus points, but this one, because of the lack of understanding of exactly how everything's going to play out in here, gets a bit more scrappy, especially when you've got a bit of an urban ending kind of in that as well.
For sure. Now you can see your overall leaderboard there. First to fourth, sitting on the 80-point mark, which is insane. And then thereafter, it's still quite close. Anyone can kind of fight their way into this top 8. And I'm liking the names I'm seeing, Kylaris, that are sitting at the top there. Virtus.pro, BB Team, Na'Vi, GK even coming from that last place. These are names we spoke about through the group stages as well. Names that are respected in the scene and are the ones that we want to see battling for that first place.
I think it will be big validation if Virtus.pro can continue to hold on to that #1 spot, because obviously if they qualified to PGC, and yes, they did fantastic, however, their qualification to PGC was anything but clean. The only reason they got there is because FaZe got them there. So after doing so well there, if they then come back in 2025 to take a regional, that will be big.
Toby, for you, I mean, the likes of Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators, 2 names that I think we've kind of hyped up again from the group stages. Are you concerned about where they're sitting? Because for me, I'm like, Twisted Minds, we should start to see them move up, right?
Yeah.
Are we worried about them sitting in a 6th place?
I mean, Twisted is notorious for knowing how to come back on the final day. And since we are now past the halfway point of the finals, I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back up to it, but also, I mean, to go back to what I said when you asked yesterday with Twisted Minds, I kind of want to see them not just top off anyone else, because I want to see them play with that extra, maybe pressure, really, because it's very hard to pressure these guys. I want to see them feel contested by some of these teams, and what's really on my mind right now, looking at this leaderboard, is the cutoff from 80 down to 68, from 4th to 5th, because right now we have the 3 teams that would make their way through, being GK, BB, and Virtus.pro, given that none of them have global partner spots. So if those 3 teams, of course, nice to see Na'Vi up there too, but they're already through to PGS. But if these 3 teams continue for the rest of the day to separate themselves from 5th and down, all those other teams coming into tomorrow are playing with one thing in mind, and that is to take out them 3, which is going to be a very, very tough task.
We're now going to Miramar, though, so do you think experience is going to trump everything else we've seen? I mean, this is a map that many of these players in those more experienced lineups, Toby, they can play this in their sleep.
The thing is, I think all of them can. There's no longer a case to be made, I think, that some teams aren't experienced enough on some maps compared to others. The veterans can play Miramar, but so can the open qualifier teams that didn't even make grand finals. They all know all the dips. They all know all the different places to play from. Maybe team-specific information could go in favor of some of these veterans, but in terms of the map alone, everyone knows Miramar inside out.
So now we head to the map that everyone knows inside out. It's going to come down to who can keep those consistent positions going, who can make sure that they can get more points on the board. BB Team, possibility of getting a 3rd win, or one of the others doubling up. Kylaris, let's jump into game.
That's right, let's do it. Yeah, we had yesterday Foot and Na'Vi taking wins on Miramar. Foot, obviously, with the first game, they were afforded a brilliant 2-2 split that they were able to capitalize on in that previous game. And it's not too dissimilar a playing path from that, just going in the opposite direction from that game 1. See now Foot heading over to that east side of Impala, the split they normally go for. So my eyes will be on them. They do need to make some big recovery happen. And considering it doesn't look too dissimilar just yet from their win, could be a thing.
I do feel like that's kind of been the story of some of these Miramar games. It's a very, a solid portion of the planes have been very hard east. So limited options if you try to fly all the way towards the west. We see Bushido trying to stretch, then go all the way up towards the, the compounds in between La Cobraria and Hacienda San Martin. We'll see. They should be able to get there. But so far, no hot drops, no one contesting one another. Should go down pretty smooth here in the early portions of the game.
Yeah, and because teams that are on fire at the moment, like BB team, like EK, are out early, this is going to give them just even more time against some of these other teams to try and get to these circles. We do have it pop just south of El Azahar for that middle portion. So, hey, maybe we end up in those last chance hills again where we saw the ridiculousness over by that zip line. That was a whole lot of fun.
Definitely was. And one thing's for sure, I mean, to go back to what Sam asked in terms of knowing the terrain, even if these guys had never played Miramar before, at this point in the tournament, they all know the east coast of Miramar because we've been over here so many times in this tournament alone so far. So it will be interesting to see how teams, especially down towards the southwest, opt to rotate in. Like for GK, for example, both them and VP are effectively the two teams that are the furthest away from this circle. How do they backfill? How do they opt to try and approach this circle? Of course, Beamy is somewhat close, I mean, on the very edge of the circle. Let's see a few shots go through. Ooh, headshot connected there.
Damn.
But yeah, how are they planning on making their way up? That's going to be interesting to keep track of.
Yeah, not to hop too much on foot, but already the fact that Pixel has stretched much further north than he would do on their normal Impala drop, right? So that is something that he's trying to use as an anchor position for the rest of the team. Anyway, that's by the by. We now have ourselves the penultimate game of the day as Mr. Mark and Mr. Avangar will take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. For a minute, I thought you're going to just continue casting the whole game because you love Miramar so much, but nope. We managed to get this one locked down. We love Miramar as well, don't we, Mark? Though here, while we are in Truck Stop, I would love to see an ending inside Truck Stop. It's been a while since I've seen one of those in ranked.
Yeah, it just tends to play out towards us sort of west, doesn't it? It teases us with Truck Stop, and it just sort of bounces really hard towards the west. I do like it. It plays back towards the city. El Hazar will be an interesting spot, and actually we'll play into sort of the TMO, the myth of maybe another high-killing game for them. Maybe because they're in the central zone. If it pushes back their way, they could be in a good spot. I like Nidix. Initial shots, good exchange. Nidix in the buggy, chasing down, but unable to get that knock. So really good start for them. We'll have to wait and see. Most of these teams now starting to find what position they want or where they think the zone is going to push to.
Yeah, and especially in these kind of northeastern endings here, you have a lot of information again from where we have tendencies where the circles are, and that's where the teams are really playing around. They're taking these higher priority compounds and higher priority spots where you can get a lot of information from the high grounds, some of these better spots. And once we get to zone, 3, 4, that's where you really start having all these dips and ridges that are actually quite playable later once you have eliminated all these high ground spots like the pillars we see ahead here east of Impala. Grove Street now trying to get in on this eastern side here, this time not camped by foot, and I like that because obviously they're in a home turf circle. They need to have some kind of lockdown, and Grove Street is going to be aware of that, Mark, and that's really coherent of them saying, okay, we can wrap around on the eastern side. All the teams that have a good spot in this circle are not going to be camping here. We should be good to go.
Yeah, it's just so much of potential. It might play across to the west. The Footy Sports moving in, not trying to camp out on these teams, you might have said, but it's going to be interesting to see. I do worry. Foot at the moment started so well in the grand finals, pulled their way through the last chance, but it's just really not falling. They have to reset. They've got to salvage something from today. They've not really put the points on the board that they needed to sort of turn and fire up. They have pushed themselves to a position they wanted to. They were pushing a little bit further over. I kind of got the sixth sense the foot was on the other side of the train. And Code Marco waiting, watching shots come out. Lucas takes a face for the bullets. Doesn't quite get connection, and he's going to launch a nade now, Martin.
It's going to connect probably if it bounces correct. Nice. Good. Yes. 150 damage from Code Marco. And at this point here, you just give up. Like, you do not engage and commit to this fight. I feel like you're just going to have to drive away there. Good backup from Ibiza to make sure they don't go down to 2, but they can maintain with a 3-man here. Lukarux is surely lost at this point here, unless they get 1 or 2 knocks open up. But yeah, not really seeing that happening at this point here. Nixie actually decides to turn around, and yeah, now we have some dust storm coming in, and they can't see anything. Lukaruk's definitely not savable at this point here. Maybe see if you get a little bit of an opening, a knock or two, and maybe get out of dodge here. 3 vest on him. 55 damage reduction rather than the 40 that the level 2 gives, and obviously a little bit more durability. That's huge. They're committing a little bit. They are trying to push them away here, Mark. I'm a little bit curious if they're actually going to try and commit to this rest here. I feel like it's an easy hold for Eternal Fire. Lukaruk has like 30 seconds left on the knock, unless more shots is coming into him. It's not worth it for VP. I feel like fighting here, like you can get a lot of done. Even with 3, those shots are coming in, connecting some headshots here early on.
I think it was a sandstorm. They turned back the other way. It's worth noting Foot have come down. Ainty's come down to have a little bit look at the third party. Good nade back. Haven't got much time. So do you want to get Lukaruk back up? The smoke is there. And they're trying to use the train to their advantage. They might now try and make the push forward and grab. A bit of time. A few more nades to come out.
Okay.
We'll see what the guys providing that cover. Ibby, the 4 times just kept him alive.
Yeah, surely they nade now. Like, okay, they've gone for the rest. They smoked them up. You just stack 2 or 3 nades in the smokes and you're done. Nixie gets out of dodge for that one too. That's just so unexpected that Eternal Fire doesn't commit more. Like, sure, maybe not so much utility available to him, but still, they start smoking. It's pretty obvious it's going to be in one of the 2 first smokes. You stack your 4 guys pretty close there, but shots are coming in. Some help are coming in from Don't Panic as well. Foot on this side here, 8C. All the information available to him, Mark. Nice shots coming in, connecting. Nope, not getting a knock. Just a little bit of damage done, and then he's going to get out. Information is shared with the rest of the team now, and they can start leaving. And VP, they get out with 4 alive here. Unbelievable scenes.
What a save. What a save. Good teamwork. I think Sandstorm was part of the team.
Sure.
Right. The Sandstorm came in and gave him the opportunity to go back. Nixie held, but I definitely feel like it was the 4 times. Ibby controlling the tempo. Actually, as much space as Eternal Fire could take. I do think they missed the trick, as you said. They should have launched nades earlier on, especially before that second smoke came out. You know, just
timing
kind of
it as well, Mark.
Yeah, it came in and it just wasn't
like
right.
Your 3, 2, 1 nade, like you're gonna do so much damage to a potential wrestler. You're gonna confirm your kill as well, and that just turns the whole fight around. But yeah, so many teams and so many other players was shooting at them, and yeah, you just don't want to lose too much of your ability. You don't want to get a knock. Then they're gonna really start flushing in and trying to get some more damage done here. FaZe, what a day for them so far. Started on 61 points, now on 65 in 4 games. 2 more games to go, including this one here. And FaZe, they really need to step it up here. A team that needs to put themselves into PGS if they want to go to. This year, not a GPT team, as we've said so many times. Yeah. And it really looked on day 1, Mark, that, okay, they are going to put themselves into a PGS slot with how well they've been able to do. And now we need to see 2 big games for them to get themselves back into this top 3.
I worry. I do worry. FaZe looks so strong. Deserving. Yes, they lost that global partner team. Yes, they're a regional partner. They have to fight to land. And that game number 1 for the grand finals looked so strong. It just hasn't fallen for them at the moment. Now, the zone has come towards this north side. Cruise is their normal drop spot when it comes. So they know this terrain so well. So they do need kind of a salvation, a redemption game to salvage any points they can if they stand a chance on that final day. Because you're right, we're looking for 3 additional. It'll be the top 3, excluding any of our global partner teams. So you find a Na'Vi in there, you find a Twisted Minds in there, then you can be going down one place, and FaZe need to ensure they get to that position. You can see where the zone will now pop. It should be losing the water. How much of it is the question. If it tries to retract back down to the south, it could be quite dangerous. No, it does lose majority of the water towards El Hazard. The high ground potentially in play, and TMO, they might just try and lock down this position as VP is on the tail of Foot Esports.
Yeah, and the most important part to take away from this circle here, there's southeast of Elasaha is considered unplayable. Ooh, shots coming in. Did not connect. Nail Cup turns around, but Tulins is hurt. Helmet got touched a little bit. And they're just going to disengage a little bit from each other here. Bushido is sending it a little bit deeper in. But as I said, Elasaha, southeast part of Elasaha is considered unplayable. So this next circle should be going south away from, well, not next one, but the 4th one. should be going away and south, away from Al Azhar. That's why we see so many teams ascending it, trying to migrate into a better spot, trying to get further south so they are ready for that next circle, because that's really where you want to hunker up here. Now, Exhalation, a lot of teams are going to be coming into truck stop. Good shots connecting here from Sancho, Mark, and Bushido managed to actually get 4 guys in there into a pretty decent spot. Truck stop is not a bad location. They joined Don't Panic and Exhalation. Don't Panic, though, are in a 2-2 split, so they could clear them out. More emergency pickups coming in here, and no one's on it right now, though. I think it was BB Team or DK. They popped it earlier on.
You like this, Dave?
BB Team.
You asked for truck stop. Maybe I'm just the read of the script. You might go that way. Navi, thanks a couple of shots, though, from Blue Crux from VP. As Eternal Fire tries to split the difference between them as they roll on through. Don't Panic, though, have a big 2-2 split. They're kind of edging their bets either way, either truck stop or if it pulls back down towards this south. Do worry, Eternal Fire as a team, we know, want to also be taking a dart up that leaderboard. So to identify there's only 2 in that compound, maybe a crash will come in as they do look to scout over the top. VP, on the other hand, though, a little bit further south of this position. You need to be cautious as well. Farm the information. I feel like this is the calm before the storm, because we still have 16 teams. We've only lost 1 player so far. And the zone, well, if it shifts back in towards truck stop, a lot more teams will go full send.
Yeah, this is, especially in this location and this area, like the high ground is just so valuable. You get all the information. You are really aware where your kind of spots are, what route you can take. And if you have some splits, if you're in a 2-2 split, you have multiple locations locked down, you know exactly what route to go. BB Team, a late team to come into this one here. They are going on the southeastern side here, and as you see on the leaderboard, 2nd place currently. They would be going to PGS if we ended currently on our leaderboard. GK ahead of them, Navi as well. Been impressed with what we've seen from them so far. As the guys mentioned on the desk here, it's kind of cut off from 4th to 5th.
Yeah.
And that could really start establishing themselves here in that. And now it's just about the averages. If you can consistently start making sure that you get a few points, or do as GK, just get double digits every single game from, that would be insane, obviously, but that would be something we've never seen before, and a performance unlike and unheard of anything else.
A redemption story from GK. Bottom of the table. Now they're here, up in 3rd place at the moment. You're right, though. There is a slight divide potentially. He's in the cusp of kind of taking away. Grove Street, you get a knock and fill first. No confirmed just yet. There goes that water, and it does shift away from the town. The high ground does give huge advantage to win or die. Mifov seeing the victory from that one from the east. He already positioned himself on top of that zip line. No one coming over this time here, and there's that collapse. Good timing, though, from Don't Panic. They made the call. They rolled the dice, and the more the zone in truck stop, that's when they go for the collapse. And if it shifts back towards that east or even to the northeast, that puts them in a good position to be one of these teams holding the outside edge for anyone else that needs to keep on moving out.
Oh, here, Bushido trying to defend off GG.
Ooh.
Myro, could he maybe connect one? He knows multiple are coming in here. There are leaping in Medibay as well. Extens finds Arrow. Oh, nice shots coming in from Dante. Takes down Medibay. Now they're just down to 2. Nail Cup and Celtic. Can they make something happen here? Gaming Gladiators with 3 life. Diffix steals Medibay. That's huge.
Reload.
19 bullets only here, Mark. Has to make something happen. Down to 27 HP.
That's huge. Gaming Gladiators just picking them apart at the moment. 2 remain. Need to be cautious. They have an angle a little bit further down. There goes the smoke. Looking to try and deny information. Tick though. There's the dangers coming through. That smoke inside, that's going to try and block out that window so he can't sort of jump out cleanly. But look at that, win or die. When they give up the high ground now, they go full send into the town. Don't Panic come out the other side, but Cito has to try and play after the chaos though. They're split. Can they even tie back up to be a duo? So it goes for the high ground. Does get a knock. You can try and get that flushed out blue zone. That could be huge.
Yeah, that's going to be straight on. Really well positioned with that utility. Trying to maximize points. A Global Army finds layers with that. Celtic finds extends.
Nice.
Puts out damage to the other guys as well. That is really well played. Try to maximize points here. But then again, it is a pseudo urban ending. I love how win or die, they just ordered takeaway. They went straight into the taco shop in the distance. No one was there. Like, guys, we're here to pick up a couple of tacos. Oh my God!
Pick up the Panzer!
Straight with the Panzer here, Mark.
Well, there's that delivery. Levante goes down. Another blue zone nade will come out. Bushido holding as a duo. Able to get another knock. Can they make the push around the other side? Well, Twisted Minds taking the high ground away. On the other side of things, BB team come crashing on in. CCI is down. Global Army's not. Shoot up, Chipless. Also need to try and dig deep. Got to confirm on Phil first. The problem is there's so many teams on the outside here, Martin, opting, waiting for a third party, looking to claim anything. And unfortunately for Shipless, he has to get down in the dirt to be able to survive the onslaught that comes from Eternal Fire.
A lot of teams already trying to go truck top here. This next circle should go south. Let's see what happens. Or at least away from El Asa in this case here. Truck stop still definitely in play with this next circle. It did go somewhat south, at least away from this unplayable area we're talking about, the southeast of El Asa. And the teams east of truck stop now really benefiting from that exhalation relocating here. They had huge benefits of a 2-2 split. Selec finds Getrox, Perfectix, Twisted Minds, and Faceland fighting each other outside this zone on the northern side. They want to try to get in, try to get points here. Bushido still are going to be trying to fend it off here. Geek continues to take on Na'Vi and winning it. Navi's out in 16th place. That is huge for them.
Yeah, they tried to drive across the more middle zone and got caught by Eternal Fire, and Geek applying that pressure in the southwest corner. It's forced him out. How is this fight not ended? Bushido Gaming Gladiators store in the motel on the other side of truck stop. Well, on the outside edge, the two powerhouses, FaZe still up at 4 at the moment. It is FaZe number 4. Got the first kill on the board. So Geek is trying to end that fight between Bushido and GG. Kind of like Exhalation's position as well. They've got so much control, but they've got to be cautious when they want to peek into truck stop, because teams like FaZe or Twisted Minds might opt to try and capture and slip in if they're trying to go for the first. It has gone to a complete full halt here. FaZe need to win this fight. They've got to come out with a good game.
Whatever conversation GK had after yesterday's games, either yesterday or before the games today, I want to hear that conversation, because there must have been some insane amount of motivation being put out. The words that's been spoken has just turned their game completely around. FaZe managed to get 4 guys in here, into the van, into the bus. They want to get out of there, and that's looking like a difficult rotation. Foot under pressure from Grove Street. Pull up here. Vaso finds him though, but T-Bone's return it. Karam flushes 8C. Foot under fire.
Under fire. Inksy obviously trying to continue that spray as if the car wasn't going to go to a full stop. T-Bone launches a nade. Doesn't quite get the connection he wants. Now goes for the peek around the other side. Here's the footsteps, those. He repositions himself. Attempted potentially for that flush, but he can't. He has to take the fight head to head. He's down. Vard Pixel final 2. Big nade will come in from Vard. Will it land a blow? It's going to go short just on the outside here, but they still haven't got the res. Grove Street in a bad position. Pixel, he's lurking in the blues. He's trying to generate an angle and keep Grove Street tight against this Jack.
VP sniffing it out. They're looking to third party. Nedex takes down We Live again here. More shots connect from this high ground here. Down upon We Live again. TMO here need to step up, need to have more points here. With a fantastic game, they could jump up, but still, the story is on our top Titans on the 80+ points mark. Next circle about to pop here. A lot of control on the southern teams, and especially southwest with Eternal Fire hunkering down on the saloon. Very fair circle, you might say. Still truck stop in. There's some fighting going to be happening, but it's very likely to end east of that. We're going to see GK. They eventually have to either fight Eternal Fire in the saloon, or they're going to have to cross the road, which is going to be a difficult one. DP's looking for control on the southeastern side here. Nice shots coming in from Exhalation. Daboom finds Correxy. Faceland trying to get into this zone here, but they're having a difficult time here. Pixelic trying to maybe see if he can get some points. Try to see if he can find a VP player. Beamy looks to be closest. EP on the other side. Do they have the information? Yeah, they do indeed. Pixel, 4 first aids only. Cannot do too much with them. Can heal a few times. Grove Street trying to get in. VP's going to be taking this fight on here. Straight with Foot and with Grove Street. Let's see what Foot can maximize off this here. I feel like a disengage from Pixelic is what he's going to be aiming for at this point here. Maybe third party the Grove Street and VP fight. That's bound to happen here, Mark.
Yeah, it's bound to happen. Do you like this zone? Do you actually like TMO? They're gonna have that little bowl in that northeast side. I'm in a good position. This fight has to happen. Vard, Pixel for Esports, very split now. Grove Street after losing Seifu. They know the VP's coming in. They've heard the cars now. They've got to sit and wait. They've got the zone on their side. But VP, well, they've got the desire to continue driving up the leaderboard. Great money comes in. Does pick him as well.
They're burning.
Seen an inch, a tippy toe maybe. And he's burning. There goes to confirm. Doesn't even wait for him to go out. Zoo will launch a nade back towards Nixie. Doesn't quite get the confirm, the knock that he wanted. And they are split here. Grove Street, either side of the road. VP looking to close it out.
Yeah, this location is so vital because if you get this southeast side, you control all the ridges on the southeastern side. And once everyone have to leave hard cover and compounds, that's really the big one. That could be a huge game for VP if they manage to stay 4 guys alive. Now, win or die here. Hello, my bad. Says hello. Read my Molotov. Get some tacos. They might be burned, but if you're hungry, we got some. There's a bike there. The Pixel is special. You can't get in. Pixel is lurking in the background on 46 HP for good stuff. Has to heal. Another one could be coming out here. Could be connecting. It's cooked well. Another burning taco coming out of the door here. Not the one from Hello My Bad. You guys ought to take these. More utility being connected. I love it. Vaso, though, finds multiple on VP and FaZe is out. Well played by Win or Die here. They send it into this location here. And now Luca is down. Beamy's knocked here. Can Vaso do more from Grove Street? Can he maybe get another flush? VP trying to fend it off. They want to make sure their top fragger gets back up on his feet. 23 kills so far, Mark, on Beamy.
Insane. Able to get through the smoke. And some of the madness from the taco house that was closed. Now the delivery driver's looking to leave. Jedrooks goes down. Tip given there. WLA having to give up the high ground. Surprised they did not push for the high ground. Excellation. Hello, my bad. There's another taco special. He's going to go down. Car's going to explode. Another one's going to fall as well. 2 for the price of 1. And WLA like, why did we leave the high ground? We're tapping out 12th place.
Fuck, I thought it was Saturday, but apparently it's Taco Tuesday. Win or Die here, just dashing out and dishing out damage. I love what I'm seeing from them here. Pixelic, can he have an impact though? Can he maybe get a kill onto Grove Street? Can he maybe see even TMO at this point here? Now, GK, 6 kills. Looking extremely strong on this southwestern side. They've been farming. This next zone is a little bit difficult to them. They could be playing it. No, Pixelic finds justice here. M24 in hand. Good damage done. That's a growth on Justus, and that's a good confirm from Foot. They need all the points they can get at the current situation here. 10th place in 48. Karam. Grove Street's just been delaying Virtus Pro for so long. It's making it extremely difficult for them. Molotov popped out midair. Is it gonna happen again here? Yeah, next one also popped out. Denied. We don't want your Molotov. We just want to eliminate you so we can get into this next circle here. Now everyone else have situated themselves in a good spot here. Nice shots coming in for Karam. Connecting a few, that's good. Nixie with the FAMAS.
This is dangerous though. They're trying to get rid of him, but they can't because they take shots from TMO. Pixel is sneaking in closer. Oh, he goes down. Beamy finds him first. Hey, that's the wrong team. Grove Street will still remain down. It's 1 HP. Gets the mid off. Doesn't know how dangerous Pixel was behind him. So he will swap back towards the red dot using the smokes. He goes towards the outside trying to look for the peak, but it looks like VP have given up the fight with Grove Street. They want to go closer, take the base, the southeast corner that you spoke about. They're going to have to control, but they've got to position the cars right. They've got to get rid of TMO as they are moving their way down, but sharing, unfortunately, of ammo. They get caught. Exhalation leaving the compound. They now activate on the top side, and they are destroying TMO at the base.
Yeah, here Eternal Fire, obviously Crossbird taking fight here with Spyro. Nice shots coming in, actually connects, and maybe he has a little bit of time. He could potentially get them up on his feet again. EK was a little bit too slow, too late to move out of this western angle. They did maximize, though. They got points. They got 6 of them. No placement, though. Now, that's a good salvage game for them. Now, Karam, Grove Street Has some more information here. Gets spotted in the distance here now. Has to duck, has to weave. Gets found by Beanie. He heard the shots landing. He thought, okay, that's someone else shooting at the guy that we know where are. Abdu goes down as well to the boom. Escalation actually has a really good amount of control here. Connecting good shots onto TMO. Taking down Nidix. The Myth out in 8th place. But 1 placement point is given to them. Good nade.
It's not going to be enough. They had so much control. Here comes the nade. It should bounce. Goes on the inside.
Cooked to me.
Should be reservoir here. Nixie with the FAMAS moves back on the outside. Knows the danger. This is kind of where I expected TMO to be. They committed so much towards his south side. He actually allowed Exhalation the opportunity to take the high ground away from him. Now, they're king of the castles. As the zone, well, shift just outside the truck stop, but there is the remainder, the last little bit. It's hella my bad. He has to try and leave the Taco house, the other side of the road. They have the opportunity also to sweep up and around on Exhalation.
Yeah, they are going to be taking on a full 4-man from Exhalation, and they've been looking strong here with this high ground advantage. Good connections as well. 5 kills for them so far. Gaming Gladiators down to 9th place, only 54 points. The team that came out in 1st place in the group stage. This is rough for Eternal Fire. So many teams are shooting at them, connecting. 1 down to the zone. And now they're going to be taking shots at VP instead because they're driving. Good timing for VP to drive. Now they get into that good connection here. Gets, he knows, it's just a knock. Can't get more. FAMAS closes that out. Wants to get Beamy up as well. No, Code Marco is there. He's going to say hello. And you're going to get 1 placement point for that. Also, Dante finds Code Marco. Eternal Fire out in 6th with 2 placement points.
Short destruction. Zone shifting away. Like Eternal Fire just split. Right, everyone run. Back towards the town. Game Gladiators, though, they sit on the outside edge as well. There goes the util. Great nade comes back from Best. Put Rocks down. He's knocked. Dante moves on in. But this is the control. Exhalation, 5 kills. How many more can they get? Ship, this does get hella my bad. That's confirmed. Rocks gets the steal away. But it's going to be a big util dump now. And BB team, well, in a top 4 position, but with only 1 player. Don't panic. They're looking to close the gap, and they got a Grozer in hand.
And a Lynx on the boom. That really goes the boom for sure when he shoots that. Now we see Gaming Gladiators out in 4th here. BB Veselox here could potentially actually get a res off. Not sure he has the time or is far enough away from the zone. They are where they had steps in there. They could potentially move in to a better spot. Let's see what happens here. Smokes are out. Utility has been deployed here. Veselox delays with the Molotov and has a shield down. That's actually really well played by him. Now, a 2 versus 2 potential with Don't Panic. They're going to be killing each other, and then Exhalation gets a free win. Is that what happens here? Is that the script, Mark? Now that we said it's going to be truck stop.
Jeez, man. You called truck stop early, so I think you've got more of an insight than I've got. I've been sent the wrong script by production. So wait and see. It's a 2 versus 4, but with Exhalation timing their move from the compound out. Now they control all of the zone, as they are the only 4 players that remain. Phase number 8, 25 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be ensured destruction for these 2 here. How much more util have they got? As they're looking to try and breach their way on through, they're going to go head to head. Stab the Grozer in hand, doesn't quite find him. He backs up completely to the other corner and lays down as BB. I think they're lost. Where do we go? Where's the door? Are we in the room? I don't know.
Yeah, this is a smart play here. Morrison's getting stomped in here. Nice shots coming in. Kaboom finds with the Lynx. Finds Veselox. I love that from the other side here. Don't panic. Gets the flush though now. Groza in hand. Turns around Molotov. But Global Army is gonna be able to deny that now. Look at that. Just run it. Doesn't matter. What
it's the right play.
Yeah. What a fantastic game though. Exhalation controls this for so long. 7 kills. But it was all about that truck stop. The pseudo-urban ending here, Mark. So many teams just had to try to get in there for a Hail Mary to try to survive. And there are so many teams that ended up fighting there. And what a fantastic fashion that was.
But the Hail Marys came from win or die, I felt. The amount of nades they were just throwing out from the taco shop, just get as many knocks as they can. But you have to take it. Give it to Exhalation, though. They held the compound just above. They didn't overpeak. They didn't get punished by the teams around. And then they controlled. TMO, I think they dropped the ball. Should have held as much of that high ground as they could, but they got committed, eager to maybe take as many kills as they could. But a really good ending. And Martin, you called it.
Yeah, we're asking for a truck stop ending, and we got this. Exhalation are able to close it out. The boom went with the Lynx 4 kills. But guys, over to the desk here. Break down this second last game of the day.
There we go, Toby. Escalation's comeback has begun. Didn't you say that this is going to happen today?
It's never too late. We've seen what GK can do in one day, so if you just do what they have been doing today and do it again tomorrow, I'm sure Escalation will have a chance to at least hit top 5.
Escalation does the comeback as per Toby's requirements. Kylaris wants to use interpretive dance to break down this last map that we saw. So it's going to be a fun... I'm kidding. We're not going to go down that route. But it was a little bit of a crazy time. What did you think of that Miramar, Kylaris?
Yeah, I mean, understandable why you deny at the very end, considering how much of a Overwatch that Escalation has. But beyond that, it was just chaos. Absolute chaos. I didn't think we could fit so many teams in truck stop. But here we are as we take a look at the highlights and see what's going on, because I mean, there was a world where I thought to myself, oh no, is GK about to have another big game? But eventually they got shut down on that southwest side. And then, yeah, here we are in truck stop. And the Panzerfaust kind of really kind of tops this off.
I like to think that this game really was a game of patience. It was a game of all these teams going, surely this game does not actually end in truck stop. We've seen it so many times that it acts like it's going to go in there. But then in the very last time it shifts out, which it kind of did here as well, but it stayed in for so much longer, meaning that all these teams, as you can see here, trying to fight in the open, waiting for that hard shift, Sam, to come back out of the city. Well, they were just sat there waiting forever, and in the end, dying and probably regretting that they didn't go trucks up early.
Dying and regretting. I like that. That's the best analysis, Toby, of most of these teams. Walk me through the final sort of last few fights that we got a chance to see. What impressed you the most?
I mean, it's really tricky when you have fights happening like this. You can see, I mean, Nedex there trying to take a fight to two teams on one side just to get shot in the back right from the other. This was definitely a case of high ground is victorious. And kudos to Exhalation for first, I mean, having that compound and then clearing their north side so they make sure that they're playing with no one behind them, and then turning their attention towards the south. They knew that there was only really one effective way that you come out with a victory here and kills to boot. And they maximized again every opportunity they got the most of it. As you see, best of luck point. That's the links to the chest.
Ah, yes, the links. It's a pretty good gun.
Decent. Someone like you.
But I mean, for when you're watching this Don't Panic and BB situation unfold at the very end, I say it all the time. I love in-house foldable shields because it really catches your opponents off guard. If they're not aware that you fully set it up, it adds that extra little bit of cover in a situation where they're not used to that being there. So really nice stuff when they're kind of pressed up against the blue.
We're taking a look at your match results now and some new names up on the left side of your screen. A little bit of a change up here on Miramar. For me, though, FaZe is a little bit of a cause for concern now, Kylaris. This is yet another game that we've seen them go out relatively early today after coming into the second day of our grand finals, topping the leaderboard.
I think they're probably going to see today as a complete write-off at this point. Yes, I know we have another game, and yes, it will be great if they got some points on the board. But after 5 flubs, 5 games where nothing has stuck for FaZe, I think they'll be like, okay, let's get game 6 over and done with. Tomorrow we come back in with a fresh mind, fresh new perspective, and just pull a GK, I guess.
Yeah, and I think to add to what you're saying, James, I think now, I mean today, after today, or whether they talk today or tomorrow, is Mex's time to shine. He was added to that roster for a reason, and I think this be it right here. It's a case of do not let your mental get the better of you. You have to be able to reset with more games to come, because as you can see, yes, they're down in 7th, but they're very, very much still within reach of the top, and they are aware of it. They just have to mentally reset, ignore all the weird things that has happened to them today. Some of them on them, some of them could have been avoided. Some of them, no doubt, they couldn't have avoided. They couldn't have predicted. So have Mexi there to help them get back in a good mental and get going for tomorrow.
Your overall standings currently on the board here. Obviously, we are past the halfway mark of the grand finals, and we've only got 1 game left today. Another Miramar coming up, and this is what it looks like. BB team and VP, we're going to be sitting pretty with those 90 points. GK as well, coming in from last place. We keep saying it because it is so impressive, but 86 points. And then Na'Vi rounding up the top 4 with 80. There's still an opportunity, I'd say, Kylaris, from a mathematical point of view, for any of those teams from 5th all the way down to 8th or 9th to be able to quite easily climb up the leaderboard if they just have one of those pop-off double-digit wins in one of these games.
It's a scary divide, though, that's building and surmounting for some of those to try and leap into the top 4, right? Like BB Team, Virtus Pro, Geek, and Na'Vi, have been, well, apart from GK yesterday, which is kind of a given, but every other situation has been very, very impressive, very, very consistent, or just lights out unbelievable for today for GK. So yes, teams could join. However, now looking at those 4, if they continue on this road, the world's their oyster.
Toby, in agreement with Carlos, do you think that those 4 can break away from the rest of the pack?
Yes, but I, to an equally big extent, think the other teams can catch up. It's going to be a matter of, I mean, we've said it time and time again, it's kind of become the mantra of PUBG, which is consistency. It's 18 games and you have to be able to deliver with every chance you get. And for all the teams, all the 4 teams that are currently set on the top, we have seen all of them. I mean, GK, we just have to go back to yesterday. BB Team, Virtus Pro, and Na'Vi has all had very forgettable performances in tournaments past. So it's up to them to maintain that buffer. And for the teams behind them, it's up to them to try and see if they can prevent that from happening. I think we're in for an absolutely phenomenal run, both here in the final game of the day and also come the matches tomorrow.
I feel like a little bit of a stuck record because I bring up Foot Esports all the time, but I'm bringing them up again because I feel like there is a level of expectation on this team, Toby, that is not being met time and time again. And we're seeing it today after they started yesterday with a win on Miramar. They are just back to not that consistency you mentioned. It's just not happening with this lineup.
I think part of what we're seeing here is Foot being used to play pretty dominant in a play style that right now they're not at all being given the space to try and execute, because you have some of these teams like this. It goes back to the fact that this lobby is so incredibly stacked. It might not be stacked with orcs and teams that everyone has known for years and years in the past, but the individual quality of play, like if you're playing Edge and you're trying to maintain control, but every single time you peek, you get absolutely incredible fraggers looking your way, it's very hard to maintain space. And if you're Foot trying to do that right now, but no one is playing scared, no one is allowing you to get room, you saw what them and BB Team did in the last chance qualifier. They took half circles to their name and did whatever they wanted to. That's when Foot thrives. But right now, they don't even get an inch of that because every team is trying to force them out. So when you want to play aggressive on the edge, you're used to being able to do so with no one able to contest you. And for Foot's case, that's the case right now.
Yeah, a great example is this previous game, right? Like, they're going for splits. They technically have a circle that they could consider slightly a home circle. All they have to do is move north or like hop, skip, and a jump away from Impala. I was mentioning Pixelic had kind of the anchor position to start things off, but then their splits are getting overrun by the likes of Virtus Pro peeking over. Then they're bleeding out 2 members, and it's in those engagements. It looks like it's constantly a 4v2 happening, and you're not going to be able to beat out a Virtus Pro that's currently feeling it in those situations.
How long does this lineup remain, though, if we don't see them? I mean, if they still have this sort of mid-pack finish at PEC again, you know, they need to be qualifying for the lands. They need to be at more of the international tournaments. How long does this lineup withstand this if they're not finishing in the top 4, top 5, Kylaris?
I think this year's maybe their run, right? Obviously, Foot did say at the beginning of the year that they are signed once again fully for the year. I believe it was. Don't quote me on that exactly. I was trying to find the tweet. But if it doesn't materialize this year, I think that's when the changes come. Unless something happens internally where they're like, okay, your opinion or your outlook on the game isn't lining up with the other 3, and then they kind of may make I was about to say a knee-jerk change, but it wouldn't be really knee-jerk at this point. They've been together for a long time, but I do think they enjoy playing with each other, you know, from kind of the outside looking in.
I'll gladly hop on the opposite of that end. I don't think it's a lineup problem at all. I see 4 individually really capable players, 4 players that know how to play together. Like when they play well, they play exceptional. I think it's a playstyle change. They have done something in the it's going. We can go all the way back to PL and ends winning the first season and then being pretty forgetful in seasons afterwards. They did something that worked really well. They got a lot of success with it. It's not working anymore, and they keep trying to go back and do the same thing over and over again. I think they need to look at their playbook and come up with a different approach to the game, because other teams are starting to adapt and they're getting more success than Foot is.
It's an interesting take on that. So we'll keep an eye on Foot and see if maybe Toby's right, or maybe they completely shock us and do a GK tomorrow. But what I can tell you is we don't know what will happen with Foot. We do know what's about to happen, though. We're going back to Miramar for our final game of the day, Toby.
I was confused there for
closing. I was like, wait, I'm not supposed to cast. Oh, right. We get the first bit of the game, too. I was like, Sam,
wait a minute.
I'm not both places at the same time.
Without having seen you on a camera or anything like that, I'm imagining you like looking around, panicking, like, wait a minute, what's happening?
Guys,
what's going on?
I had already muted my mic. I was like, what's going on here? I'm not even sure what's happening anymore. But yeah, here we are. A fair plane once more. Thank you, Sam, for the throw into the game. It's getting game 6 for the talent now as well. It's not good. Hopefully, the players can maintain their cool at least for another 30 minutes here, James.
Well, yeah, we've, as you say, lost our cool. We're done. We're stick a fork in us. All right. Well, yeah, for one more game, obviously it does get a little bit chaotic on those game 6s, but no team can really afford it here for the final game of day 2. Obviously, we have 6 more tomorrow, but for some teams, if you can try and eke out points like a FaZe, for example, after a disaster day, that would be a great little boon for tomorrow. And that. Actually, there is a world like normally
I'm on the
shut it down.
There is no way. Are we giving this to Mark and Martin?
Well, not you for sure, but there is a world. It's still slim chance, but there is a world where that is a possibility. So normally I shut it down straight away because we're just slightly too far west on the center point, but.
Well, we were asking if Foot was going to get themselves a good game. I think the Circle at least is trying to say something, but we'll see what they can make of it here, because they do have literally everything up for grabs in terms of where they opt to play from.
All right, well, we'll hold it no longer. Mark, Avenger, take us into the last game of the day.
Thank you so much, guys. And name a Miramar cast where Toby doesn't talk about the 2 islands, where in any time where it might be a slight chance that's going to happen. Well, it's always happening, Mark. Toby does it every time. And yeah, sure, we might have a small chance here. It's not very likely, though. But this is a home turf Foot Circle. If they do not end this game on a high note, I have a hard time seeing them end in the top 5 tomorrow.
Difficult. It's difficult. I feel like after the last game, they were like, please, the zone gods, give us something. Well, it's given the opportunity. They are in the heart, the eye of the storm. They are being Impala. The question is, do they stay there? Do they maybe move over towards the east? Do they think there could be a temptation? It might be an island. I'd like an island. I'm optimistic. I'm an agent of chaos. I'd love it to go over there. We've seen it before. Hopefully, we see it again.
Yeah, you do love a chaotic ending, a curveball thrown at these teams in the market, and I'm all for it. I'd love to see it. Let's just talk what's statistically possible. Like it's very unlikely. Right? We're talking.
Give us the percentage. Come on,
5% or less, right? Because you would have to have, you would have to have, like algorithm-wise, it's really rare to see the center of the circle be in water. So it would have to go hard east and actually hit that island, so it's extremely rare. So we're expecting somewhat Impala-esque ending here. Foot obviously having to go really greedy, and Lukarux is already looking at a potential T-bone knock here. That'd be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Turn back. You don't need to be here. Go back to Impala. Why are you this far out? You don't need it.
No red dot.
Go back. He's still going. Please. Oh, he's got out. He's got out. Why? Lukarux is here. It's got no red dot. On the AK.
4x.
He has a 4 times on the mini. And T-bone, well, he goes for a swap. Does catch him, but not enough. Lukarux, though, he's had his opportunity. Backs away. T-bone will be calling for reinforcements now as they fully leave Impala. As everyone else is starting to sweep in. On the other side of things, though, Win or Die chasing down GG. The team that is just ahead of them on the leaderboard. Win or Die doing so well in game number 5 of the evening. Looking to keep the momentum going. They put him in the back of the car looking for an evac. The smoke is just dissipating and Presenti can't present an option. Not just yet. He swings out one. He gets the tire, but there might be a way just in time. He's going to bleed out. No, he catches him at the end. Great shots though. Batun's on the other side punishing GG.
Yeah, and then Dust Storm comes in. He can't see anything. He has to run back. Can't even sprint. It's delayed.
It's the only way to stop Twisted Minds. You not know that. That's what they need to bring to land. The magic ability of a sandstorm to deny Twisted Minds the opportunity to pick out teams like Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, though. This is a difficult circle. Vast majority of the teams are going to be coming in from this western side here. A lot of teams are already hunkering down on this high priority compounds, though. Everyone's kind of waiting. If you're in a team right now, Mark, outside the circle, far away, you're going to be like, yeah, let's maybe get ready for this potentially. There could be a chance because there could be a lot of points to be found if you're out in boats or already out on the islands here. Swagged out Mirado here, or if US if you're Mark at this point. But yeah, this is a difficult circle for these teams coming in from the western side.
It's the US. It's the US. Oh, you guys wait till you see it. Couldn't get US out of my head. Anyway, hopefully everyone's got a US for this game. For now, this does remind me of round of 16 a couple of years ago when BB was question mark. They actually played in this north side where we see where FaZe is at the moment, and they opted to get the boats, and they took a gamble. They put one person over onto the island, and they brought the boat close back to kind of TMO's location. And we're lucky enough for them to go that way, but according to Big Brains Martin, he knows. He's got the maths, he's got the calculations, he's got the AI on his side. Less than a 5% chance. I think a few teams might be opting to take more of a centralized zone, as Impala could be an ending.
Yeah, and I actually like what TMO is doing here, right? Because you might have some teams that are already setting up for that, and if there are teams kind of coming into water, they could be really reaping the rewards from the teams that are coming in late and maybe trying to get on this kind of eastern side. And they've set this up. Lukarux might be the first little enemy here coming into the trap, and he is. Good headshots connecting from Nidix, but it wasn't enough, Mark.
It wasn't. He needed half another turn. Nidix waited. He did turn the car that way, but it was luck on his side. Sweet. Now, everyone in chat will be anticipating waiting for an island finish. I feel it. It's a decent parking location. Maybe the Mythos opting to stack the cars up. Hey, why not put a bike in the middle there as they try to unhinge their fantastic parking. They're all UASs as well, right? All UASs in there. If they were UASs, that wouldn't have bloody happened.
Oh, he's getting it out. Oh,
let's go.
American muscle, baby.
That's good parking, interesting parking from TMO. I think to take away from today is how to undig those cars that are stuck in the sand. WLA on the different side of things, they're looking for a camp up here. They got the road camp. No, he catches him. Rocks is down, and the trap will wait, and it executes to perfection. Moss on the other side gets a couple of shots down Dante as he spins fully round 180 turn, but he goes the wrong way, looking to try and get the final couple of shots. Can he do it? One more though. Can Dante get to cover just about as he runs out of ammo?
That's not the sight you want to see here for them coming in on the northern side. More shots coming in, Moss with the 6-6. Maybe doesn't know that he's down to just low, and first aid pops up now up to 75 HP. It's gonna be plenty here. What a dirty camp here on the northern side, just outside the zone as well, Mark.
Just outside the zone as well. WLA trying to scrape over any points they can. Well, with smoke blooming, Dante just to reposition his car, and away we go. We've lost one. It's around that 2 now. As a duo, they are separated. We'll have to try and tie up a little bit later. God, Moss is refusing to let him go. I'm surprised he didn't try and take the zip line and shoot halfway across. They will scout, hoping another team will come round on a north rotation. It's a good play. I'm not gonna lie. If they
I respect it. I respect it. Bring a boat just in case, right? And you're already in a situation where you might be sitting up here. Yeah, there's Levante as well. And he's inside the circle, Mark, but I would say that's probably the worst position inside that circle on that northern tip.
He's in zone. It's difficult. Very difficult to play up.
What do you want, Mark? If it's not of course, everyone, you know.
It's gonna be an island, mate. I'm an agent of chaos, mate. I don't believe in the 5%, mate. It's got to be an island. It's got to be.
Toby's got to you, man. He's gotten to you.
Nah, he's gonna go to Impala, I reckon, on that north side. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a chaotic city ending, either.
TMO on the high ground, maybe in Impala. Like on the high ground, they could be farming. It's a good setup for them. Next circle does go north, and now it's like I would say a 0% chance, maybe 1. Can it even go with it? No, it can't.
I like how you're second guessing yourself as well.
I can't have it. I had to look closer at the map, you know? I was like, that's not happening. It's not happening. It's the northern side of Impala. A lot
Yeah.
of Impalas inside. We're going to see a lot of Hail Marys. We're going to see so many teams trying to get into the zone here, trying to get into the city, because it's a pseudo city ending, though water is going to be discounted in phase 4, so it's going to be popping away. That's really the big question. Do we have a lot of water in the next circle or not? And that's where the teams are then going to rely around that. Now, on this northwestern side, Winner Die, Twist and Mind driving next to each other, but they can't see anything. You just look at the minimap, a couple meters ahead of them. Shots are coming in. Get the connects a lot to mark onto Batulins. That's not what you want to see when you're driving blindly in the dirt storm here.
Yeah. Telling you, it's the only way to stop Twisted Minds at the moment. Will Die, well, they are inside zone. Gonna be happy just to try and hold out. I kind of like this Impala style ending. You're right though, if TMO can get onto that high ground, they can maybe farm some points, maybe salvage something from today. They're sitting on the bottom side, FaZe still 4 up. Remember the trick today, number 1 with FaZe, was to keep Vex up. Justice gets Pixel, he's down. Not confirmed just yet, and this is a very scrappy area to be fighting.
It is, it's difficult. It's like a mini Minas Generalis with how everything is laid out. You have high ground above you, you have the pillars that's fighting. So many third parties. They're seeing the E-pickups come in on the very high ground here as well. TMO in a fight. Can he get in? Can he get the AUG and get some damage done? So many teams already inside Impala here. Foot on the other side, Vard. Oh, nice shot coming in for HC, connecting onto Nedex. Vard with a little Korean peek. Gets a lot of damage onto Abdu. I love what I'm seeing there. Oh, Seifu with the third party. That's Grove Street, Mark.
Seifu, high ground take. He's now going to provide punishment. This is where we thought TMO might have got up towards, but no, taken away. Great move from those for Esports. They are on home turf. Can they deliver? Unfortunately, they've already lost 2. They've got to try and dig deep, but with 2 in the city, could be punishing. Sparta just waiting for the peak again. Blue Zone nade, he remembers he's got in his back pocket. He'll try and get as close as it can to the outside edge of that building to cause some damage, but we've only 1 blue zone. It's not going to be doing enough. And FaZe, well, trying to clear out this very, very dangerous area. He's in, I think he did. Going to pop the smoke. Shots come around the other side, though. Irope gets down. Correxy now goes for the additional peak. Oh, my God. What a shot through. Celtic puts down Vex, and they're scrabbling to try and save something here.
Yeah, it's a good amount of shots coming in here. The blue zone taking can maybe save him as well. 2 knocks. Gustav actually gets it. Now Bushido gets the last 2 players coming in here. Iro's out already. They've been doing well so far today. 69 points for them. Nice. And this, oh, I like this. Going in deeper, trying to leapfrog ahead of them here, Mark.
I love it. They're forcing the angles. There's so many teams who are just trying to stack up, and it's actually easy. James has got the high ground. He can try and hold, at least provide cover while FaZe get the reses. This is a great play from Bushido, moving deeper into this area, and not just both of them. They've generated more angles. FaZe now needs to try and farm the information as quickly. James repositions. He knows he needs to try and catch that. Vard gets a double nade, though, onto TMO. Scrap that! Vard will go and confirm the 3rd and final. That's TMO out, 16th place for them. And Foot as a duo causing damage, but back to this fight. Bushido will put down Vex, looks for the second pick, but Corexy, well, he's going to cause the damage and put down now.
That's a good nade. Doesn't connect enough here. Vex is down. They're going to try to get the last player away. That's a good nade. Not enough damage, not enough connections on that. Medibay 64 HP. 1 more nade in hand. Could underhand cook that to perfection. Could find multiple here. Maybe a flush. Not enough damage done, though. Schiller finds Celtic on the other side. Don't panic. Actually crash on this northern side here. FaZe has to scramble to get ready for this next fight already.
This is dangerous. Dangerous. They do have to scramble. Don't panic. Moving in. Again, as limited places teams can be, especially with the util going off, it kind of zeroes in to where maybe the third party action Perfectix gets Hakatori. Sheena Shiplers looking to try and drive forward. I think James in the high ground is going to be a real joystick for this team, for FaZe, just to try and keep them alive and gain information. These teams coming in on the third party. A little bit of stalemate. And look at that. Will Not Die also moving on in. There goes the island, and we are going to go towards that top side. There's so much water remains.
Yeah, this next circle obviously going away from water, probably on the southern side, considering there's still a little bit of island remaining there. GK looking good. So many teams inside Impala, and we're probably ending like somewhere just outside Impala, and we're gonna have an insane fight towards the end. The teams that are currently on the high ground or on the outside is looking poised. GK looking good here. They started the day on 13 points. 86 points now. Next level here. Gustav connecting some shots here onto BB. They know it's a doozy that's low, but they're going to get it. Oh, Vex finds best of luck, though. Looks like they might be able to get the rest off here with this high ground advantage. And this is such a strong spot to farm points, to farm kills and damage and get information later on here. As I said, GK with 73 points on the day in 5 games. With this game still to be played with 4 men alive, that is way more than FaZe's 61 points yesterday. Very impressed with what they've been able to do so far today.
Yeah, same. Information gained as well from players at BB above them. Kind of taking the next high ground away. For Grove Street, they might lose the next one. So much water's in. I actually think this is better than an island finish. Got 15 teams all on one side and a sliver or just on the outside of Impala to try and work with. It's match number 12. It's the final game though. Day number 2. It's Perfectix looking to line up the perfect shot on towards Na'Vi. Doesn't quite get the connection, so said, well, he's going to end his own teammate with an aid as Batalions will take the steal away. And here comes the push. They clean it, and Example just sneaks his way in on zone.
Next circle goes away from Water here. Has high ground in play still. Very rare to see, but Water has priority here. Phil first finds Lou. And this makes it very difficult for the teams that are currently not inside the circle, especially the Southern Impala teams. They're going to have to make a move. GK on that out on side here, they can make moves too. Now BB team here with this spot mark, they're gonna be able to get a lot out of it. I feel like once they have all the other teams that can't see them inside the city, they can start farming. Beamy finds Quetpa on Eternal Fire. Isolation not in a bad spot either. Molotov steals that Quetpa one. Beamy does not get that kill confirmed, doesn't manage to extend his lead as the kill leader so far in the PEC Grand Finals here for spring 2025. Phil first and the guys, they are hunkering down here. They don't want to lose too much durability. It's not a compound this. There's no new vest available. There's no new helmet. You want to have that for the later stages of the games. Laser goes out here. Grossy's going to have to move here. Shots coming in from GK. Going towards them actually. Could connect a little bit more. Nope. They know there's players down now. And now they're going to have to make sure they kind of get off to this side here. VP, they cannot cross the road. They're going to get destroyed. They're going to have to play this southern side. They're going to have to push on to Grove Street. Beamy gets found though here, Mark.
It does. It's found. Seifu's going to be controlling so much of this high ground at the moment. I think it's so interesting to see how they play. Grove Street leapfrogging from one high ground to the next, still trying to keep the advantage. Going in between, threading the needle on VP and GK. Do like GK's position, I'll be honest, because if they can continue to hold here, they got they go again if they just can clear, or maybe even push Grove Street into VP, in towards Eternal Fire. They'll be looking to close out what has been an outstanding day for them. Remember, people, they started in 16th place. They're up in third at the moment, but battling, fighting for first place. Smart. Couple of shots. Oh, he goes down. Beamy returns to favour. Nixie confirms it. VP so actually bites back towards the Grove Street high ground hold. And unfortunately for them, GK also trying to get a look in on this, see if they can find the remaining players.
No, wait, Voxes finds a full car. It's a clown car with VP driving in. They'll try to get it deeper into the circle here. They managed to get a little bit. Actually, everyone's surviving. VP is very low. Luca half as well. Not sure that GK knows that HC's in the shack here. We're going to see that unfold later. But now, VP did manage to get in. But they do have Grove Street on the high ground behind them. Best luck finds Danta. Now this is where this damage coming in from BP team on the high ground really starts unfolding. Now that the other teams off the other high ground got down. Oh, good shots connecting. Molotov finds a headshot with MK12. 6x straight onto Grove Street. Voxes goes down.
Look at the zone. The zone.
Oh, it's not him. It's Karam. Okay. Ah, he put it. Okay, so I did get the confirm. 2 kills for BP team here, Mark. That's massive. This next circle, extremely difficult for all the teams that are inside northern side of Impala, but massive for GK. Could they close out this dream of a day on top with this circle here, Mark? That'd be insane.
They will be think they're dreaming at the moment. BB team losing their high ground. They've got to try and maximize the points at the moment. They are in first. VP is chasing behind. Only 1 point divides them. And you say GK will be looking to try and close out the win. And do you think AWM And to just hunt back. I kind of feel like VP got a bit of a blessing. They were looking to try and push Eternal Fire, continue that fight. But with the zone shifting down, Eternal Fire holding. Obviously, VP had to all get into one car and move back down towards the south. The zone plays this way. They'll be happy. They can move in. But for now, VP team looking across towards the north. And great shots, though. Phil first puts down Dante. But all these other teams are going to try and get to the base of BB's tower here. And it's going to be destructive if they try to jump off.
I love how Winner Die just split the car on the other side so they couldn't see the player. If that's planned, that's insane. Yeah, Doozy here with the arm in hand. Probably rather have a DMR with their damage being able to be output here from this high ground. And they're still in. They can kind of get in onto the other side a little bit of this high ground later stages here, though. I'm not sure I like the too greedy 2-2 split from DK. See if they get punished from HC here, Mark. I'm not sure. And VP, they actually can start flowing it a little bit.
Problem with this, though, is the split can't see each other. The northern split can't provide cover back. There's like this sort of, it's not a flat hill. It's not flat terrain. So they are playing as a greedy duo at the moment. So Bait using the pipe work to his advantage. He sneaks across. Gets a bit of damage. The flash does come through, but lucky that was a smoke and not a nade. That could have caused impact. Spice didn't launch out the gas can. He's got in his back pocket at the moment. I do really like the ace at the moment. But whatever he tries, he can't quite get out of here. What a util. The flash is coming in. He needs to take the opportunity to use his last med as he backs himself up into the corner. Don't panic, Walt. Looking to skip on past.
6 teams on this western side here. Shipless finds Bushido. We're down to 5 teams on this western side here. They're just gonna have to fight each other. Yeah, don't panic here. Gonna be running into Exhalation. We're gonna be seeing that fight. FaZe Clan looking to hold out the other 2 teams, actually. Winner Die fighting BB team shortly.
Sees him. Can't get the connection. Don't panic. Unfortunately, this is what happens in these style of zones. Everyone on the outside. Great nade, though. The boom will put down Sheila. CCI next is down. Global Army down. Shipless is going to fall. Looks like VP also causing the damage as BB trying to get off the high ground. They get annihilated. VP now drawing the points up, taking out BB. One more. We'll see them on to top. They're going to have to try and take the fight, but they go down. Great hold, though, from Grove Street. Final player for them. Snake in the grass. Can he get the reload in time? He can't. And Nixie, well, he's going to get that point on the board. And VP, well, taking the top of the table.
I can't see anything, Mark. Just continue.
You have to continue trying to hold out as the guys will now move a little bit further in. Little Die. Only 1 kill on their belt. It is 9 teams, so we are 1 team away from the placement zone. Shifting a little bit further afield, back towards the north side. GK will hold 3, now going pushed down towards the south. And for Esports, though, right on the tippy toes. A solo could unpin the outstanding day that GK looking to try and dream up at the top. But it's not going to be the case just at the moment. GK, I think they're wary. The smoke's gone in, they're denying, they're unsure. Those nades, there were shots going through. VP, well, they tuck on towards the other side here. Win or Die, still on the high ground, still refusing to move. They're trying to capitalize on the kills, but looks like Eternal Fire. Fortunately, causing damage now to VP. It was such a good run at the moment. Nixie scrabbling his way in towards zone. How many more smokes has he got? Not many. There's a blue zone nade. Maybe onto the footsteps he can hear on the other side of the sand dunes. Nade doesn't quite catch. He does back away, looking to try and find anything he can. Sparrow gets to steal. It's a good fight note from GK. Do get a knock on towards Hober as well. Double blue zone to come out. Total Fire looking to go for the cross of the road. Oh my God, what? 1 nade, 2nd nade, but Sancho down to 1. The boom is down to 1. If they knew, they could find out. AC, oh my God, he activates. Diffix is down. Spyro, a little bit further afield, got the molly in hand, has to reposition himself back to the other side. Nixie causes demo. Eternal Fire will go down the car. It's going to go. I don't think they've heard the car being cooked. It's gone. It's flipped over the top. It doesn't. Oh my God, nearly clips Eternal Fire, though nearly causing the damage on Exhalation, but somehow they're able to duck underneath. Esports 4 kills at the moment, and we will now have to try and see how things will roll. He's got a little bit of a run forward here. GK already losing one, but they've got to be cautious. As PWD, he committed to try and hold more centralized zone. Going to be difficult though. Nixie using the opportunity to keep the kills up. Some kills under the belt for him. Solo. Going to try and get this extension across. So to be cautious though. GK losing a lot of the numbers. Oh my god, Sancho gets vexed, but the nades come through. FaZe needs something from today. Util continues to come through. Try and wait. But for now, FaZe Clan, unfortunately for them, they drop out in 8th place. A couple of kills under the belt, but that's about it.
What a fight we're having on our hands here. Mark, thank you so much for carrying the last 3 minutes. Action-packed 3 minutes of that too. As Foot, they do get eliminated. Exhalation now trying to fend off against Win or Die. Mark, how do you see Win or Die getting off this hill?
It was interesting. I just felt like it was so tempting for the island. Martin called the zone, and then with all the calculations Toby was doing, he just checked himself out because he knew the chaos was going to unfold. Well, it is the final game. Exhalation somehow surviving. Win or Die coming off the high ground now. They've got to drive on forward. They've got to climb the table. They haven't got much util left. 2 blue zone nades for Leosh. That'd be key for him to ensure maybe the denial from Exhalation. They're backed into the corner here, Toby. That's a great double stack from the blue zone, and they scramble their way out. Oh no, the boom goes down to the actual zone, not the blue zone nade, and Win or Die missed an opportunity.
Incredible plays coming through from Win or Die, enforcing Exhalation out in one side and one side only. Nixie now having to try and make a play as well. Has smokes for cover and effectively just wants to stay alive. He knows that GK is still in this race and wants to try and see if he can surpass them. Able to find the first knock, but nothing more will come off it.
Well, we're top 4 now. Twisted Minds somehow with the sandstorms against them. They are in here. It's 4 alive. Win or Die scrabbling forward with 4. 1 is down. Knock. WLA losing a knock as well. 2 knock. 3 knock down. Win or Die falling apart. WLA claim huge points.
So much damage come through on all except for GK. They have had themselves an insane day today. 80 points on the day, and they're looking to clean this up. The issue is these fights took place so fast that they haven't had a chance to respond. Now they're starting to push forward, but only now are they really getting a good read of what's happening in front of them. They've been sat behind the ridge line for too long to get good angles in, and it has allowed for Twisted Minds and for We Live Again to reset.
God, the underdog story here, those GK. They lost 1. They were sloppy with a 2-2 split, but they got majority of the zone. WLA luring the attention of Twisted Minds. They get Patordins down. Scrap that. Patordins. Buffet ticks down. They're sweeping through here. WLA come out of nowhere. They clear it, but they've had to not. GK have to activate. They've got to close this zone down. What an underdog story, but can they convert? No! Hober denies.
They're being served this one on a platter, but it ain't done yet. 1v2. Hober has a chance to make magic happen. Flashes himself, gets into the car, jumps out on the other side. Now has Quizzy. There is a 1v1 for him to take Spiro. It's not an angle from where he can help right now. Sees him, gets him on the side, but it's gonna be GK with the victory. It's 4 kills. It ain't flashy, but that's still 14 points on the board.
Wow, wow, wow.
Holy.
It's an underdog story. They nearly got from 16th place to 1st, Toby. What an insane day it's been. It's been a scary ending. It's been an aggressive ending. Get rid of Martin. Bring Toby in. You wanted an iron. I wanted an iron. We didn't quite get it, mate. But that was a great game.
Amazing, amazing to see. And I mean, for GK, very much out of fashion. A lot of people are going to be looking back today, look at this specific game and go, oh, they just got the circles. I mean, they maximized here, and in the previous games, they did not. They were out there farming. So to be able to close out this one too is huge. I mean, absolutely insane day for them. 87 points in a single day is unheard of.
It's insane. That has to be a record day, though. GK, well, they're doing pretty well on the end there. Not sure about that one. But really good holdout, though, for me. I just feel like for GK, that 2-2 split, you got a question, right? If they had the all 4 remaining at the end, it could have been very, very different. It could have been a very, very good ending for them. And ignore the winner chicken dinner graphic, because it was so chaotic at the end. That was GK closing out the day. But let's remind ourselves, though, of some of our highlights here, Toby, because
this was the
if you haven't had a good day,
the foreshadowing of the chaos that would unfold when Circle 3. I mean, when we were going back on mainland, of course, we all go, "Aw, we didn't get the island." But then it shifts back to the shoreline again, and all kinds of hell breaks loose. There's so limited space to maneuver, especially when you have GK sat out there on the east side edge, not allowing for anyone to push through, making it so hard for everyone else to have to try and fight their way through the factory side of Impala.
Insane day. I do like, obviously, when we saw the iron is tempting, but obviously we all know it's going to go back to Impala. But I actually like how much water we had for so long. Good play, though, from Grocery. They took some high ground. They maximised their kills they could. And actually, big shout out to BB team. They took the opportunity to come a little bit later with an E-rotate, obviously using the E-pickup and getting the other set of high ground. But then it was going to fall. Great hold. And this is such a hard area to play out here, Toby, because UTL, there's so many places you can hide, but a few teams maximise their points.
I mean, so many places you can hide, but it's effectively a city finish with two massive mountains on each side. So you know that every time you push out your buildings, not only do you have to worry about the teams that are sat in the building right across from you, there are also teams sat way up high with literally nothing to fear that are just peppering shots at you. It's going to be hard, if not near impossible, for these teams to make something happen. And that's why we talk so much about maximizing every opportunity you get here for Virtus Pro. They fought through the open for so long out on the edge of the city there. To be able to come away with good points here is huge for them. Nixie doing everything he possibly could to stay alive for as long as possible.
Oh, so close. Let's talk about Foot Esports, though, because that was their home turf, Toby, and they needed something. I just felt, unfortunately, with GK when they got such a good performance, and you said it, right? Just for me, it's not the players, how they're playing. And I felt with GK launching up that leaderboard, and I think T-Bone might say it's fair, but I felt they started looking backwards. When they're a team that needs to be aggressive, they've got to play how they want to play PUBG, the game style that they want, and if they're looking backwards, it's just not executing to the way that it's going to fall for them. Good ending, though, but unfortunately, I would have liked to see for esports, especially on home turf.
And I like to see, I mean, in the end of this one, that it's Quissy that comes out and gets the final kill on the board. We've talked about how insane they've all been today in terms of damage and kills. Quissy hasn't been as active as the rest of them. So good to see him being able to claim the final one here on the day for the GK boys who have had themselves, again, I mean, absolutely insane performance. We talk about consistency versus inconsistency, but what GK put on the board today compared to yesterday, I mean, even in this match, they had more points than the entirety of yesterday. It has to get, like, we need some sort of new name for this sort of performance. When you're able to play so, I will put it out there, terribly on one day and then come back and play, I mean, global championship caliber PUBG on the second.
It's hard, right?
It's
really hard.
It definitely
really
is.
hard.
It's completely unheard of. But here they are. I mean, set up there in the top. We live again, able to get something going, win or die as well. Also finally getting something going. And you know what? I mean, I love to not count anyone out before they're absolutely done for. If GK could do this today, now that we see We Live Again come up with points, now that we see Win or Die get something going here in the final couple of games, even Exhalations had moments of success here today as well. I am so incredibly excited, Mark, for tomorrow's games, because we all know full well that it's gonna be stacked. As we get the desk joining us here as well. Welcome, everyone.
What's up, Toby? Look at you. You've done hosting now. You were casting.
I told you what's gonna happen. I said it in yesterday's show. It was gonna happen. Eventually, I'll be hosting too, and there you go.
Kylaris, he's like a little puppy that follows you around and just tries to do whatever you do. That's how it feels.
Whoa.
He tries.
Okay, Mark, we're going to say thank you very much. You're done for the day. No hosting for you. We're going to just have a little chat, all three of us, as we take a look at the incredible results of what has happened. Today has been the day of GK, right? I mean, Kylaris, what has been going on?
Good.
He is a leaderboard, that's for sure. Yeah, this is as much, yes, Virtus Pro is number one. Obviously, they had a decent day yesterday, and they've gotten themselves a decent day as well, at 2 points ahead of what is, in my mind, one of the most unbelievable recoveries in PUBG esports history. I had no expectations of the idea of a 16th place team being able to do something like this, but the boys did it. 100 points to end off the day. That's unbelievable for GK.
And to underline that as well, it's not, I mean, whenever we see these absurd performances, usually it's last chance. It's in group stage. This is arguably one of the most stacked regional lobbies we've had in a very long time globally. So to go out and do it against these caliber teams for GK today is completely and utterly insane.
I'm trying to... I couldn't remember the exact number of points they had at the start of the day,
13.
but I think it was like 13.
Yeah, 87 points today.
87 points. That is the only talking point that there is that they did that.
They have more points today than 4th place has in total. After 12 games.
Mind-blowing, and it's setting the scene so well for the last 6 games tomorrow, Kylaris, because this is mentally so incredibly close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, well, with Twisted Minds also launching themselves to that 79-point mark, it means that I think that they're definitely contending for things. Maybe the 5 teams are the ones that I'm going to be looking at. Maybe it might slightly be out of reach for FaZe Clan, especially if they've had the day like they did today. Although, again, if they have a reset and then suddenly they get a 61-pointer and the other teams above them don't quite do as well, drawing a comparison to what they did yesterday, then maybe it's possible there. But wow. The consistency that we've seen from the top is just crazy.
It's really wild looking at this leaderboard. I mean, consider the fact that look at the cutoff, right? Because BB Team, GK and Virtus Pro are all non-partner teams, and currently the 3 teams that would make it through the PGS if we were to win today. But then we have Na'Vi, Twisted, our actual global partner teams there as kind of the guardians of the top 3, with FaZe, the team that lost partnership, now being in the hunt, is spearheading that hunt with Bushido, Eternal, Fire, Winner, Die Game, Gladius, etc. It really couldn't be lined up any better. That the top 3 are all teams with a lot to gain, but equally a ton to lose by not sitting up in that top 3, and then 4th and 5th being represented by our partner teams.
It seems only fitting, gents. We have to talk to someone from GK. I do believe Quizzy is with us now. I need to know. Quizzy, what a day. What a freaking day. I mean, what the hell happened between yesterday and today? I need to know, what was the conversations? What was the preparation? How did you go from bottom of the table all the way up to 100 points?
I think it was a complete reset. And I think one of the things that actually was implemented is, like, at the night yesterday, of course, everyone was upset with the performance. And we just rewatched PGS 5, the Twisted Minds comeback. And like after that, you can believe that everything is like possible. Like if they did it, why couldn't we do it then? And that's how it started, I guess.
Amazing. Kylaris, you see, motivational quotes and videos are important for everyone. You can get 100 points if you watch them.
Apparently. Hey, Quizzy. Slayer of talent. Killer of talent. I'm kind of speechless about how well today has gone for you guys. It's been really, really fun to watch as well. Talk to me about the Rondo game, because obviously that's an extremely West Circle, right? You don't end up winning the game, but you're in a position where you're taking that high ground on the West side against all of these teams. How many opportunities have you had as a team to really practice that kind of circle in scrims? Obviously, Rondo's a bit newer. And what was your kind of approach to that game, considering it was a bit chaotic?
I think it's like only because we had a glider. So we actually had like PWD with the glider. Of course, we don't know what is going on in the area. It's like our first time being there, and like Rondo is a new map and we just know it. So it's basically scouting with the glider and seeing all these positions, and like whenever the circle came, we just saw like, boys, we just play but with whatever we see. So basically if you see the ridge, we pull up on the ridge because we don't know anything there. We don't know like the tips, like nothing. And we were just like looking for the opportunities, looking for the fights, just to like get the points out of it, not thinking about the win and stuff like that.
You think without the glider it would have been a completely different story?
I think it would be different with our timings, because you need to like recheck all these positions, because you know there is a lot of hills there and you can't literally scout them, so you just need to waste a lot of time scouting every single angle. But whenever you have a glider, it's much easier, so like we just did it quicker, and because of that we had like so much space in the end.
Awesome, amazing answer. Thank you, Toby.
I want to ask you lastly here. I mean, so yeah, obviously yesterday, a day that you probably would want to forget about. But then after the games yesterday to before today, whether it be watching back videos of tournaments past, whether it be the conversations that you guys had between one another, I mean, you know, as well as I and everyone else do, that the race is not done yet. So from the conversations that you had between your team from yesterday to the success that you then had today, what's the conversation gonna be like now that you come into the final day in a completely other point of the leaderboard than where you were yesterday? What are some of the talks that you already maybe now know that you're gonna be having with your teammates before these games tomorrow?
I think it's basically like, of course, it's all about like your mentality, I guess. Like after, I can't see the better race whenever you lost the first day. And after that, you're just playing the most important day, because I always think that the second day is the most important, and you're playing 3 days in a row, right? And whenever you have like this up and downs, and if you start with the bad day, then securing the second day like this, you just know that the third day is gonna be awesome as well. Because it's not like, most of the time it's always like we're playing 2 days good, and then on the last one you are shaking or something. But right now, like you can't go lower. Like we hit the bottom yesterday, so you just know you can't go you can't go lower after that.
Yeah,
it's true.
Quickly, just one final question here before I guess we let you go. I want to hear from you. Are you? I mean, not so much the team, but just you personally. Are you more comfortable playing from behind, catching up, or more comfortable playing with the lead, knowing everyone's looking at you to try and take you down?
I think it's all about like how you feel. Like, because for example, I wouldn't say that I shot that much, because I was always like, as you said, like lurking behind everything and something like that. It's just all about, in our structure, I would say it's more that I'm upfront player, but like whenever Spyro just said today that he's feeling it, so I just gave him up front and just started to play more a support role and just trying to help our captain with the calls and stuff, because like all of them were just on the point today. So I was just like, you guys free farming, I'm just looking for the positions and calling after what we're gonna do and stuff like that.
Cool. Thank you so much,
Quincy,
man.
thank you so much. You have given us one of the most historic days, I think, in the EMEA region. We're going to be talking about this one for a long time. Good luck tomorrow. I hope you can make lightning hit twice. I want to see this all over again. 200 points. That's the goal I'm setting for you.
I hope so. You want to hit the record. Thank you, guys. It was a joy to see you as well.
Bye, Quizzy. Thank you again.
Thank you.
See you.
Wow. What a day. What an incredible day. This is what we want. I mean...
Sorry,
Toby,
don't say.
I was going to say this is what I want, and I'm serious. I want another 100 points from Geeky tomorrow. I just want them to run away with the whole thing now.
I just can't fathom, I mean, the fact that it could have been even better. They could have won that final game, that game against Virtus Pro, where Beamy gets the insane 1v2 on Taco. They could have, I mean, gotten even more points out of this last game. They could have had an even better day than what they did, which is wild to me.
Can you imagine if this was day 3, that would have been the difference between becoming the champion and not against a Virtus Pro. So that would have been insane. But I think tomorrow is going to be also really, really down to the wire. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, Geeky gave us an amazing performance just now. Quizzy comes along, gives us an amazing interview as well, because he's just a boss. Killer of talent. He's doing everything.
He's doing everything. We're going to get him in here. He can be the host, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll all be here because we're bringing you the final day of the grand finals. We'll find out who is going to be victorious. I'm hoping we get exactly what we saw today. Don't go anywhere. There's more PUBG coming up. Our North American friends will be joining you in a little bit. And make sure that you set your alarms, get up tomorrow, and come right back here same time so you can watch the grand finals take place. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.